Alright, can we get this to work? There we go, now it shows us live. Let's tweet out to the Wazon. Make sure it's working. It is. Alright, well, here we go, guys. Time to make fun of DSP. And as you can see, guys, we have a 10 membership go for this stream. Hopefully, we can make it. As long as someone generous like James Lesser Expressly shows up and drops another 10 like he does every month, that'd be great, James Lesser. Hope you're listening. Luis, how's it going? Yes, here we go. January 5th, most disappointing playthroughs of 2024. I'd like to point out the 20 games that made him the least amount of money. Number 20, Path of Exile. 130 tips, 25,000 super chats, 1 get the membership, 2 get the kick subs. Number 19, Silent Hill, short message, 74 in tips, 24 in super chats. Marvel Rivals was 18th with 248 in tips, 359 in super chats. Call of Duty campaign mode, 115 in tips, 29 in super chats. Well, it's gonna make sense here real quick here. But, well, let's just go on with the video, I guess.
To a special stream. How's everyone tonight? Hello?
Well, thank you, Luis. Hope you have a good day.
Here. I have to open the YouTube chat. I got the wrong chat open. I got the old outdated chat open. What's going on, everyone? I see everyone on Kick. How you doing?
Why did you do none of this before the stream started? Just saying.
Good evening, good evening. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're ready to chill with my year-end series. People every year ask me, Phil, what was your favorite games of the year? What playthroughs did you like? What didn't you like? What do you remember from last year? What was notable? And that's what we do in these year-end series, right? We run that down. We summarize it all in 1 or 2 videos and a stream or 2. And that's what it's all about tonight, is relaxing, chilling, and thinking about the year that was.
Chilly out around here. Hope you're not too cold where you're at.
It certainly was a weird year for games. I mean, I don't think in the entire time that I've been a YouTuber, there's been a weirder year. A year where a lot of the big games that were popular were actually not big games, meaning they were indie games that came out of nowhere and stuff that were shockingly good compared to the AAA games that came out and just weren't very good, right? I think it was a big year very much like that. So, tonight, we start with the disappointments. We start with the worst, and then we get to the good stuff, all right? So, depending on how tonight goes, we'll see if we can actually get to
they have like
the best
Arkham
games
Shadow
or best
for VR
playthroughs
now?
countdown, I should say, or if we save that for tomorrow night. It really depends on how fast we move through this stuff. Okay. Now, how do I... This is a good position for the mic because it sounds good, but it's blocking the sign a little bit. So, I can make it just a little bit higher. A little bit hanging in like that, right? Now it doesn't block the sign, and hopefully it's close enough that it sounds good. If we're having issues with audio, please let me know, and I'll adjust and say, well, screw the sign. I'll just get it as close as possible then, okay? The slow mode is still happening, the slow mode issue. All right. Let me turn off slow mode on YouTube. Apparently, YouTube still has not fixed this slow mode issue where people can't talk. So I'm going to turn off slow mode again. I'm sorry, guys. Stupid YouTube sucks. I don't know. Again, you know what happened. Someone
keep shitting on the company that makes you all your money and pays your bills.
Who works at YouTube, who's a coder, who literally doesn't test their code. They just throw it out there without proper testing, expects that everyone's supposed to put up with the fact that now no one can talk when slow mode's on because of an error. There you go. Pretty stupid.
Diclonius.
I turned it off.
all right, Diclonius.
Greetings, Retro Danny. Yes, this will be a very interactive stream. As I'm going through the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year, I certainly hope that you guys will chime in and let me know your thoughts. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Did I leave something off the list? Do I have something on the list that you think is ridiculous and shouldn't be on there? You're going to see this is very different from a worst games of the year countdown.
Amazing
That's not
game.
what this is at all. I don't do worst games of the year countdowns. Never have.
He has 100% done worst games of the year. My theory for why he's doing disappointing and not worst games is because he quit so many games. He doesn't want to deal with the criticisms of DSP. You played it for like 3 hours. It's a 120-hour game. You played for 3 hours. How are you going to say it was the worst game of 2024 when you barely played it? Snort, I had to play anymore. I had to play it for 3 hours. I totally knew as a professional gamer that it was the worst game ever, guys. Or the game didn't make you as much money as you hoped, and so you dropped it. Chat.
I totally get that. You know, Kino Casino has just come back from a long hiatus, and I know they're streaming tonight, so I know people probably will be coming in and out to check in, and that's, you know, not upset by that. I get it.
Uh-huh.
How am I doing? I'm doing all right, except I keep having some technical issues, okay? And allow me to explain what I mean by that. Basically,
You're an idiot. We know.
when I go to this screen, what did I click? Okay. When I go to this screen, okay, which is my gameplay screen, this is usually where I'm capturing either from PS5 Pro or from PC, things keep screwing up on this screen, and I can't figure out why. It's the YouTube pop-ups, those keep resizing on me. My camera keeps resizing on me, and I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's causing it. I'm literally not changing anything. It's changing itself, and it's actually starting to drive me nuts at this point because it seems to keep happening on the regular. So hopefully it'll stop, but I don't know what's causing it, so I can't stop it myself. You know, earlier today I was playing Dark Souls, and all of a sudden someone contributed to no pop-up. What happened? I don't know. Let me look.
I mean, Google.
Pop-up seems to be gone. It's there, but it won't. It's like invisible. Why? I don't know. So I go and I say, let's delete it and re-add it. So I delete it and re-add it. Okay, now I have to move it and resize it. So I do. My camera shrinks down to the size of like a pea, like this small, and it was like right where the cursor is. That's where the camera was. I was microscopic, and everyone was laughing. Saying, what happened? I don't know. Do you think I did that? Do you think that I sat here and shrunk my camera? I don't even know how to do that. It just did it for no reason.
Doing all controls or DSP.
So it was frustrating, so I had to fix it. So it ended up being like a 5 to 10 minute fix live during the stream. I don't want to do that. I just want to stream and have fun with games. You know, I'm not a tech guy who wants to sit here and screw around with technology constantly. Tonight, I have to be on the screen nearly all night because this is the countdown of the 20 worst. And here, what I'll do is this, because this really has nothing to do with it. Here we go. And I will, let me put my camera to where it should be. Okay. Off. There we go. Just like that. Perfect. Yep. That's where I can be. And so I'm going to be talking to each game that was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year. I'll be describing the game and why I felt it was one of the most disappointing, etc.
Money, okay? It's 100% money.
Its own video clip playing behind me as we
exactly.
Go
It's 20 least supporting streams. That's all it is.
Oops. So I hope it works. I hope everything doesn't resize and screw up. You know. Why is the leaderboard moving? Because we figured out how to do it. It's called a scrolling filter. Now,
you mean Darziak figured it out and did it for you? I love that he's accidentally admitted that everything he's gotten going on is Darziak. Darziak did all of it. Nothing he's done, nothing he Googled, nothing he looked up, 100% Darziak. Oh, holla holla for the dollar. James List Express Lane just donated 5 memberships. So now up to 5 out of 10 of our goals, guys. Well, thank you, James List Express Lane, for being so generous to my stream. I don't know why that amuses me so much, but it does.
Allows you to scroll the leaderboard. So you can see it all, and it doesn't ever look cluttered or whatever. It'll always scroll like that. Pretty cool. We do have top member donator up there, don't we? We do. We added it. Now we have top subs, top members gifted, top super chat, and top tip. We literally have every single contribution type now accounted for on the leaderboard. No matter what, you get your recognition. How cool is that?
Unless it's a name he doesn't like, then he'll ban you.
It's weird that the leaderboard doesn't go to the edge of the screen. Yeah, I don't know why it doesn't. It's a little weird in that regard.
Did you try Googling it to see why it doesn't do that?
You know, I have no clue why, because it was supposed to stretch automatically to the edges of the screen, and then it stopped doing it. Once again, another weird thing that I can't really explain, and honestly, I don't even know how to do that. Let's see. What if I did... Okay, there we go. Right click. Because I right clicked. No, I didn't. Oh, great. Now it's fucked up. I'm serious. It looks like if you right click by accident on it when you're moving it, it permanently fucks it up.
If you right click it, guys, it fucks up. But it's not my fault that I right clicked on it. Well, why were you right clicking on it? You're not supposed to do that. Dumbass. But again, it's not his fault. So those dirty, rotten developers are being street smart or computer smart or book smart, not DSP pig smart.
So here, let me delete it and re-add it again. And how much you want to bet this will screw everything up?
All you had to do was not right-click it.
There it is. Why can't I move it? I can't move it now. I'm serious.
I love it.
It won't let me edit it. It's like it's locked from editing, and I can't edit it
Darziak, save
at all. It just
him.
sticks there now. See what I mean? I fucking am starting to really hate technology because I didn't do anything. It was working.
You right-clicked on
and now
it.
it won't work. And now I don't know how to fix it. Now it's going to be fucked up on every single
You
screen.
said you right-clicked
For
on
some
it.
bizarre fucking reason, it does it. I don't get it. Like, what did I do wrong? I didn't do anything wrong.
I did everything correct.
Yeah, I can't. Dude, this is nuts. I can't edit it.
DSP, if you weren't so fucking stupid, it'd be sad.
I can't even get it to go up or down now. What is going on? Can I? How do you undo?
Control Z, I do
Undo.
believe.
Okay, and then if I do...
Well, OBS, I'm pretty sure it's Control Z.
I can undo these,
But
at least.
chicken, he didn't do it. It's the gremlins in the PC did it. He did nothing wrong. He just told you he did nothing wrong.
Okay. Yeah, I can't edit the leaderboard, and I don't know why. So now I'm clicking on it, so I can edit the text of it, okay? But now when I go to click, nothing highlights anymore on my screen at all. It's like my screen got locked.
There's a lock button next to every
I don't even know what
thing
happened.
on OBS.
The
so you can
leaderboard is not
accidentally
editable
lock it.
anymore.
So you accidentally locked the leaderboard, dumbass. Without his glasses on, you probably can't see that.
Why can't I edit the leaderboard? I'm fucked. I can't even move the leaderboard. I'm serious. I can't even move the leaderboard. It's locked there. What happens
Guys,
is
he
in
spends
OBS,
hours
when you
preparing
click on
his
any
streams.
source, okay, it's supposed to highlight the source on the screen. Like right now, if I click on webcam, wow, it's not allowing me to edit any source. So I can't even work. I can't do tonight's stream. I don't even know what's going on. It won't let me edit any source. What is it that makes it that you can't edit a source? Lock preview? Something locked the preview. I didn't lock the preview. All right.
Then
so,
who did?
What I was going to say earlier, dude, I mean, it's fucking up. It's like doing things I don't want it to do. It's locking the shit. So where's the leaderboard now? Here it is. Okay. So now we can maybe fix it. Go to... Where is it? Transform. Fit the screen. And then if I do this. See what it's doing? That's bizarre, is it not? What if I tell it to make the text smaller? Let me try something.
Oh, nice burp right into the microphone. Thank you, DSP. Remember, he got the fancy microphone that has tap to mute.
Saying font of 72. What if I tell it font of, I don't know, 64?
Yes, fuck with it some more, DSP. Fuck with it some more.
Oh, it's still too big. See that? It's like the font stays a certain size. What if I tell it I want font 50? Still shrink. See? I want it smaller than that. All right, I got to keep going. I want font, I don't know, 36. No, it still fucks it up. I don't know. This is so weird.
The joy of watching DSP is him.
It's not
fucking
shrinking the
everything
font,
up.
is it? I know. Someone told me to change it. I tried to change it. Now it's all fucked up. You're right. I want it to be to the edge of the screen, but I want it to be smaller font, and I can't figure it out. No matter what I do, it won't go any smaller. See that? If it shrinks it, now it makes it really shrink, which means it cuts off. I don't want it to cut off. So how do I get it to stay full screen, but not cut off? I don't know how to do that.
Darziak,
I know I have technology
help!
luck. You're right. I have the worst technology luck on the planet. No matter what I try to do, it's all wrong. See, look at this
It's
now.
not the
Now it looks
technology,
terrible.
it's you. You motherfucker, it's you.
Now I can't get it to work because it won't go. How do I get it to the edges? How the fuck do I get it to go to the edges of the screen?
Darziak, you're supposed to help him with this. Dr. FOMO, how's it going?
Stretch to bounds. Look at that. It stretched it out to the bounds.
I just never realized.
But now it looks chunk. Now the letters look
'Cause that was
chunkier. They're not
on
as
the
skinny.
Other
But it did fill it.
scene.
So I guess that's progress.
There we go.
I guess this is progress.
So, because I got YouTube scene, console streaming
It still looks too big though.
scene, and I got
Oh,
PC gaming
oh
scene.
no.
So different scenes. Like, wait a minute, forgot to edit this list, forgot to edit that list. Terrible, how dare I?
Promise for it to fit. See, it's just not right. It's just not right. I want it to be smaller. I don't want it to be stretched to fit. I just want it to be smaller.
That's not what she said.
So I gotta undo a bunch of shit. How do you undo? Control Z.
There you go, Control Z. Who told you to do that?
Disgusted. I'm disgusted.
But this is the night stream, dude, so he shouldn't be doing that. The night stream should be just go right into the stream. It's amazing how the night stream used to be literally, though, maybe 5 minutes of dicking around and then get to the game. Now he's doing the same thing on the night stream that he does on the day stream of just waste as much time as possible. Mind you, he was not even playing a video game.
God.
He's just crying and bitching about which games didn't make as much money as he wanted. Here's the story about a guy named Phil. Too fucking stupid to didn't know how to.
I just can't get anything to work. You see what I mean? Like, this is my problem with technology. Now, look, now, obviously this didn't undo. Look, it's all fucked up. Everything's fucked up.
But he did nothing wrong. It was the gremlins in the PC. The ghosts and the shells, guys. You know, DSP, if this was entertaining, I would have been very mad, but this is very entertaining because I was watching.
I don't know, I give up.
Was
It
Monster
won't
Doctor
allow
anime?
me to not have the letters bigger and go further. Instead, it edits the line. It doesn't make
Also
any fucking sense
very,
at all. It's zero fucking
very
sense to be
horny.
like this.
Not like blatant. It's like, oh, I must examine
It's
you
a
because you're
bounding
saying
box
this is happening.
size.
It's
Prop
like,
from a bounding
oh,
box.
doctor, your
no one
hands.
knows what the fuck that means. What is a
But like, he's a
box?
legitimate doctor. It's a
You ever
legitimate
heard of a
exam.
bounding box before?
Or like putting his hands
I know I
into the
haven't,
gills
but I'm
of a
supposed to know what a
mermaid.
bounding box is, apparently.
Who's having breathing problems, and it's very, very horny.
I don't get it.
It's like, no, she's a mermaid. She's got
It
gills.
stretches
She's got
to
to check
bounds,
those
now it's screwed up.
gills. It's just
Because now
the
it's the letters are
visual and
wider,
the
and I don't
audio
like
of
the
it
wider
is
letters.
very.
We could do it this way, and if you guys are bothered by the wider letters, then we could change it. But at least this way it fits. It's going across the whole screen. But now we got to fix this because this is all effed up. Again, look.
That's only
I
time.
seriously
I'm
can't even
only
see it.
on
It's too
episode
small to
3.
even see it. Because we do it like that, but now the letters look crushed. Does that bother you? Does the letters looking like that bother
Spy
you guys at all?
Master, how's it going?
Are you okay with that? You're okay with that? See, that bothers me because I've seen the skinny letters for so many years that legit bothers me. But if it
We're
doesn't
20
bother
minutes
you, we
in,
can leave it
and
like
we
that.
still haven't gotten to actual part of the video.
You just gotta fix this one then.
Just him fucking with his PC and OBS settings. And this is why he's so damn entertaining for all the wrong reasons.
What's weird is this doesn't actually transfer over to each scene. Each one I had to do individually. See what I mean? Like I had to do all 3 separate. Why? Why didn't it do it for all 3 scenes by itself? That's so weird.
Because it hates you. Well,
Well, we're gonna get started. Thank you, Squiddy Hex, for our first contribution of the night. I'm gonna start shoutouts and everything in a second. The whole point of the leaderboard
So I talked
is
to
shoutouts for the
GGG
King's
on
Tax. Why would I
Discord the
separate
other
the King's
day.
Tax from this
I haven't
leaderboard?
been able to
Doesn't
get
make any
around to
sense.
watching his videos yet. So much going on lately.
Mm-hmm.
Work, friends, football.
Yes, the whole stream is me messing with this for sure.
Go
'cause I'm so
Skull,
upset.
even though we lost last night. Womp womp.
Well, whatever. I try to do something new, and of course now it's all messed up, and I can't get it to work the way I want. I mean, that's typical, isn't it? You try something new and different
Yeah,
and
it's
exciting.
typical
And,
for you because you're an idiot.
off. Here we go. I got to go back down here. Okay. Turn that off for here.
Hecker, snowboard setup. Ooh, nice.
Okay.
So we've gotten a little bit of snow,
Right,
but not enough for anything like that
quick,
around here.
And I'm going to come back, explain the premise, and we're going to get started. Okay? Okay.
And Mommy Bay has an amazing sledding hill. Like when they dug out a bunch of ponds, they piled it all up and then, all right, here's our sledding hill for the winter. It's a bitch to get up, especially when you're older. But when you're a kid, oh, it is so much fun to climb up there and to go flying down. Hope you stop at the barrier. You don't go flying over the barrier into the parking lot, hit a car. Oh, where'd the caveman go? I was so busy talking about sledding and having a good time. I wasn't paying attention to what the caveman was doing. Come on, caveman, where'd you go? I want to make fun of you. Get back here, caveman. Oh, there we go. The caveman's back.
Okay. So, real fast, I just want to say shout out to Sweaty Hex, a $2 super chat to start the night off. And he says, have you tried Metaphor Refantasio, an amazing game? Yes, I did. I played it for 12 hours and almost beat the beta. Or I should say the demo, because actually it was considered a full, like, insanely large chunk of the game demo. And you can watch that right here on this channel, and I'll be talking about that playthrough in my year-end series here.
No, thousands of dollars, dropped it like a bitch.
Okay.
The Bungles defense was just so atrocious that they ruined an MVP season from Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And T.
So, guys,
Higgins.
if you contribute in any way during the show, whether it be, YouTube side stuff, super chats, memberships, gifted memberships, whether it be kick stuff like subs and gifted subs, or whether it be tips, I will shout it out live. This is interactive, meaning even though I'm doing a countdown, I'm going to involve you guys. If you guys want to talk or tag me or say stuff about what I'm talking about, it should be good. All right, a good interactive, fun show. All right, I hope you guys will hang out with me here tonight. Ready? All right, here we go. Good evening, everyone. DSP here. And the year that we call 2024 has come to a close. We're actually a few days here into the new year of 2025, and it is at this time of year that I like to reminisce. I like to think back about the year that was
and everything that we did in it.
Games that didn't make any money. Now, particularly 2024 was a unique year. Why was it unique? Because in the 16 years that I have been a YouTuber making content for the internet, I'm going to be honest with all of you. I thought it was one of the most disappointing gaming years of all time. And it's various reasons why. Number one, in some cases, there was just a massive oversaturation of the market of a similar kind of game, making it impossible to really enjoy all of them. Number two, a lot of AAA big game releases that I felt like we all were excited for and we're going to just smash it either got delayed or came out and completely underwhelmed. Number three, out of all of the games that came out of the year, it actually was, in this case, a lot of the indie-style games, the games that didn't have giant budgets or AAA studios behind them, that actually most impressed. And so I feel like 2024 was a shocking gaming year where you just could not actually predict what was going to be good, what you were going to be playing, what you were going to remember at the end.
For me, very simple. Jurassic Park World Evolution 2, great game. Stalker 2, haven't beaten yet, but damn good. Dead Island 2, my expectations going into it was so low, it was going to be hard to disappoint, and it did not disappoint. Great game. Dead Space Remake, love the original Dead Space, so remake, fantastic. Devil and Me, all those style games, great game. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, probably for the games that released in 2024, probably my favorite. The Class of 09 trilogy, fucking hilarious. Absolutely fucking hilarious, loved them. Black Myth Wukong, great game. Probably number 2 behind Dragon Ball Sparking Zero for me. Let's see, what else did I play? Grime, although that didn't come out in 2024 as far as I know. But I played Grime, liked it. NCAA 24, no, ooh. NCAA 24, number 1. Then Sparking Zero, number 2. Then Wukong, number 3. Yeah, I forgot I played. I mean, sitting right there in front of my Switch. College Football 25, baby. Woo! Hades 2 Early Access, great. But still only early access, so don't know if I can really make it top game. I played Pillars of Eternity 2, but after playing Divinity Original Sin 2 and Baldur's Gate 3, like when you play 10 out of 10 games, a 7 out of 10 game just I'm sorry, but when you play Peak, when you play the best in that series or that style of gameplay, Pillars of Eternity 2 is still a good game. So it has an interesting story, interesting mechanics, interesting characters. But when you play the best of that kind of game style, an 8 out of 10 just ain't gonna cut it. Like, if I had played it before I played Divinity Original Sin 2 or Baldur's Gate 3, up. Easily top 5 probably of the year that I played this year. But because I played those two already, an 8 out of 10 just isn't gonna cut it for me. Blizzard Fallen 2023, which I didn't play until 2024. Fantastic. Love those style games. Top 5. Power World. Only played a little bit of it. And has its shortcomings, but still a great game. Star Wars Jedi Survivor. Great game. Very easy. That's amazing how I didn't play a single bad game, in my opinion. Like, every game I played, I enjoyed. Like Pumpkin Jack, I only played it for one stream of Halloween because I played through and beat it, but it was still a good game. 7 out of 10. Unfortunately for DSP, he only cares about which games made him money. Sorry. If the worst game, Path of Exile, only $130 in tips. Silent Hill Short Message, 74 in tips. Marvel Rivals, 248 in tips. Call of Duty Campaign, 115. Well, let's go on with this stream.
You know, during the course of the year, many people had said to me things such as, hey, Phil, what was your favorite game? What do you think will be your game of the year contenders? And by the end of the year, I was like, I don't even know. I legit don't even know what I could say. Some of the best stuff of this year. It was hard to have anything be remembered for more than just a month. And a lot of the stuff that was the best stuff was kind of samey, you know? It's sad when you think a major DLC for a game that was a game of the year contender or a lot of people's game of the year pick 2 years ago ends up being the best thing they've played this year. That's really weird. So this year, I'm doing stuff a little
DLC was its
different.
own fucking
Okay?
game. It was
Why?
a full game.
Because this year, I really don't think I want to talk about the most disappointing games. I don't think I want to talk about the best games. I want to talk about playthroughs. Because when you look at the stuff that went really well or not well for me this year in gaming, a lot of it had to do not with the games themselves, but the playthroughs in general. What playthroughs crushed it and were fun and lasted a long time and everyone enjoyed and we had engagement and support and everyone just in their heads are going to remember those.
Support. That's the only thing that matters here is obviously support. Nothing else matters. Again, Baldur's Gate 3 appears on his, this game is the worst game that's ever come out ever, guys. This is the most disappointing playthrough ever. And he says that of Baldur's Gate 3. A 10 out of 10, an 11 out of 10 game. Oh, fuck. Especially if you mod it. If you mod it for different shit, it's above 10 out of 10 easily. It's above a 10 out of 10 easily if you mod it. But for DSP, guys, that was so disappointing. It didn't make me enough money.
Playthroughs for a long time. Compare that to the playthroughs that were the most disappointing. Now, I want you to understand something. We're about to do the top 20 most disappointing gaming playthroughs of 2024. That doesn't mean these games are bad. It could, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the game is bad. And I will try to explain in each situation, okay, what I actually mean by that. So if I say, oh, this game is one of the most disappointing playthroughs, I'll tell you if the game is good, but why the playthrough was disappointing. You see?
Because it didn't make money.
There may be situations where the games are great and the playthroughs were still disappointing. Vice versa. There might be situations where the game were just terrible, but maybe the playthrough was good. That could also happen, okay? So I'm excited to count these down with you. And in fact, we have 20. Yes, 20 of each. 20 of the most disappointing playthroughs and 20 of the best playthroughs of the year.
Take it seriously, asshole.
And so, without further ado, I believe it is time to begin, shall we? All right, ladies and gentlemen, the number 20 most disappointing playthrough of the year for me was Path of Exile 2. And of course, you're going to see me in stereo in some of these cases, but just listen to my voice.
Wow. Amazing. The game that only made him $130 in tips, $25 in super chats, 1 gifted membership, and 2 gifted kick subs. One of his worst supported games of the year. Makes it on the list. Amazing. Just mind-boggling how we were able to predict that, a game that didn't make much money appears on the list.
Synced with me here in the
Also,
bottom.
shut the fuck up, DSP. I haven't even played it yet. But I played the first one. I played Diablo 2 like fucking crazy. No. If I had played this in 2024, easily would have been top 5. DSP is literally the only person to play this and not like it. DSP is the only person on the entire fucking planet to play this game and not like it. Because it didn't make him money. Wesley, holla holla!
Bottom right corner, and you'll know which is the real Phil. So, Path of Exile 2. You might say, Phil, I don't get it. Why would this be one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for you? Okay? Well, there's 2 major reasons why. All right?
James
Reason
Lesser
number 1,
allowed us to hit our
I like
membership goal,
Diablo-esque
10 out of 10.
games. I like games where you do this top-down perspective. You're doing all kinds of RPG elements, combat, skill trees, exploration, and the loot. The loot is so addicting in games like this. You know, you just want to keep playing and killing the monsters or enemies so that you can get more cool loot. And that's part of the gameplay loop that hooks you, right? Back in the day, I played Diablo 1 and 2
Rex
on
Ryan
PC.
wants to coach
That's
the
right.
Jets
In the
again.
90s, I actually was a PC gamer.
Bad idea.
And I loved Diablo 1 and
college.
2. I thought that they were addictive, fun, really great gameplay experiences. But these games have never really translated well ever since I've been a YouTuber. I tried it with Diablo 3. I tried it last year with Diablo 4. And essentially, you know, when this game was coming out at the end of 2024, I was going to skip it. I had absolutely no intentions whatsoever to play this game. Okay? You guys convinced me to. People were like, no, if you miss out on Path of Exile 2, you're going to be missing out on one of the best games of the year.
You're missing
It's
out
one
on
of the most
peak, and it is
anticipated PC
peak.
games in many, many years. You absolutely must play
It's
it.
absolutely
So I listened to
fucking
your
peak.
feedback, and I said, all right, I'm going to bite the bullet. Let's get it. And I bought it. It's early access, by the way, although the game apparently is pretty much done. People are saying you could play it through and actually enjoy the entirety of the game. I made this lightning monk style class, as you can see here, and I was really enjoying the graphics. The game performed very well on my PC. The gameplay elements were getting more interesting the further in that I got. You know, at first it was just kind of basic
But then
punch
you
and
dropped
charge up
it,
some
'cause you're a
abilities and
bitch.
use them. But then, as you can see, I started using chain lightning, and I started using this ice ability that would slow down enemies. And it was actually getting better and better and better. But the problem with these games, which I believe they're called ARPGs, something like that. The problem with these RPGs is as follows. Fun to play, addictive to play, not necessarily fun to watch. And I think that's exactly what happened here. Even though I had warned all of you, and I said, you know, I don't think this is going to work for a playthrough. Diablo 3 and 4 didn't work, so I don't think this is going to work. But people were like, no, Phil, you should try it anyway. We want to see you play it. So I bought it. I played it for one stinking stream. Guess what happened during the stream? Attendance dipped. People got disengaged. The support was
They
bad.
didn't exactly.
You know,
Support
that's kind of what I
was
expected.
bad.
It's unfortunate. I didn't want
That's
that
it.
to happen. I did my best. I tried to learn all the elements. I was trying to learn the class. The problem with a game like this is it's very attention demanding. Take a look. There's tons of enemies on the screen at once. They're all after you and can kill you if you're not careful. So you got to be paying attention. It's not a chill game or a laid back game in any way. You've got to be on your toes. Look at this. Enemies just come off the edges of the screen at any moment, and you got to be ready for it. So unlike a lot of other playthroughs where we could either relax or have some social interaction, sadly, this one didn't turn out like that. And it just ended up flopping. You know, I now haven't, to this date, I haven't played it again. Even though I bought the game, I haven't played it a second time. And to be honest, guys, no one's asked me for it. Like, no one's really, you know, saying, hey, what about Path of Exile 2 that you started? Are you ever going to continue it? Like, I don't think anyone's even said that to me. So it's sad because it's a game that I like. It plays like classic Diablo, which I enjoy, but the playthrough just didn't resonate with the audience. And that's why it makes it disappointing for me. Okay, it's not that the game's bad in any way, shape, or form. I like it, but hey, I gotta play stuff that's gonna resonate with my audience, correct?
Correct, guys. Correct.
Okay.
Snort.
Number 19, most disappointing playthrough
That's
of
not
the
what
year.
the horrifics.
A game that
That's
most
why I
of
use
you
raw field for
most
everything.
likely do not remember even existed. It is called Silent Hill: The Short Message. So for those
Silent Hill, the short message made him $74 tips, 24,000 super chats, not a single get the membership, not a single get the sub on Kick. That's why it's on this list.
who did not watch me play it, this was relatively early on in 2024. It was actually a free game.
Project
All
Zomboid
right?
looks like
Now,
a
the
great
reason that it
fucking
was hype
game.
at the time was because at this time, Silent Hill 2 Remake hadn't come out, and we were all looking forward to and craving Silent Hill content. We all wanted more Silent Hill content. When this was announced that it was going to be a free game that was coming out, and you're going to be able to be sucked back into the world of Silent Hill and all of its survival horror, but that it was going to be a first-person game that had, you know, exploration element and a deep story, it was very intriguing. Hey, this sounds good to me. Plus, it's free. So when it's a free game, it's like, you can't really get too upset.
It was free,
correct?
but it still didn't make him enough
Why
money.
would you get upset if it's free? When I started
A free game did not make him enough money. I want you to think about that. A free game did not make him enough money. a free game did not make him enough money. The fuck, DSP? It's a free fucking game. How did it not make you enough fucking money?
Started playing it, I actually really liked it. Like the beginning of the game, I felt was very, very interesting. It had this whole mystery aspect of, are the people or the girls involved in this storyline alive or dead? What really happened at this school? What is hell going on? Is this girl trapped in Silent Hill or a parallel dimension? Or plus there actually aren't many or any enemies until nearly the end of the game. So it actually makes you feel like a slow build towards actual risk of something that's going to be coming after you. So here's the deal. I would argue first 2 hours out of this 3.5 hour experience are pretty good. However, the critical flaw in this game is the final 45 minutes. Because in the final 45 minutes, they send you on a crazy chase. Now, I don't think that I actually caught that here. Actually, I did. Here it is. Wow, I grabbed the right video. So, in this final 45 minutes,
you did something correct for once.
Number one, the game's performance dips. You're in this crazy chase where the enemy is after you constantly, and you have to be running around perfectly, because if not, the enemy will grab you, and then you have to start the whole chase over. But the graphics start to dip, and the frame rate starts to suffer. At the critical moment when you need it to be the best, it actually starts to suffer, and that's unfortunate. Now, the problem is you have to run through this maze-like area. You have no idea where you are because there's no map. So you're just trying to get your bearings. If you make a wrong turn, oops, the enemy grabs you. You got to start completely over. Like, you literally have to keep moving at all times. If you stop, this enemy can grab you, and then you're starting over. The problem is, in this area, you have to grab a ton of stuff. You have to end up grabbing items and all kinds of things in this area. And if you don't grab them in the right order, guess what? You can't make progress. So what this ends up actually being is you, through trial and error, multiple times, failing, okay? Basically, you have to keep trying.
He did nothing wrong, guys, and that's what he hates.
Endless loop. And it's very
terrible
boring.
end of his...
It's frustrating. It's like, why is it like this? The rest of the game wasn't like this. It was actually better. This last sequence, no, don't get me wrong. The last sequence is creepy because there's finally a monster coming after you trying to kill you. But it is so tedious, and the gameplay is just so outdated. Do you really want to redo this area over and over and over? Well, guess what? It took me nearly 45 minutes to beat this final segment.
I got all the numbers.
Order to do it in, I probably would have beaten it in 5 minutes. But instead, I had to redo it and redo it and redo it and redo it. Very frustrating for anyone trying to beat this game after having sunk about 2 to 3 hours into it up to that point. And then lastly, on top of all of that, without spoiling the ending, it's a cliffhanger ending that doesn't truly explain how the game ended. So just think of it this way. You are investing all of this time, all this effort to beat this final chase. You're getting so frustrated because you die a bunch of times, you have to keep redoing it. And then you get to the ending that you've earned, your big deserved reward, and it's not a clear ending. You don't actually know what happened, and the game just ends in the credits roll, and it's incredibly disappointing. If anything, I've said this before, and I'll say it many, many more times, I'm sure, in the future. When you're investing your time into a game, especially if it's a game that's challenging or seems like you've gone through a journey, you want to have a good ending. You cannot have a wish-washy ending. And this game has the ultimate, unspecific, wish-washy ending. It's very disappointing, and it makes you feel like, man, maybe I shouldn't have spent the last 3.5 hours playing it, even if it was free, because it doesn't feel like they really put the effort in to give it an ending that was worth your time. Very frustrating, and it just stacked up to be one of the most disappointing games after I beat it, because I was like, man, I wish that I kind of had done anything else. I feel like maybe I would have had a better use of my time rather than wasting 3.5 hours. What's up, everyone? I see a lot more people have joined the stream. Welcome to anyone who is joining here in progress. These are the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024, and we got through the first 2. Ready to continue? Retro Danny says it reminded me of PT. I mean, and that's the thing. A lot of these survival horror games that are first person are basically trying to emulate what PT did. You know, PT was the innovator, and everyone else kind of chased behind PT, which is funny because PT was just a playable teaser that never actually sold for anything. But yeah, definitely those kind of vibes.
I would say, in a game like that, I can understand getting frustrated. Like, okay, guys, what the fuck am I doing wrong? Oh, you got to do it in this order. Oh, thank you. But you know what? That's not on the game. Like, the game mechanic is like, all right, hey, you're on the run from this monster. This monster's chasing after you. You got to try to get these things in order. If you don't get them in the right order, you got to do it again. So it's up to you to, like, it's a puzzle. Guys, you all know how much I hate puzzle games. Puzzle games are the worst. We know, DSP. We know you hate puzzle games. But a puzzle game having a puzzle in it is not bad. Like, oh no, DSP, this puzzle game has a puzzle in it. Well, that's part of the game. Guys, I don't get it. This first-person shooter wants me to shoot the monster? How was I supposed to know that, guys? It's stupid. It took me like 3 hours to figure out I was supposed to shoot the boss. How was I supposed to know to shoot the boss in a first-person shooter, guys?
Okay, shall we continue? All right. My number 18 most disappointing playthrough of the year was Marvel Rivals. Now you might say, wait.
Marvel Rivals. 248,000 tips, 359,000 super chats, 12 gifted memberships on YouTube, 7 gifted subs on Kick.
What? Marvel Rivals? Marvel Rivals is like the hottest game right now. Marvel Rivals has record numbers of players on Steam. People are playing the heck out of it, really loving it. And honestly, it's a pretty good game. It's basically classic Overwatch-style gameplay. The only difference being, as you can see, it's third person rather than first person, and it stars Marvel characters and properties.
And it doesn't fucking suck.
So why would Marvel Rivals stack up to be one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year? Well, first off, I played it twice. I first played this game during the summertime when it had an open beta, and I actually liked it during the open beta. Then I came back to it later in the year when it had a full release in December, and I was having a good time with it. I liked playing all the different characters. I liked messing around with the different mechanics. I thought that the different Marvel aspects of it were actually quite neat. And although, I'll be honest, in some cases, I feel certain characters weren't really representative of what they are in the Marvel Universe, i.e. like Magneto, who in this game is very different from how he would, used in a comic book. But basically, I really enjoyed it. And so, why is this?
For your new members,
Because
Discord
both
link
times I
in
played
the
it,
members
both
only
in the
post
summer
on community.
and at the end of the year, I basically got initial interest where people were showing up and liking it and engaging with it and supporting
And
it
giving
for
money.
a couple streams, maybe like 2 to 3 streams each. And then when I got to about the 10-hour gameplay mark, I noticed a distinct
And again, free game. He is disappointed about a free game not making him enough money.
necessarily boredom, but stagnation. People got to a point where they were like, we've seen enough. Every time you play, even though you're using different characters, it's not really that different. It's just Overwatch. Now, listen, I'll admit it has an incredible amount of similarities to Overwatch, okay? But it's good still. Like, it doesn't mean that it's bad. I mean, Overwatch, when it was at its prime in 2016, 2017, was one of the biggest games on the planet. It won Game of the Year at the Game of the Year Awards. People were having merchandise in the mainstream. I mean, hell, I'm not even kidding you. I had a car sunshade that said Overwatch. It was so popular, you could just buy it at a normal store. It was on the level of games like Minecraft and stuff like that. Or I guess you would say, or Fortnite today. So then why does no one talk about Fortnite anymore? Excuse me. Why does no one talk about Overwatch anymore? Well, because Activision Blizzard ran it into the ground and ruined it, and now very few people talk about it or play it compared to what was like, 7, 8 years ago. So in the case of this, Marvel Rivals, this is a game that takes those great things from Overwatch and then on top of that applies flashy graphics and a really good Marvel, IP and combines it into a winning formula. So then why on earth won't people watch me play it? Why do people complain that it's boring, repetitive, and why do people not support? Don't really know, except people just say
Because
it's too
you're
much like
boring.
Overwatch. So maybe in this case,
Because you're boring.
it just really is a little bit too much. At the same time, when I look at this, I'm like, I feel like the game would have been better in first person, just being honest. Like, I think the third person aspect was their excuse to say they didn't blatantly copy Overwatch, even though it's apparent they actually did. But basically, I think the game is fun, and I'm disappointed because I actually was having fun picking new characters. As you can see, I was picking characters like Iron Fist or Venom or Scarlet Witch or Hawkeye, and I was enjoying learning these new characters and how to play with them. And at the end there, I had actually adjusted to keyboard and mouse, and I was actually getting even better with keyboard and mouse. And then I just had a stream where no one cared. And I was like, well, I can't continue to play a game that no one cares about. It's sad. So again, at least
People did care. Hundreds of people showed up to the live streams. Hundreds of people watched. They hit the thumbs up. But they didn't donate. And that's the issue. If Iron Chef Shikai had shown up, or Jinx, or any of other of OIC's names, showed up and dropped $150 on that stream that he's talking about, he'd probably still be playing Marvel Rivals today. But because none of the whales showed up, he just dropped it. Now mind you, let's say he kept playing. He keeps playing. Maybe people are like, alright, well, I'm used to watching this guy, but he's really good at it, so it's like, oh no, he's gonna win again. This is kind of boring. Like, if you watch someone that you know is going to win because they're just that fucking good, it's like, I mean, sure, it's cool to be able to see, like, oh, wow, I didn't know you could do that with that character. I didn't know you could do that with this character. But after a while, it's like, all right, well, he's gonna win again. Oh, he's gonna win again. Oh, he's gonna win again. And again. Oh, wow, guys, guess what he did? Guess what he did? He won again. Imagine that. Like, there's no drama if he's gonna win or lose because he's just so good that he's gonna win no matter what. All right, fine. You're gonna go through the interwebs. Oh, wow, I found this guy, Darkside Phil. Oh, he's got 600 people watching. Oh, he's kind of bad at this. But you know what? Watching someone who's not so good that you know they're going to win no matter what can be more entertaining than watching someone that you know is going to win no matter what because they're just that damn good. So you watch a guy who sucks. You watch a guy who struggles and is bitching and I don't get it, guys. When I used that move last time, it won the game, but this time it didn't do anything. What the fuck? It's bullshit. Then you laugh because like, oh, haha, that's so funny that he's saying that. Oh, wow, that was so funny. Especially if you're new, you don't know that he's not playing a character. You don't know that's actually like that. You know what? You got a bunch of new people showing up to your stream like that are finding someone different, someone who's not always going to win, someone who might be entertaining for the wrong reasons, who you think is playing a character because you don't know who he is. Alright, yeah, you hit thumbs up. Maybe you click on an ad. Maybe you throw a $5 super chat or you become a member. It's like, oh, I bet I become a member. I could join his Discord, get behind the scenes videos like all the others. Not knowing that he does absolutely fucking nothing. The only difference between a member on his stream and not a member on his stream is absolutely fucking nothing. You get nothing for being a member on his stream. But again, you're new. You don't know that. Suddenly, he gets 100 people giving him an extra $5. Hey, he just made an extra $500 that month because they didn't know. And of course, the amount he gets extra from doing these streams and people clicking the ads and hitting the thumbs up, so the stream gets higher up in the algorithms. All of a sudden, like, oh wow, guys, my last stream of Rivals, I peaked at 722. We're already at over 1,000, guys. Wow, this is so cool, guys. I told you the Rivals is great as long as it's $150. Instead, he dropped it because he didn't get a whale to show up and give him all the money.
This one lasted like 12 hours each time that I played it. But man, just to be honest, again, this is very similar to Path of Exile, where I liked the game. I wanted to keep playing it. It didn't resonate with the audience. And I got to do what my audience tells me. I'm here to be an interactive live streamer. I'm not here to just stream for myself. I got to play games you guys are going to show up for and enjoy. In the case of Marvel Rivals, sadly, that only lasted about 10 hours. And then I had to move on. Retro Danny says, Marvel Rivals gives me good memories of the original Overwatch. I'm still salty that Activision Blizzard ran it to the ground. Yeah, I know. I remember original Overwatch. It was quite good, wasn't it? It really was a great game. And it's sad that it ended up being what it was after just a couple of years. Too many changes, too many, things giving into whiny players. And, and then, of course, Overwatch League. And that dictated how the game was going to go progress and play with new content and stuff. And, yeah, it's just sad. Okay. Let's continue on, my friends. Up next.
I thought they weren't your friends. They were just viewers.
Most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was, you may not even know what this is yet. You ready? The campaign of Call of Duty Black Ops 6. All right?
Call of Duty Black Ops 6 campaign mode. 115,000 tips, 29,000 super chats, 0 gifted memberships on YouTube, 4 gifted subs on Kick.
I was so disappointed by the campaign for a couple of reasons. Number one, a lot of people had told me that it was good. And I was like, oh, if it's good, then I can't wait. I can't wait to play this campaign. Call of Duty usually is one of the biggest bang for your buck packages of
he hated Mario Maker, didn't he?
You get your single player campaign, you get your multiplayer, you get your zombies,
Mario
you get
Maker.
your battle royale in Warzone,
because
and all of that is varied and different.
Great levels, but
and
he couldn't beat them.
That's a great amount of content for $60. In this case, now I guess it's $70. And this year it was on Game Pass. It's like, so what's to lose, right? So I played the campaign.
So another free game.
The first 45 minutes is a puzzle. They
literally another free game.
A mansion, which is your new base of operations. And they're like, here's a puzzle to solve. Now, you don't have to solve it, but obviously if it's thrown in your face, here it is, you want to solve it. So I ended up 45 minutes trying to solve this puzzle with black lights and secret codes and things like that. And then they throw you into the game. And what's the first level? Stealth, where you're creeping around like Hitman or the character from Dishonored, and you're trying to not get detected and to take down a few guys, but basically not cause a ruckus. Everything that's like the antithesis of Call of Duty. Oh yeah, here's the level that I wanted to show you. Doesn't this look like Call of Duty to you? Yeah, when you're like James Bond and you're going undercover into presidential political rallies and you're committing espionage and stuff. Yeah, that's Call of Duty, right? The weirdest part about it is once you get through these parts and later on you actually get to parts that have gunplay in them, the gunplay sucks. The gunplay is boring and repetitive. And listen, I understand that it's Call of Duty, right? Call of Duty is meant to just be kind of a run and gun game. But I'll be honest, I played the campaigns of most of these. I didn't play last year's Modern Warfare 2 because I heard it was atrociously bad. Or was it Modern Warfare 3? Whichever last year's was. But I played pretty much every campaign up to now. I tried, guys. I really tried playing this campaign. I couldn't stand it. I was literally falling asleep, so bored playing this game.
Only DSP could fall asleep during a first-person shooter.
I just can't play it anymore. So I quit.
First-person shooting, you almost
I was told by so many people was good. And then when I went to test it, it's like every single thing that doesn't feel like Call of Duty. And then when it gets to the parts that are like Call of Duty, they're incredibly repetitive and boring, uninspired, no real interesting set pieces or anything. Instead, it was just like, what happened here? So Big disappointment for me. You know, when I bought the Call of Duty package, I was hoping to respectfully get, you know, content out of all of it. And I'm never going back to the campaign. It just sucked. I don't know what else to say. That's my opinion. I know a lot of people liked it and disagree with me, but that's my opinion. Okay. Okay.
Okay, no,
Number
band if you disagree
16,
with me.
most disappointing playthrough of 2024. Hellblade 2, Senua's Saga. Or was it Senua's Sacrifice? Or was it
Hellblade 2, 204,000 tips, 85,000 super chats, not a single gifted membership, not a single gifted kick sub.
Senua? Does anyone even remember? And I think this is the point that I want to make. When they said they were making a sequel to Hellblade, I think people got excited. Whoa, Hellblade was an original game for Xbox One. The graphics at the time were absolutely outstanding. It had an interesting visual style, a bunch of cool puzzles and combat. Simple, but still interesting.
I played a bit of it off stream because I actually enjoy the series. Love the first one. And then after issues of the second one not working on an AMD graphics card, got a NVIDIA graphics card. It worked fantastically. I liked it. Did I think it was as good as the first one? No. But I still liked it. And I still played it off stream. I know DSP is shocking to play a game off stream. But that's what I did. You know why? Because I like the series. And I wanted to play it. And so I did.
Interesting and fun. And it had a very unique perspective where the main character
Roach
probably
Bay, how's
has
it
some level of
going?
mental illness, hallucinating things, hearing voices in her head. And so you have to ask, what is really
So
going
yeah,
on?
how can you be bored
Is
while
anything you're
streaming
seeing
a
real,
video
or is this
game? Like,
all
that
in
makes
her
no
head?
sense.
Or Senua could be suffering a mental breakdown right now. Like right now, this orb that she's putting into a stand, is this real? Is she imagining this? You don't know. Are you even going to ever get answers for that? Probably not, okay? So the first game, Hellblade 1, was great for the time. Hellblade 2 came out in 2024 on the Xbox Series S and X, and here, this is representative of me playing it on the Xbox Series X.
And on Game Pass.
As you can
on
see,
PC.
outside of the lighting elements, do you notice something? First off, the game is locked at 30 frames per second. That is insanely stupid. If this is supposed to be a truly next-gen game, this is supposed to be a flagship title for Microsoft under their umbrella, you need the game to perform up to standard, and it doesn't. Running at only 30 frames per second is completely unacceptable in 2024. The game should have been running at 60. I don't care about how much lighting and the detail. It has to run at 60 frames to be considered a viable, top-tier style game. And
Why, DSP? Why must it run at 60 frames to be a top-tier game? Bloodborne doesn't run at 60 frames per second, and I fucking love it. Bloodborne is still my favorite of the From Software games. Last year I replayed it because I love it so much, and I played it off stream because I love it so much. But guys, it doesn't run at 60 frames per second. Do you think this blind motherfucker can tell? He can't see the monitor in front of him. Why do you think whenever he has to ban someone, he's always his nose touching the monitor because he can't see what's on the fucking screen? How is someone who's so blind he can't read what's on the monitor in front of him on the laptop going to be able to know the difference between 30 frames and 60 frames? He fucking can't.
it doesn't. Number two, sadly, the game just didn't do enough to really impress or innovate. In fact, if you play this one compared to the first one, it's almost the same. There's a few distinct differences. For example, there's some big boss fights. However, the boss fights just kind of water down to very simple puzzles rather than actual challenging, interesting fights. And once again,
Yeah, this is a puzzle game. How dare
in
it?
regards to the gameplay elements and the story, it's pretty much just another version of the first game. They don't really innovate. There's nothing really added that's so different or groundbreaking. It kind of
The sequel is just like the first one, guys. Wow, DSP, I don't get it. And Star Wars: A New Hope, it followed the story of Luke Skywalker. Now in the second one, Empire Strikes Back, it's still following the story of Luke Skywalker. Guys, this is bullshit. What do we care about Luke Skywalker, guys? We just saw him in the first movie. They should follow some new character, guys. What? They're bringing back lightsabers. Guys, I don't get it. We just saw lightsabers in the first one. Why do we need to see lightsabers in the second one?
of feels like you're just continuing on with the first game. This very well could have been sold as a DLC or presented as one for the first game. I don't think anyone would have noticed the difference.
I would forget
And
to
in
give
fact,
it
I
out.
think that's the most
You're right,
notable thing.
Master. I would always forget to
The
give it out.
first,
That's why I try to make sure I
Hellblade
remember
game
this
came out so
time.
many years ago. This one just came out last year, and do you see major upgrade in the graphics? No. And the graphics are what the first game was mostly known for. Let's also be honest. Do you see anything too groundbreaking with the game?
Let's be honest. Going from, like, Super Nintendo to PlayStation 1, mind-blowing. Going from PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2, mind-blowing. Going from PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4, you can only go so far with graphics. Going from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, I don't know about you, but I can't really notice a difference. Well, on the PlayStation 5, on certain games, you can do the one graphics upgrade that allows better reflections on water. Yeah, on some games. And only if your TV can support it. Instead of 30 frames, it'll do 60 frames on some games. Yes, on some games. What if your TV doesn't do 60 frames per second? So what the fuck does it matter if the game can run at 60 frames if your TV doesn't do 60 frames? Going from Super Nintendo to PlayStation 1, fucking mind-blowing. PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, holy fuck, this is amazing. Look at the graphics on Final Fantasy X compared to Final Fantasy VII. Absolutely just groundbreaking. But you know what? Going from PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3, yeah, there's some jump here and there on some games. But nothing like PlayStation 1 to PlayStation 2. And going from PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4, nothing. PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, even less. Well, unless you got a TV that can handle HDR. If your TV doesn't do HDR, then congratulations, you have a more pricey PS4 that can play the Ultra 4K Blu-rays. DSP. Yes, in modern gaming, it is harder to be more and more impressed by graphics or whatever in a new video game because you can only go so far with them. That's why with the remake of Until Dawn, it's like, what would they do with the remake? They 40 frames per second instead of 30 frames? Like, Until Dawn looked so fucking good on PS4. Where the fuck could you go from there? Besides JDX, just get a PC. I'll say, dude, you go to VR, once you go 90 frames per second on VR, 60 frames seems like nothing.
Or the actor's performance. No, it's pretty standard, right? She won Performer of the Year. Why? Why would the Game Awards award her Performer of the Year for a subpar game, a subpar story, and it just felt like it was a carbon copy of the first? Like, what happened? I don't know. So this was a game that I was so disappointed in. I was actually hyped for it. I really liked Hellblade 1. And I thought it was going to be more of that same level of greatness.
Roach
And
Bait,
instead,
exactly.
it just kind of fizzled and fell on its face and just wasn't that good. Okay. Continuing on, folks. My number 15 most disappointing playthrough of the year was... Oh, that's right. I know you guys are probably going to be like, what? MultiVersus.
MultiVersus. 106,000 tips, 90,000 super chats, no good to memberships, no good to kick subs.
Okay? So, for the record, MultiVersus is a game that actually was out years ago in early access / beta, right? When the game
XP,
finally had a
the
full release
GOAT.
this year, a lot of people were questioning whether it was going to be well received and was it going to be a good game or not. I was one of them. You know, I liked MultiVersus many years ago. It was like 2.5 years ago when it was in that open state. I actually liked the variety of characters that were in it, their different play styles. I just found it very enjoyable. So what happened with MultiVersus when it came out was that you had two distinct groups of people. Some people were curious to see this is going to be a full release game that was going to be worth playing. And others just immediately said, well, we already saw this 2 years ago. We know exactly what the game is. And they feel like it's just a kind of a knockoff of Smash Brothers that will never live up to the level of competitive gameplay or hype of Smash Brothers. And therefore, they just immediately voted off and said, it sucks. So for me, I landed somewhere in the middle because I was definitely curious with the final release and these new characters, such as you can see the Banana Guard and Jason Voorhees. You know, were they going to be good? Were they going to significantly change the way the game was played? You know, it was going to be pretty exciting. When it released, I did play it really? And immediately I noticed some distinct changes to the game that I didn't like. As you can see, this weird color filter over teams. I didn't understand what they were doing with this. And I actually believe what happened is they fixed it. And now this color filter is gone or toned down because everyone complained that it was way too strong and very, very, like annoying. No one liked this color filter. In addition, the game played decently, but it had some lag issues for sure. I wish I didn't have as many lag issues. But for the most part, it played pretty similarly, I would say, to the original from a couple years ago, the early access that is, with a few distinct disappointments. For example, one of my favorite characters of that early release was Velma, and Velma is absolutely terrible in this final version of the game. They nerfed the living crap out of her to the point where, like, there's no point in her even being in the game. That's how bad she actually is. Now, lucky for me, certain characters like Bugs Bunny, who was one of my other big favorites, actually is quite good in the final release. But again, the problem here was a game like this is going to require a lot of time investment to learn how to play it. There's a lot of character selection. You know, this is sounding familiar, kind of like Marvel Rivals, where you got to play different characters, learn, take time to learn and get good and stuff like that. And guess what happened? I basically played it twice. And by the time that I wanted to play it a third time, everyone said, stop playing this game. It's just a Smash Brothers knockoff. It's just another game that plays similarly to another game. It's not very good. Drop it. And you know what? I'll be honest. I wish that people had been more open-minded because I think I would have liked it if I had tried more characters and played it longer. It just seems like with my audience, either a game immediately resonates and is a hit, or people just don't like it at all.
Stop hitting your microphone.
Sadly, that's what happened with this game, just like Marvel Rivals, where I was enjoying it. I wanted to try new characters. I was having a good time. But after a couple of streams, everyone got bored with it, okay? So what's funny about it, though, is that apparently the game did not do well. Someone even just said they just checked right now. Only 700 people are playing this game on Steam. It has completely and utterly failed, and no one is playing it. That's pretty bad for a game that had this kind of a hype and budget put behind it. All these IPs were purchased and licensed to be in the game. The fact that this game right now is a failure and no one's really talking about it or playing it, it's pretty dang sad. So, MultiVersus came up a flop. It sucks because there was 2.5 years of anticipation, and I was very excited for it, but sadly it didn't resonate. And again, another one that ended up getting dropped because people just didn't like it. Brian asked, do you think that game devs deserve a second chance so they can sort out a game like this after release? Listen, in this game, it's free. You didn't pay anything for it. So I'm down with the game coming out and having issues that they want to tweak and get better because it's free. Now, if you paid $70 for that game and it came out unfinished, wonky, and messed up, then you've got a problem. But the fact that it's free, I don't really have too many complaints. I think that it was a good game. I really do. Okay.
It just didn't make him the money that
Retro
he
Danny
wanted.
says he agrees the color filter was annoying, and also he didn't like that certain characters were nerfed. So there you go. Okay. All right, folks. Up next, the number 15, excuse me, the number 14 most disappointing game playthrough of the year for me. That's right. I think you recognize it. Dragon Age
Veilguard. 368,000 tips, 230,000 super chats, 19 gifted memberships, 30 gifted subs. This is actually one of his better supported streams. But there's women in it. We don't know how much he hates women.
The Veilguard. For someone who liked all of the Dragon Age games up to now, including Origins, 2, Inquisition, this game I actually got hyped for because it's been so long, nearly a decade since the last Dragon Age game came out. And we heard so much about it over the years and then just kind of absolutely nothing, right? It was like radio silent for a while. And so all of a sudden, there started to be a blitz of information in the last like 6 to 8 months about this game. Like, uh-oh, this is so weird that we heard nothing. Now all of a sudden, everything at once, does that mean something bad, right? Now, incidentally, a viewer of mine wanted to see me try this game so badly, they freaking donated a PS5 Pro for me to play it on. Didn't need a PS5 Pro because I had a gaming PC by then, but they really wanted to see me try out this game on there.
That's bullshit. He's later admitted that he paid for it. He's got it on the payment plan on Amazon. You can DSP, you always slip up. You always accidentally admit later on that you paid for it. Just like he later admitted on that he paid for both PCs. He always eventually slips up and tells the truth. Whether he wants to or not, he does. Womp womp.
To see how it would perform. To be honest, as you can see, it performs really well. This game actually runs incredibly well on the PS5 Pro. I didn't have any issues with frame drops or graphics. I think actually its strongest suit was actually the graphics, that they were so good that I was really enjoying that aspect of the game. But my problem with Dragon Age Veilguard is very simple. It is an incredibly slow-moving, snail's-paced game. I probably played it for around 15 hours, maybe 20, and I couldn't even tell you what was going on with the story. Let's see. 2 elven gods were released from some kind of alternate dimension, and they were trying to take over the world, and you were just working with allies to try to stop them, except literally in the first 20 hours, you do absolutely nothing to stop them. You end up doing side quests, busy work, and filler content that have nothing to do whatsoever with your end goals of the plot. So what you're telling you is this game's going to be like 100 hours long. You're going to spend 80 of those hours and not actually doing the main story. Is that okay? Well, I guess if the story was engaging and immersive or whatever, but for me, I found it hard to even remember what I was doing in certain areas. The map kind of sinks into other areas. And
why are you blaming the game for what the gin did to your brain? Guys, I'd get drunk every night and I forget what I was doing in the game, guys. It's bullshit. Other games I play, like WWE Champions, I still remember clearly after getting blackout drunk every night. So why didn't this game let me remember, guys?
So it kind of all blends together because it all is kind of a seamless world, which could usually work.
I know what you meant.
You end up stumbling upon another quest and another half of a quest.
I know what you meant, Rosebay. Don't worry about it.
Here. And half the time, you don't even...
Unlike DSP where he's like, Everyone should act lime Phil. Ah, you're an idiot. Well, speak English if you're gonna talk in chat, guys. Like, everyone should act lime Phil. Pretty sure you meant like. Oh, hey, look at that. You did mean like. Amazing I was able to figure that out.
Know what you're doing or if you're doing the right thing for the quest you were trying to do or not. And it just ends up this kind of endless time sink.
Well, see, he's been playing Indiana Jones since it came out and he hasn't beaten it yet. And it's like a...
In fact, I would almost argue
20-hour
that
game?
is the best way that this game could be described. It's a time sink.
Okay, let me look
If
at
you're looking for a
length.
game where you can just kind of gel and not really care about what you're doing, but you want some flashy graphics, some interesting gameplay elements, and screw the story, that's good. That's Dragon Age the Veilguard. But if you're there for a riveting, gripping storyline, it's just not.
Indiana Jones and the Great Circle is apparently, main story, 15 hours long. It should take 15 hours to beat Indiana Jones and the Great Circle according to How Long to Beat. And yet... Let's go to DSP Gaming. Go to live. I know, we gotta go to video. Let's see. Holy fuck, I love it. 46545 213. Oh, this one's got an order 4445. Congratulations, got those in order finally. He's on part 17. Each part being an hour long. So he's been playing for 17 hours. And he's not beating the game yet. He's been playing Indiana Jones for 17 hours and he's not beating it yet. How Long to Beat says 15 hours. So he's already played 2 hours longer than How Long to Beat says it should take to play. And he's got another stream coming up as far as I know. Let me go to the Twitterverse. Yeah, Tuesday's day stream is Indiana Jones and the Great Circle. He's got another stream planned for Friday of Indiana Jones. DSP. According to How Long to Beat, takes 15 hours. You've already been playing it for 17. You have 2 more 3-hour-long play streams to go. Supposedly. How are you so slow at this?
Not there, at least not in the first 20 hours. And I'm sorry, I'm just not going to keep sinking time into a game where I just don't know what's going on and I'm bored. You know, and that's the problem.
Because you got drunk and passed out, forgot what the fuck you were doing. We know.
The story is boring. Do you want a boring story in a 100-hour RPG? It's pretty much going to be a major focus of the game. So why the holy heck is the story so boring? Now, I'm well aware that this game also has elements that are incredibly leftist-leaning politically and culturally. Apparently, there's this big woke moment that we all watched and reacted to on my podcast at one point.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I wish that wasn't in there because a lot of people have written the game off.
Wait. Punching Nazis is so woke, guys. There's a whole section where you punch Nazis in the Indiana Jones game. I can't believe they would make Indiana Jones woke by having him punch Nazis. Isn't that what he does in the majority of his movies, is punch out Nazis? How is it woke for Indiana Jones to punch out Nazis? Please, DSP. Like, guys, I can't believe Wolfenstein sequel got so political where you shoot Nazis. How dare you shoot Nazis in a game, guys? That makes the game woke. What? Ever-loving fuck DSP.
Because of that content, okay? For me, I've been saying this recently. Keep
Oh,
politics out of my games.
Age,
I don't want
Matthew.
politics or culture wars in my games. I just want my games to be fantasy so I can unplug from reality and have a good time in a game. I don't want to boot up a game and be like, oh, now I got to deal with people saying that this person is trans and that's bad or good. Is this person represented well? Do you remember the pronouns? It's a fantasy video game. I want to escape from all the chaos of reality and not have to think about any of that shit when I'm playing the game. So the game misses the mark when it tries to shove those kind of topics down your throat. Now, I am happy to report, again, in the 20 hours that I played, I didn't encounter any of that content. It must be further into the game. So I'm glad that at the very least it's not shoved down your throat at the beginning.
So you're bitching
But
about
still,
something you didn't
the fact
even
that it's
see.
in there, you knew it was going to be a thing of contention. And the thing is, the game devs do it too.
You didn't even
I think
see
that
it.
BioWare, in this case, wanted the game to be talked about no matter what. And they were possibly afraid that if they didn't put that kind of content in the game, maybe people would say it was kind of a subpar game and wouldn't care about it and wouldn't talk about it. So they had to wedge that stuff in to get it to be the hot topic about the game and cause controversy around it so that people would discuss it. And it worked. People absolutely discussed this game for about a month. And now it's as if it never existed. You can get it for a very deep discount everywhere. And it's sad because for a game that has like 100 hours of content and looks this good, you would think that the effort would have been put in all around. But sadly, I think like the gameplay was the focus, not the story. If you don't have a good story in a game that's a role-playing game, hence, you want to play the role of a character in a fantasy setting and, live their story. Well, if I don't care about their story, then your RPG has failed. And that's the main problem with Dragon Age the Veilguard. No one really cares about the characters, so why play the game? That's why I dropped it. I was so bored.
Yeah, he just wants to
I just
mention
didn't
more
want
with
to
DEI
continue.
because it's the hot topic that will get him money.
So I have a couple shout outs to do, and then we're going to
He
continue
learned
with our
that from
countdown.
Kino
Thank you to the
Casino.
following couple of people. So we start with a $20 tip from Mars Inhabitant. There's a $1 donation for every disappointing game. There you go. So $20 because there's 20 disappointing games. Well, it's actually 20 disappointing playthroughs. Because as I've already stated, some of these games I liked. Marvel Rivals, I wasn't disappointed by that game. Sadly, I was disappointed by the reception that it got as a play.
You were disappointed that it didn't make you money. And again, the reason he has to go with disappointing playthrough, not bad game, is because he dropped the majority of these games. He never finished Path of Exile. He stopped Marvel Rivals. He never finished Dragon Age Veilguard. Like, his last stuff he's never finished. So yeah, he can't say it's a bad game because he didn't fucking play it. Guys, I watched the first 10 minutes of this movie and I stopped watching it. It was so disappointing. Why was it disappointing? No one came up to me while I was sitting in the seat and gave me $1,000, so it's bullshit.
Playthrough. So a little bit of a different situation. Thank you, Mars Inhabitant, for the $20 tip. However, you might be thinking, well, that's our top tip, right? No, it is not. No, it is not. Because, ladies and gentlemen, oops, was that 22? I think it was 22, right? So now I think we're at 22. I received another tip. A $50 tip from Lisa Lou. Thank you so much to Lisa Lou for a $50 tip tonight. Thank you for your contribution to supporting my content and, of course, year-end series. Appreciate that very, very much.
Played the first two, I think it was.
Get Lisa Lou on the leaderboard.
A bunch of DLC.
And now we are about halfway to our goal for the night, my friends.
Amazing. The Golem, love her.
Thank you so much for the support.
So good.
72 out of the 150 goal. Remember, if we hit the goal, counts towards our rewards, and we get rewards sooner. All right? Cool. Excellent. Thank you so much to Mars Inhabitant and to Lisa Lou. All right, continuing on here. I guess we're playing this again, are we? No, we are not. Absolutely not. Our next most disappointing playthrough of the year. The 13th most disappointing.
Now, here's a hint. He played 3 games with the name Dragon in them this year. Dragon Age Veilguard, Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero, and Dragon Dogma 2. Which of these Dragon games do you think appears next on his list? Yeah, she was amazing. She was, God. Out of the 2 or 3 Dragon Age games that I played, I think she's probably been my favorite character out of all of them. Like, I'm sorry, but she is just so fucking good of a character. I don't know, like, why can't they make other characters like her again in the future? She's just too damn good, I guess.
Disappointing playthrough was Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero. Free
fuck is wrong
0
with you?
calorie cola. Is it just me, or did Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero sound like a low-calorie beverage? It totally did to me. Like, that's what I thought it was. The name is just such a bizarre name, okay? All right. So why Dragon Ball Sparking Zero? Why is this on the countdown of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year? By the way, good evening, Jade. Good to see you. And good evening, Bookworm. He says, the ticker-style contributions bar is growing on him. Cool. I'm glad to hear that. Okay. So why? Why this game? Why this countdown? Okay? I'll tell you why. Because I haven't played a Dragon Ball game in many years. I played a few. I played Kakarot. I played Xenoverse 1 and 2. And I may have even played one more years ago. I know I played Dragon Ball Fighters as well. Their actual 2v2 2D fighting game. Okay? And you might say, well, why then was I not interested in this one? Because every time that there's a Dragon Ball game, it's literally the same story. You relive the same classic events where Goku and his friends are trying to defend the world from invading enemies like Vegeta.
And that is why this game is so fucking good, because they change it up. This game is so good because they had the what-if moments. And those what-if moments make this whole entire fucking game. Those what-if moments are just so fucking fantastic that they make this into an entirely new game. Struggling to beat this boss in a certain amount of time. Struggling to beat this boss with this move. is just so cool. That, hey, if you beat this boss using this skill, you unlock this storyline instead of that storyline, so you get something completely new, something completely different, different characters, different stories. Just for me, it goes NCAA 25, number 1 of the year, then this game. This game is number 2 on my list. This game is so fucking good. I love Piccolo. You were on a streak of missing DSP stuff. Then followed by, yeah, for me, like I said, it goes NCAA 25, Sparking Zero, then Black Myth Wukong. Black Myth Wukong was really good. I love those style games, so. I haven't played Space Marine 2. I love 40k. I got my Orcs and I got my Necrons for the tabletop. What is it about green characters that I just love, like Piccolo or the Orcs? Oh, I painted mine red. Painted mine radioactive red. Because it was like, it was a news article or whatever from NASA or something like that. It's like, no, the reason that grass is green and the sky is blue on Earth is because of the composition of the gases in the atmosphere. But if we found a planet with a atmosphere made out of this, the sky would be green and the grass would be red. And it's like, well, orcs are just sentient plants that like to shoot shit. So what if, no, they attacked the planet, died, bunch of spores going to the ground, the spores came up and they were red. So that way I have radioactive red orcs for my speed freak army. Paint all the vehicles red, they go faster. I love that about the orcs. Super Crazy said he was going to do a lawsuit against DSP for the copyright strikes. Then he's disappeared after collecting like $3,000. Now, very small, like 1% chance that obviously, you know, he's not going to be live streaming the lawyer meeting. He's not going to be sitting in the lawyer's office going, all right, guys, here's the lawyer I'm talking with about the lawsuit against DSP. But the fact that he's disappeared, the fact that he's just completely disappeared from the internet, yeah, it sounds like a scam. But it's like, why would you scam for $3,000 when your channel is probably making more of that in a year? You know what? Let's say it took you 2 years to make $3,000. Well, guess what? Congratulations. The next year, you've now made more money than you would have off the scam. I don't know why he did that. If someone I follow on Twitter does orcs, and they had these, I mean, just gorgeous bases that they painted up and added like little details like rocks and stuff. It's like, I really don't want to put any orcs in these bases. The bases look so clean. Do you think I could get away with saying that they're purple orcs so they're sneaky and you can't see them? It's like, I'd allow it. Like, I would totally 100% allow that person saying, those bases are purple orcs so they're sneaky, you can't see them. Like, that's part of the lore. I allow it. But I wonder if anyone else would. That's what I'm wondering, Mickey. Does he have to keep quiet because of, you know, laws and rules and regulations? That's the only thing I can hope, knock on wood, for. That he has to be quiet because it's a lawsuit. And he can't be doing all streams from the lawyer's office and all that. But, I'm going to be like, guys, I can't talk about it because, you know, lawsuit stuff is lawyer stuff. Like, I can't be making videos and live streams about it. Instead, he's just absolutely fucking disappeared from the interwebs. And so, most likely, he just took the money and ran, which is, again, fucking stupid. Do I take the money and run now? Or do I... Same thing with DSP. Yeah, say they still don't have much gray matter to think about this. Hence, DSP. But, it's not like DSP, where DSP goes, huh, I play this super popular game and build a fan base off of it, a new fan base that shows up and hits the thumbs up so my streams get more popular and they get more viewers and they click the ads and maybe they become members. Or I drop the game immediately because one of my whales didn't show up and drop $150. Do I make 10 grand over 6 months by building a fan base off of this super popular game? Or do I drop it because I didn't get $150 on this stream? $10,000 in 6 months, $150 for this very stream. Oh, looks like I'm dropping the game, guys, because I didn't get $150 during this stream. So it really feels like Super Crazy did the same thing of, Do I keep my channel going? Do I keep putting out videos and talking to my fans and doing live streams and making a Discord? Do I build a community? Do I get new people showing up? Or do I scan the audience I already have, take the money and run? And not make any money in the future? Pretty stupid fucking move there, if you ask me, but yeah, people will still generally ain't the brightest people in the world, are they? Hence, DSP. Already watched the first season. It reminds me so much of this Webtoons cartoon that I've been reading. I can't remember what it's called, but it's pretty much the same premise. Same thing with no Korea, no powers in the outside world going to the inside of this, and he was the weakest. Everyone made fun of him. You know what? I'm gonna click play on this. I'm gonna go on my phone real quick to look up that webtoon that I've been reading.
Vegeta, Nappa, and then it turns into the Frieza saga and the Cell saga and the Android saga and the freaking Boo saga. And,
Boundless Ascension. Boundless Ascension is literally the exact same thing as Solo Leveling. In fact, there's so much alike, I'm kind of surprised, like, which one came out first, because whichever one came out first could probably sue the other for copying, because they're the exact same storyline.
the same stuff. And I've now relived that plotline so many times. I'm just not that interested in it anymore.
Good point, Matthew. Hi, I'm a huge fan of this game. Oh, this is such a good game. Oh, DSP's playing it? Wait a minute. I better sit and wait, because if a whale doesn't show up and drop $150 on it, he's going to drop it. So am I going to get too invested in watching him play it when I just know that without a whale showing up, he's going to drop the game immediately? Well, whale didn't show up, so he's going to drop it. Now that sucks, because this is a really good fucking game, and I love this series. I'd love to watch him play it, but he's going to drop it because the whale didn't show up.
As a kid, when I was growing up, I loved Dragon Ball anime, but I just don't see the appeal of living the same events over 7,000 times. So when this game was coming out, people sold me on it and said, no, Phil, you don't understand. The campaign of this game is very different. This campaign is actually going to be you doing what-if scenarios where you can actually do things differently than they actually happened in the real anime.
And you can. It's fucking amazing.
And therefore, you could see alternate scenarios. Well, that was definitely present. Problem was, the game didn't explain how to do it. So half the time, you'd get these scenarios by accident.
The game fully explained how to do it. They just didn't do it in a way that he understands. The game would straight up say, no, hey, no, last not long enough for this fight to come to its storyline conclusion. So it's not like, all right, I got to beat this guy in under a minute. I got to beat him or I lose. Like, no, you just have to outlast him. All right, well, you went the 120 seconds. Congratulations. You get the storyline continued. But if you know the storyline, it's like, well, I know he doesn't beat this character. He just lasts, and then he gets knocked down, and then this person shows up, save the day, blah, blah, blah. So, if you know what happens in the storyline, it's like, well, he doesn't beat this character in the storyline. So what happens if I just go balls of wall sparking mode, and I defeat him so quickly that it does what the storyline doesn't do? And hey, look at that. If you do that, you get the alternate storyline because you defeated the character and so quickly or whatever that you get the alternate timeline. Amazing how anyone who actually is a fan would be able to figure that out. But it's DSP. DSP hates Dragon Ball. What do you expect? Guy's such a pathetic piece of shit. If it wasn't be so pathetic, wouldn't it be so funny?
Accident, and then realize you played yourself into a corner and had to replay a stage repetitively over and over to unlock another scenario to continue on with the game. That's frustrating. Sadly, it's pretty outdated game design. I don't really know what they were going for there. So by the time that I had grinded through and finally completed Goku's plotline, I was so exhausted, I wasn't too interested in doing any others, okay? Now, you want to talk about the online play? Well, you're seeing a bit of it right here. The game has an insanely large roster of characters. And the way that it works is essentially you are making a balanced team. Each character has a ranking number. So you could pick a very powerful character, but that character has a high ranking number, meaning you're going to be able to pick less characters than, say, if you pick a team with all 5 low-ranked characters. I compare this to the team-based system that they used in the Capcom versus SNK.
Shut the fuck up, DSP. The game is not your typical fighting game. It's not like Street Fighter or Tekken or Mortal Kombat where no matter who you pick, you can win. You pick Chun-Li, you pick Blanca, you pick M. Bison. You get good with those characters, you can hit Platinum, you can hit Master, you can hit Legend or whatever the fuck it's called. You pick Scorpion, Sub-Zero, Liu Kang, Sonya Blade, it doesn't matter. You pick Spawn or Jason for Friday the 13th as a DLC character, it doesn't matter. If you get good with those characters, you learn their matchups and all that, you can win. Dragon Ball Z Sparking Zero did not go with that formula. Sparking Zero went with, this is a literal fucking god. You know what a literal fucking god can do? Anything he fucking wants because he's a god. And so guess what happens? When a literal fucking god goes against someone like, say, Yamcha. Yamcha loses. If you pick Beerus, God of Destruction, and you're going up against Master Roshi or Yajirobe, although, was it Yajirobe? Is it Yajirobe or Master Roshi had a broken skill where if you were to spam it, you could beat anybody with it and make people rage quit because you literally couldn't beat it because it was a broken skill, but they fixed it eventually. Yeah, Yamcha loses. Oh yes, like, well, I am a top 5 player in the world with Yamcha. I'm going up against James the Lesser or Darkside Phil, or even if they pick Beerus God of Destruction, I'm still going to destroy them because they suck at these games. Yes, you do have that. But if you get top 5 Beerus player in the world versus a top 5 Yamcha player in the world, sorry Yamcha, you lose. Because guess what? It's a fucking God of Destruction. You know what a God of Destruction does? Wins. Yes, they didn't make it balanced, which was lost on DSP and sadly others. Like, they didn't understand, like, no. This is not your typical fighting game. This is not the style of, doesn't matter who you pick, we've balanced the characters out and nerfed this character and upgraded that character's skill. Make it so no matter who you pick, no matter who you love as a character, you can win. Because we want all of our fans to be able to enjoy no matter what character they like. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero did not do that. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero went, this is a god. Guess what gods do? They fucking win. Oh, you picked someone who's not a god? Yeah, that was a pretty stupid fucking move on your part. Now, is that fun for others? Probably not. Especially if like, oh, this is my favorite character, and my favorite character sucks because, you know, he's Yamcha or whatever. Well, maybe pick a better character. Or understand that you're not going to see Sonic Fox versus Jaha at EVO 2025 in this game. Because if you either pick a character that has a broken skill that hasn't been fixed yet, or you pick Beerus or Broly or whatever, yeah, you're gonna fucking win. Because you picked a character who's a fucking god. Versus someone who picks Yajirobe or Master Roshi, Yamcha, whatever. If you pick base level Goten versus Super Saiyan God Vegito, yeah, Super Saiyan God Vegito, he's gonna win. But you know what? That's what's great about this game. Because it doesn't try to be like every other game out there. It doesn't try to be like Mortal Kombat. It doesn't try to be like Street Fighter or Tekken. It doesn't care about balance. Fuck you. Beerus is a god. Whis is a god, or an angel. Golden Frieza is going to destroy Yamcha. I'm sorry I keep using Yamcha as an example, but I just know that he's very weak, or Yajirobe. Like, those are two very weak characters. You have Nail versus Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Unless you get, no, if I'm playing Super Saiyan 3 Goku and you get the top 5 Nail player in the world, yeah, the top 5 Nail players in the world is going to beat me because I suck at these games. Like, yeah, I kind of suck at those games. I understand that, you know, I'm going up against the top tier, top 5 whatever player in the world of Yamcha. Yeah, he's probably going to beat me, or Nail, or whatever, because I suck at these games. But at EVO, when you're not going to have people like me or Darkseid Phil there because we'd get washed in the pools before you even get there. You're not going to see Yamcha. You're not going to see Master Roshi. You're not going to see Master or Yajirobe. You're not going to see base Goten or base Trunks. You're only going to see the Super Saiyan levels and God modes.
Series many years.
Exactly, because they should. And that's what's so great about this fucking game is like, again, not just because they don't balance characters, because the characters shouldn't be balanced. Golden Frieza should destroy Super Saiyan Goku. Perfect Cell should destroy base level Piccolo. Golden Frieza should, except for maybe a god, maybe he might be able to handle Super Saiyan 3. But anything under Super Saiyan 3, no, Super Saiyan Ascended, Super Saiyan 2, whatever, Golden Frieza should destroy them. And so they fucking do. Oh, he loves those mobile games. The only games that match his level of being able to go, alright, here's $108, let me win. $108, let me win. $108, let me win. Yay, guys, I won. How'd you win? I spent $108, yay. Then you didn't really win. No, I won, Snort. See, it shows right there that I won, guys. Oh, that is such a good thing to say, Matthew James. I am going to pin that. Yes. You know what? You take Mike Tyson in his prime. You take Muhammad Ali in their prime. You put them in a cage with a tiger. That tiger's going to win. It doesn't matter that Mike Tyson or Muhammad Ali or Bruce Lee, best in the world. Greatest fighters of all time. Put them in a martial arts tournament in their primes. They're going to get to the top. You put them in a cage with a tiger. Tiger's going to eat their ass. You defeated Ultimate Gohan with a Frieza soldier. Holy shit, Mikey, that's hilarious. Do it, Diclonius.
Years ago, we could have like a rank 1 or ratio 1, ratio
Get
2
good?
character.
No, not a chance.
But then you could have a team of 4 ratio 1s or only 1 ratio 4. So it's kind of a similar premise. The problem is, none of it really matters because once you get online and you start playing, all the combat looks just like this. Basically, everyone just goes at each other and spams. And yes, there is some strategy to it. Don't get me wrong. There's different classes of characters. There's faster characters. There's more projectile trapping characters. There's more tankish characters. I'm actually using a tankish character in this video, a giant robot that has super armor, okay? But ultimately, it's an incredibly simplistic game. Does it have nuances to the control scheme? Yes. But here's what it basically boils down to. Attack, attack, attack until someone presses an escape button. Then they try to counterattack you, but then you can do your own escape. And that's it.
That Avengers Tower looks
that's the game.
amazing.
Like it's just attack, counterattack, counterattack, counterattack. Oops, we're all out of energy. Got to run away and recharge and then go at each other again. There definitely is a higher level strategy to it. But the point I'm making here is it's just not a very fun fighting game, which is essentially what you're trying to do is make a game that has elements that are fun. And it just becomes kind of a real repetitive experience. And here's the other part that's really stupid. You would think in a game like this, right? You'd want to pick the powerful characters. But no, the best way to play this game online was to pick a team of weaker characters who basically can do good combos and just drag it out. I mean, hell, I played this game a grand total of twice online. Ladies and gentlemen, I won the vast majority of the matches. And a lot of them, I didn't even know what happened. I didn't know how I won. And then people would explain to me, well, Phil, you had a team of low-ranked characters and time expired. So because you had 3 characters alive and they only had 1, you won. And I was like, yeah, but literally they spanked me. They were kicking my ass the whole time. No, you won. You have more health.
Does he not understand that if you have a team of 5 players and 4 of them die and you have 3 players alive, that you win? Holy shit. What? He didn't understand that he won because he had more players alive? How do you not understand that? How is that such a hard concept to understand that? Huh. He had 1 character alive. I had 3 characters alive, so I won. I don't get it, guys. Mike Tyson wishes he could take 5th at EVO.
What? It didn't make sense. The online play just doesn't make sense unless you sit there and study it. But here's the thing, and here's what I was saying at the time that the game came out.
Study, not DSP.
The game
would
really
never
feels
study.
like a masher. It totally does. It feels like a button masher. And when you're playing a button masher, you're going to play it as a party game, right? You're going to team up with your friends. You're going to jump into it, mess around with the various characters for a little bit. And after you mess it around as a party game, you're probably never going to pick it up and touch it ever again. But so many people when the game released were like, oh, it's going to be a competitive fighter. You've got to invest time in it and all of that. But that's never happened. Like, did you know that within 1 month of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero came out, they lost over 90% of the player base? Did you hear what I just said? I'm going to repeat myself. You ready? Over 90% of the player base quit this game within 1 month. That is not the sign of a game that was made to be competitive. That is not the sign of a healthy game. That is the sign of a game that ultimately was a party game. Everyone bought it, played it a little bit, got bored, never went back. And that's sad. I feel like it would have been a better game if they had sound mechanics, if they had a team-based structure that made sense, but they weren't going for that. They were kind of going for a dream match. Every character possible in there. Who cares if it's balanced? Let everything murder each other. A lot of people said, well, this is very similar to the original Dragon Ball Budokai experience. Well, if anything, can we just agree on something then? Maybe Dragon Ball Budokai was made in the past for a reason. It's outdated. It's not a formula that really works in 2024 when people are looking for a game that's going to have bang for your buck value, competitive edge in nature. It just doesn't have any of those things. So because of that, 90% of the people are going to play it once or twice and put it out. I mean, I think that's a bigger player fall off than Mortal Kombat 1 had, quite frankly. So, yeah, sorry to say, a game that I had high expectations for. You guys hyped me up for it, and it really let me down. I honestly wish that the game had been a lot better than it was. And that I would have played it more than I had. I only played the campaign once and online once or twice, and I was done with it, and no one seemed to care. That's the other funny part, too. It's like, oh, maybe Phil, like, prematurely quit the game. But in this case, only maybe 1 or 2 people ever mentioned it ever again. So pretty disappointing. I think now you're definitely starting to see the pattern here. Either it's games that I really liked, but somehow didn't resonate with the audience, or games that the audience thought was going to be great, but then when I actually bought them and played them, they ended up not being very good at all, right? So pretty big disappointments. Dio says, my nephew had his parents pay something like $80 to get the special version of Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Played it twice. Went back to playing free mobile games. Never touched it ever again. Wow. Okay, let's continue on. The most disappointing playthroughs countdown of 2020. Here we go. 2024. Number 12 is, yes, that's right, ladies and gentlemen, Dragon's Dogma 2.
Dragon's Dogma 2. 137,000 tips, 87,000 super chats, no good to memberships, no good to kick subs.
A game that I was pretty hyped for, because many years ago, I had played Dragon's Dogma 1, and actually really ended up enjoying it. I had played the crap out of this game. I grinded offline to get better at it, and then I recorded my progress as an offline YouTuber back then. This was before I was a live streamer. I liked the fact that you could have these created characters called pawns that people from all across the globe had actually created, and they could join your party. I liked the world structure with all the towns and all the different things that you could do, the open world. We could jump on enemies and take them out with co-op gameplay mechanics and the like. There was just a lot to like about Dragon's Dogma. The problem is that Dragon's Dogma came out over a decade ago. Okay? So if you're going to make a modern game in 2024, well, you've got to pretend like the last decade has happened. Dragon's Dogma 2 acts like the last decade never happened. An incredibly flawed graphical performance. As you can see here, this is the Xbox Series X version running at the absolute highest graphics, and it's choppy as hell. It's just not acceptable. The game has an open world that's very similar to the first game. The game has pawns like the first game. And essentially, if you're playing Dragon's Dogma 2, the one fatal flaw is pretty simple. It's basically the first game again. Even graphically, it looks like the first game. And that's not a good...
Once again, DSP, why fix it if it's not broken? Like when people got mad at God of War Ragnarok, it's like, well, just like the God of War from the first one, guys, and they use the same video mechanics, whatever, for getting in the boat and stuff. It's like, okay, but if it's not broken, why fix it? Also, since George is going to be reusing this and that, we can spend more time on something different, something new. Nope, not DSP. Got to completely build it from the ground up for no reason.
Good thing. Things have advanced and changed and gotten much, much better in the last decade. Why were none of those interesting improvements added to the game? Why are they acting like this game came out a year after the first Dragon's Dogma? The fact that they charge full price for it also is just disappointing. You know, they sold it as like a $30, $40 game. Maybe I would have forgiven some of its shortcomings, but they're selling it as if it's a full-fledged sequel. It's not. And the funny part about it is the game came out, people talked about it for about a week, and then it's like it never existed. Like, I don't remember, no one talked about it again. Everyone just kind of
This had the Sphinx with a nice
gave
rack.
up on it. So, yeah, pretty disappointing, quite frankly. was a game that I was very much looking forward to because I really liked the first one. But I'm sorry, if you're not going to make any gameplay improvements and even graphical improvements in a decade, your game's just inferior. No one's going to want to play it. And, you know, this was a case where people got bored of the playthrough, but I was bored long before. I was willing to try to tough it out if people liked it, but everyone was bored with it, including me, and that's why we dropped it. You know, if I'm going to continue to play a game and invest a bunch of time in it, it has to be a game that on both sides we're both enjoying, and this was sadly just one that neither side was enjoying. Dragon's Dogma 2 was a humongous and utter disappointment, I feel, to the RPG community because, again, the first one innovated, and this one just did.
That's a bullshit rants, and it just pisses you off. That's when he's at his best, when he's mad about something that's his fault.
And so, we are nearing the end of our first 10 most disappointing playthroughs. What could possibly be on the list next? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's Dragon's Dogma 2 because it's so bad I included it twice. No. Up next, the number 11 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was Star Wars: The Battlefront.
Star Wars: The Battlefront Collection. 654,000 tips, 206,000 super chats. No get the memberships, no get the kick subs.
Collection. Ladies and gentlemen, I loved the Star Wars Battlefront games back in the 2000s. They were classics, and I actually played them on PC. While a lot of people had actually played them on consoles, I played the full-fledged PC versions, which were great games for the time. Being able to select a class of character that is very different. Well, you have the person who's shooting rockets, or the sniper, or someone with a full auto gun, sneaking around in stealth and doing takedowns and stuff from behind. Pretty good. So when they announced that they were re-releasing these original Battlefront games in a collection, I got pretty stoked, and I was pretty excited for it. And then when it came out, what you're seeing is what we got. A game that ran incredibly buggy, very bad frame rate in parts, very poor performing, which makes no sense. The games are old. Why are they performing poorly on modern hardware? The game was absolutely full of bugs, unfinished messes, things phasing in and out of existence, getting stuck in walls, having all kinds of problems. It really was disappointing because they hyped it up like it was going to be these games getting more attention.
But how much money they made?
But instead, they were horrible versions of the games.
All based on how much money they made.
Battlefront 1 and 2 are great games. Okay? They are. They're outstanding. But I'd like you to take a look at how this game performs. This is not, oh, this is running choppy. This is how the game ran and looked on modern hardware. It feels like an unfinished port, right? Like they ported it badly and chugging along. Again, bugs and graphical issues. There was entire times where walls wouldn't load or you get stuck in a wall. And the funny part was, even with as buggy as it was, I still had fun with it. You want to know why? Because the games are that good. Like Battlefront 1 and 2 are legitimately great games. So even though these were far inferior versions of said games, I still had a great time playing them. It's just a shame that if they were going to make a modern collection, they couldn't actually do the games justice. For people who never played the originals and only played these, you might think, oh man, what a wonky mess. Now, yes, the game did have some wonkiness to it, and that was part of its charm. But man, the original games were actually much better versions than this modern one that they sold us. So pretty disappointing. And quite frankly, these games pretty much died after like 3 weeks. I tried to keep playing it, but less and less people wanted to play it because it just was such a mess that wasn't really improving or getting any kind of notable patches or fixes. So because of that, people were like, well, I don't even want to really play it anymore. And so the player base fell off. Jade even just said in chat, yeah, I got sick watching you play this. I don't blame you. When the frame rate is all over the place like this game was, if it can't just be smooth and consistent, you're going to have issues with, with that kind of stuff. And give you a headache, right? You're trying to play, you're my eyes are burning. I can't even pay attention because the game's just not.
Eyes are burning excuse. I love that excuse.
Pretty big disappointment. Again, you're going to sell a collection that's supposed to present these classic games to a new audience. Put the effort in. They obviously didn't. They obviously just wanted to rush out a botched port job. And that's just very, very unfortunate. I feel like they should have done a better job. Okay. I'm in Seattle tonight, by the way. Live broadcasting from above Seattle. I'm actually in a helicopter broadcasting. Okay. Retro Danny says the classic Star Wars Battlefront games were my favorite. I love Star Wars Battlefront 2. It was badass. The first game was good too, but I like the second one more. Well, the second one had more of the focus on the heroes, right? The heroes were much better in the second game, and it had more game modes too. Yeah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is the first half of my most disappointing game playthroughs of 2024 countdown. In part 2, we get down to the nitty-gritty. Get top 10 worst playthrough. So I hope you'll stick around. If you're watching here on stream, thanks for being a great audience. The first half is about to end. If you're watching on YouTube, I hope that you'll check out part 2. Since I am going to split the part around an hour, seems to be the sweet spot for YouTube processing. But I'll be back with the finale in the next part. I hope to see you, and thanks for watching. Okay, I'm actually going to do 2 things. I'm going to give myself an opportunity to rest my voice for a minute, and I'm also going to get more water because I'm drinking quite a lot because I'm talking so much tonight. So
you're bullshitting so much.
I'm going to run downstairs and refill my water. All right. Guys, thank you so far. You've been a great audience. Please, let's keep some support going. Let's hit the goals tonight. We are at $72 of support. We got about roughly an hour left on the stream for the second half. please support the stream in some way. Super chats,
Hint, hint.
memberships, gifted memberships, tips, subs, gifted subs. Notably, we have like no subs today. I don't think we got a single sub. So absolutely, please support the stream if you can. Let's hit that goal tonight. Let's make it one more streak, right? Let's do it. By the way, Hypnotic Jinx with $20 super chat says, your list is blowing my mind so far. Interested in seeing what the last 10 are going to be. Oh, you will be interested because, again, this is not the worst games of the year countdown, which is pretty much what everyone does. I'm doing the most disappointing playthroughs, which is very, very different.
Which, again, is 100% based on money.
I can't spell tonight.
Not a single one of these has been bad or anything. It's just been money. Guys,
With that,
game didn't make
we
that
are now
much
up to
money.
$92 of support and climbing. So we are very close to hitting our goal at this point. Let's get some support going. Let's get some over on Kick, my friends. Who's going to be the first person to get the sub over there? All right, give me a sec. I'm just going to run downstairs and get more water. I'll be right back. And then we'll continue on with the show. Be right back, everybody.
Run away, run away. Thankfully, this is from last night, so we're able to skip ahead.
Did I spell the name wrong? Jade is correcting me. He says I spelled Jinx's name wrong. Okay.
How do you misspell Jinx? The fuck?
You're correct. It's an I, not a Y.
God, you're an idiot.
There we go. All good now? Yes, all good now. Cool. All right. Let me refill. King Michael, how are you tonight? I don't even remember that. Vietnamese Comrade says I played a game called Dragon Ball Z Battle of Z in 2014. I don't even remember that game at all. I have no idea what that was.
Gin
Battle of Z.
brain. Gin brain.
No, I'm not grouping each segment separately. This is going to be 2 videos, you know, one for each hour, essentially. Because I knew it would probably take an hour to get through 10 games, so there you go. Doing good, King Michael. All right, guys, let's roll right into the second half. Top 10 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Again, thanks to those chilling and those who have supported. Please like the stream, please. Let's get the question marks, all right, off the leaderboard. Let's get someone to give the sub, and let's get someone to gift the membership. Let's get that rolling tonight, and let's hit the goal. We're already so close to hitting it with an hour left, right? Cool. Okay. All right, folks, here we go. Hello, everyone. DSP here, and welcome back to my top 20 most disappointing game playthroughs of 2024 countdown here on DSP Gaming. This is the second half. This is going to be 10 up to all of the number 1 most disappointing playthrough. Now, just to remind all of you, these are not the worst games of the year. These are the most disappointing playthroughs. A lot of these games on this countdown I actually really liked, but sadly the playthroughs just didn't turn out well for whatever reason. Although some of these games actually were quite disappointing and would be considered some of the worst games of the year for me as well. So a lot different from what other people do for the year-end countdowns.
And so far, several of them were free. They were free games, but they still didn't make them enough money. Like, how does a free game not make you enough money? It's free. God, you're such a jackass.
That you're enjoying. If you didn't see part 1 yet, I strongly recommend that you check it out. You're going to want to know what games came before you get to the top 10. But without further ado, we're about to jump back in, except I just want to give a quick shout out to Legend Lurker. 3-month resub tonight over on Kick. I just want to add that to our running total of support. And then we can actually continue on. So.
Hint, hint.
Thank you, Legend Lurker. It's up to $97 of support on tonight's live stream. Thank you so much. All right. Continuing on. It's time to continue the countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, the number 10 most disappointing game playthrough of 2024 for me was... I'm curious if anyone can even remember what this one is, just from looking at it initially. Now you probably can, right? Now that we're a couple seconds in. Probably one of the most forgotten games of the year for most people. A game that got a ton of hype at first, but when it finally came out, ended up being incredibly disappointing. Ladies and gentlemen, Star Wars Outlaw.
3-1 DeLorean. Go DeLorean. But then again, I'm a huge Back to the Future fan. Star Wars Outlaws. 338,000 tips. 133,000 super chats. No get the memberships or get the kick subs.
Yeah, this was a game that was supposed to combine GTA, open world sandbox mechanics with Star Wars. And hey, I said, I bet this is a good game too. You know, I kind of saw when you saw the previews for it or whatever, you're like, you know, it's this simple. I actually remember what I said before I ever played the game. I said, if the gameplay loop is fun, okay, and it really is an immersive Star Wars world, then I could see this game taking off and doing really well. But if it ends up being a typical Ubisoft game, And when I hate to say it, Ubisoft, when I say that, I mean a game that's very samey, very repetitive, same gameplay loop over and over and over, to the point where you get so
You mean like
bored
WWE
because it's the same
Champions?
thing so many times, I don't foresee the game doing very well. So when the game came out, the first thing that I can say is it didn't run very well. Now, as you can see, I'm actually playing this on PC, my brand new gaming PC that I got this summer, and it was a little choppy. But the part that it really was choppy in was the open world. Basically, whenever you went outside of the city and started traveling on the overworld, of which I probably have some footage here, it basically would chop up. And that's disappointing. This is supposed to be like a, brand new, groundbreaking game. Supposed to be well bug tested and refined. And as soon as you started hitting these open world areas, your frame rate would dip. And actually the draw distance too was quite disappointing. Whereas you're driving around, you would just see things popping in around you. I'm like, dude, this is a new modern game. Why does it have the draw distance of a game from like 10 years ago? It's very weird. So just in that regard, it was disappointing. If it's open world Star Wars, you want it to run well, and it just doesn't run well in the open areas, okay? The other major problem for me, so I played through the intro of the game and through the first story beat. Through that time period, it was almost all sneaking. Like literally almost the entirety of that was sneaking, okay? Now, when you think Star Wars, what do you think? What's the first thing that comes to mind, right? To me, it's that giant Star Destroyer coming through the sky, shooting things and blowing things up. The Death Star blowing up planets. Darth Vader and his evil Sith powers, or Luke Skywalker and his powers of the Force fighting against them. The Jedi, good versus evil, right? Guess what's not in this game? Anything I just described. All the good things you would think about when you think of Star Wars are not in this game at all. What you get is a game where you're playing as an underpowered, underwhelming, sneaking person in a world that has all this cool stuff. You're ignoring it to play the role of this other woman whose name I can't even remember. So that tells you how much of an impression she left on me, okay? The other funny part about it is,
Not saying much. When
even
you
though
drink
it's
that
all
much gin.
sneaking and stealth gameplay, hilariously, this woman is like Wonder Woman. She can actually, well, that's interesting. She can actually take down enemies as if she were like superpowered. So she'll walk up behind someone and just grab them and just throw them to the ground, and they're knocked out entirely. A big burly dude, right? There's times when you can like punch them once and they're knocked out. Like, who are you? You look like you're some skinny woman, right? You don't look like you're
I bet a skinny woman could take you out in a single punch, DSP, which would be hilarious. She comes up, punches you right in the jaw, you'd be out.
some burly, time-tested pirate or anything. It's just kind of absolutely silly. But anyway, in regards to this game, all right, the reason that it really didn't resonate because it was just boring. Within the first 5 hours, the game is boring and has a boring gameplay loop of sneaking, and more sneaking. And then when you finally go to open world, it just doesn't run very well. So it's disappointing. Now, very well, if I had played further into the game, maybe I would have liked it more, but I didn't like the first 5 hours. So if you don't like the initial gameplay of a game, why are you going to go further into it, right? That's like saying, oh, I bought a fighting game and I didn't like the fighting game engine, but I just kept playing
Optimus,
it.
how's it going?
Why? You know what the fighting game engine is. This game isn't mysteriously going to become a game with action and force powers and all kinds of shit. It's always going to be a stealth game about some kind of a criminal. So sadly, I hate to say it, they threw.
Well, she's not a Jedi. She's not a Jedi. She wouldn't have force powers. Duh.
You into probably the most boring plotline of any Star Wars game I've ever seen, and some of the most boring gameplay elements. You know, if you liked it, that's fine. But to me, I was looking for something different from a Star Wars game. And when you're literally going out of your way to ignore the cool parts of a universe and make a game about the others, the B team, the C team, the D team characters, maybe you made a bad choice. And I think sadly, that's why this game flopped. People probably played through the first few hours like, what? And it spread the word that the game was so boring that no one wanted to buy it or play it. It's just funny because I think they were actually counting on this game to be some kind of like a huge sales success. And it was one of the biggest flops that Ubisoft has had in the past several years. They put a ton of time and money into it, and it did not sell well. Retro Danny says, I strongly agree. The game made me want to fall asleep. Jade says, man, I was so worried that if we watch this, I was going to get sick because the frame rate's choppy. Yeah, because he remembers. Jade was one of the people on the stream, and as we're driving through the open world, it's going chugging, and all of a sudden objects are appearing in front of us out of nowhere, like popping in. You're like, oh my God, you're going to barf. Here's the thing. Like, a game like this very much may have been patched and improved by now, but first impressions are everything. The game needed to be good at launch, and it simply wasn't. Oops, there goes the planet. Oh, wait, that's space.
Tell that to No Man's Sky. Tell that to Cyberpunk 2077. Infamous for their horrible launches. And now, great fucking games. And that's why I bought Cyberpunk 2077. Which I'll probably play off stream. Like, I could play it on stream. But, like, because they do have streamer mode where they're, hey, we take out all the stuff that'll get you in trouble on YouTube. Like copyrighted music and those parts. But it's like, well, if I want the full experience of the game, and I do streamer mode, I'm not getting the full experience of the game. So I'd probably play it at least once off stream. Then, if I really felt like it, I could play it on stream for a second playthrough on streamer mode.
Balls. Even that's far better than this game. Anyway. All right. Continuing on with our top 10 most disappointing game playthroughs 2024.
I say
Ladies
straight on
and
his new
gentlemen, I
PC,
present to you
guys.
Star Wars Outlaws. No, number 9, which was... Ooh, here's a good one that probably a lot of you don't recall or remember. Just by staring at the screen, you're probably going to have no idea what game it was. So allow me to fast forward ahead.
Alone in the Dark. 427,000 tips, 172,000 super chats, no get to memberships, no get to kick subs.
Ladies and gentlemen, this game is called Alone in the Dark. Now, admittedly, this game is not the most AAA style game that I played this year. The game, in fact, has some issues with bugs and polish. However, if you're looking for a suspenseful mystery, if you're looking for a game with some interesting exploration elements, okay, and an intriguing story that keeps you on the edge of your seat wondering what the heck is going on, pretty good game. I was actually surprised at how good this game was compared to the expectations, you know, because I don't think anyone had expectations that it was going to be very good. The one thing I will say, I don't know why it was really called like Alone in the Dark, because I actually don't think that it actually was a game that tied that much into the main plots of the old game. Maybe I'm wrong there, but it just seemed like it could have been called something else. But man, I actually really liked it. It definitely had shortcomings, and it definitely wasn't a AAA experience. But for the most part, I liked the gunplay, I liked the exploration, the puzzles, and the intriguing story. I will admit, one of the disappointing things is if you play it with both characters, there's very little different between their stories. There's only maybe 1 or 2 times when the characters' stories differentiate and they have kind of a separate experience. But for the most part, the game's almost identical. The game does have multiple endings, which is cool that you can get them. However, why is this one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? I'm going to tell you why. You want to know why? It's a completely different reason than you would ever expect. All right? I remember when I was playing this game, one of the things that I actually said was, man, you know what? This is a really good first outing. You know, for a studio that I'm not familiar with any other work that they've done, this is a good first attempt at breaking into something maybe that'll go more mainstream. And maybe now, because of this game, they'll get more notoriety and they'll actually be able to make a better game. Maybe they'll get a bigger budget, a bigger dev team, whatever it may be. Maybe the next game will be better, right? Notably, I mean, they had David Harbour.
I say you could build, well, maybe, have like the actual city. Because some of those Lego sets are, hundreds of dollars. But like, all right, guys, here's a special promotion for you build a city, and it's going to be, massive. It's going to be the largest Lego set ever produced, and it's going to be a special edition of $5,000. It'd probably sell. The Lego heads would go nuts for that shit.
As one of the main characters of this game, so maybe the next one, they could actually really go crazy, right? Like, just go nuts, make a really good game. Guess what happened, folks? This studio got closed. Because Alone in the Dark did not end up being a hit. They were actually shuttered. And all these people who made this game got laid off this year. That's why I'm so disappointed. It's not the game. It's not the playthrough. It's the games industry. The games industry today is in such a cutthroat situation that you have to make a game that prints money. If you don't, you might get fired. Does this game look bad? Does this game look like there's any reason why the dev team that worked on it should be unemployed right now? I don't think so. Certainly, again, like I said, I don't think that this game was top of the line AAA level, but at the same time, for what it was, for the price point that it was and everything, I really liked it. I had a great time playing through this game. I'm disappointed that people lost their jobs because the industry can't support a game that's not going to print $1 million bajillion. And that's actually a good point. Piss Style Man, excuse his name, over on Kick just said, they're closing studios even when they're doing well. Look at what happened with Hi-Fi Rush, right? We're talking about Tango Gameworks. Makes a hit game in Hi-Fi Rush that sells well, and Microsoft still closes them. So the industry's pretty messed up. And so the reason I'm disappointed is now when I think back at this playthrough, even though I like the game, I'm always going to have a bad thought in my mind that these people got laid off for their hard work for putting out a good game. And that's just not right. So that's actually why it resonates as a negative experience for me, despite the fact that the game was good.
And
if you want, you can check the game out. It's actually not half bad, and it's probably on extreme discount right now. I would recommend it. If you like survival horror stuff, you'll probably get a kick out of it. The story is actually quite interesting and riveting. Very good.
What was the story about, DSP? Oh, you can't remember.
Ready? Nyano Live says they made the mistake of selling out their souls to Microsoft. I think he's talking about, I think he's speaking of Tango Gameworks. The good news is Tango Gameworks actually is okay again. They actually, even though they all got fired or laid off, they ended up getting bought out by another studio, and now they're coming back. So there's a silver lining for Tango Gameworks, but sadly those people, yeah, not good. Okay. Ready? All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's continue. The next in our countdown, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Number 8 is the Marvel versus Capcom.
Marvel vs. Capcom. $1,211 in tips, 403,000 super chats, 25 gifted memberships, 10 gifted kick subs. This is one of his most supported playthroughs, so this one really surprised me for why it's on this list. Osuka, how's it going? Dude, please don't mention Evil Within 3. This makes me sad. I say, I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier. Save this. If I was better prepared, not a dumbass. Because somebody made the list. What was it? JG Annan, the guy who helps track all of DSP spending and earnings, actually made this list. So you can see right there, Marvel's Capcom, followed by Hades 2.
Fighting collection, or whatever the hell they called it, because it actually has one of the most convoluted, ridiculous names
How
of
many
any
by
fighting game
Jax?
collection that I've ever heard. It's just ludicrously complex, the name. All they had to call it was the MVC collection, or the Versus collection. But instead, they had to call it the most absolutely ludicrously, stupidly ridiculous, over-the-top, unrememberable name ever. Okay? So why is this collection in my countdown of most disappointing games of 2024? Okay? Well, is it because it has revived an entire genre of fighting game from back in the day? Of course not. Is it because the games perform poorly? Actually, no. They perform pretty darned well. I would argue they're actually pretty close to arcade quality. Are there critical game bugs and flaws? There were a couple, but they were fixed. So it's not like they don't support the game or anything like that. Okay? So you'll be wondering, with a fighting game, why would you be saying this then? Like, what actually is bad about the game? I say this as I do the nice infinite there and then drop my infinite. But, so what's wrong with the game? Okay? Here's what's wrong with the game. Two critical flaws. Flaw number one is definitely the fault of the game developers. It's not cross-platform, okay? And they didn't put enough effort into the game to make it so that it would have longevity.
Yeah, because DSP gets bodied in it.
What do I
Oh
mean
no,
by that?
guys.
Well, if the game's not
They beat me. How
cross-platform,
dare this
then it
game
needs
is
to have
trash because they
some
beat
kind of
me.
features or
Hell!
some kind of reason to go back to it time after time, right? This game, listen to this, doesn't stop rage quitters. This game, you can infinitely rage quit and pull the plug. There is no penalty whatsoever for rage quitting in this MVC collection. So there are people, I'm not kidding, I wish I was exaggerating here. There are people at Grand Master rank, the highest ranked possible in the game, who when you play them, if they lose, they just pull the plug and never lose any points. That's why they're Grand Master rank. I played people at the highest rank who I spanked. I literally slapped them around like this because I used to play these games in arcades and tournaments back in the day. I'm actually quite good at them. And then they would just pull the plug. So there's no way to ever actually legitimately beat someone if they just choose to cheat. It's pretty sad. Now, the other thing is because it's not cross-platform, that means that inevitably the player base is going to die down after a period of time. Because initially, a bunch of people might buy it on PC, and a bunch of people bought it on PS4, and some people bought it. But then, since they're all different platforms that don't cross over, people will eventually stop playing, and then it's going to be too hard to find a match. That's actually what's kind of happening right now. As you try to play any game in this collection besides Marvel vs. Capcom 2, you can't find anyone. You can get competition in Marvel vs. Capcom 2, but that's it. That's the only game where you can actually find people. Every other game in the collection is literally dead now, only a few months into it being out, because they don't have cross-platform play, which is insanely unacceptable. It's supposed to be a collection of all the classic.
Not being cross-platform is pretty bad. I will give him that. That's about it.
Versus games, not just one.
But yeah, so you can see, this time it wasn't money. It was because he couldn't get to master ranking easily. Guys, people keep rage quitting and it doesn't hurt them. Help!
But that's basically what it's become. Now, in addition to that, there's one other awful critical flaw with this game. You ready? Ladies and gentlemen, this game's netcode, which is rollback netcode, is not compatible with classic fighting games such as this game. What do I mean by that? There are literally characters in this game that when you do rushdown, you cannot block the rushdown. The game will not allow you to actually block it. Meaning, those characters, if played in a certain way...
You can, if you have the timing right, but you never had the timing right. Imagine that. DSP doesn't have the timing right on something.
Are actually unstoppable. Their attacks and combinations become unblockable. And that is just unacceptable. There's no excuse for that. If the netcode can't handle it, then don't release the game with that netcode. And it can't. See, rollback netcode, what people don't realize, was designed for modern fighting games. And a lot of modern fighting games like Street Fighter V.
His hatred of rollback netcode is absolutely fascinating. Of all the things to crack his skull open, look inside, mess around with, trying to figure out why he hates something the way he does, for me, it's got to be throwback netcode. Hating on throwback netcode the way he does makes absolutely no sense. And yet, it's something that's... it's the worst crime ever committed against him, apparently. Fascinating. He absolutely fucking hates netcode.
5 and 6 are designed around the netcode. That's why there's a certain amount of delay when you do a certain move and this and that. It's installed into the game to handle rollback netcode. But these games are not. So what happens is if you're fighting a Magneto or a Storm who's doing wave dashes and teleports, all of a sudden the game starts chopping up and you see characters just moving across the screen with no animation, teleporting, and next thing you know, you're just hit with a giant combo. You can't block it. Now, I'm sorry, but that destroys the competitive nature of the game online. It makes it so that it's not viable. If every time that you play someone who's doing a rushdown pattern, notably, the team that everyone says is unstoppable is MSP, Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, because they have lockdowns, mix-ups, and traps that basically make it hard to block, but you can't block it all online. You can't. You'll get hit every time, so you lose. That's sad, because basically this game is able to be played in a couple different ways, okay? There are ranged teams. There is some keep away. It's just not viable online. Like, no lie, it's very hard to play keep away when the rushdown is unstoppable and just kind of turbos through everything. So it's sad. Like,
he's only ever played online, though, so he has no idea what he's talking about. How can you compare online to offline if you've never played offline?
This collection, when it was first announced, I was so hyped. They're like, wow, the Marvel games are finally coming back. These are the games I grew up with in arcades. These are the games that I played endlessly for years in tournaments. And even though I was never a top contender, I know my stuff, and I know that I could play these games and put on entertaining shows for my audience. And in truth, I have done that, correct? Like, I have put out many entertaining streams of the Marvel collection, despite the game's shortcomings, and I'm happy that you guys still like it, and every once in a while, we still play it. Hey, look, I'm doing Infinite. Can I continue to the corner? Yeah, that was perfect. That was great. I actually did Infinite and did the right thing and snapped in the character with low health. I can't believe I played well in a clip I actually selected. Usually when I select a fighting game clip, I'm playing terribly. So I'm actually impressed that I actually picked a good one here. But anyway, yeah, like, I've put out good content with this game. But sadly, the game has no longevity. Like, this game could be dead at any moment. Where just I go to turn it on and I just can't find anyone to play anymore. It's sad. Like, this should have been a game with longevity. These are classics that people absolutely love and were asking for this game for years. And it's just a completely deflated, not very good game. Very, very sad. You know, notably for me, Marvel vs. Capcom 1 is one of my favorite fighting games of all time and one of the best I've ever been in any competitive game. And it's just dead. I can't find anyone to play it anymore, so I can never play that game again, even though it's in this collection. It's a dead game to me, which is really sad. In fact, is it Jacko Man? I don't know if it's pronounced Jacko Man or Jacko Man, but he just asked in the chat, what is your favorite classic versus game besides MVC2? MVC1. That's the one that I was super duper good at and actually won tournaments in. So pretty sad that, again, I got to play it for like a month, and now I'll never play it again because you can't get any comp for it because it's not cross-platform. Just a critical flaw. Okay, so sadly, this MVC Fighting Game Classics collection, or whatever hell it's called, is underwhelming. And by the way, I'm just going to tell you right now, I strongly recommend against buying it at this point. If you buy it, you are not going to get much comp at all, no matter what version you buy. You're going to end up being very disappointed because of that. So I really can't recommend it. I say do not buy it because you're going to buy it and barely play it because there's no one playing the game at this point, okay? And there's a nice round ending move in the corner. Very nice. Okay, MVC collection.
Yeah, he brags about his Tekken tournament at the mall. It's like, wow, you beat a bunch of little kids at a mall, DSP. Congratulations. You feel like such a man for that. I do feel like such a man for beating a bunch of little kids at the mall. Yeah, really shouldn't feel like a man for that. Just saying. Just saying, DSP. Like, bragging about beating a bunch of little kids at the mall, not really good luck.
Sadly, one of the most disappointing of the year for me. I had high hopes, and it flopped. Okay. Is it fine for offline play? Yes, the game is fine for offline play. If you're just going to play locally or against the computer, the game is fine for that.
But how would you know? Because you never played it offline against anyone.
Up next, the number 7 most disappointing playthrough of the year. Excuse me. Yes, playthrough of the year was... That is right. Ladies and gentlemen.
Hades 2. 160,000 tips. 42,000 super chats. No get the memberships. No get the kick subs.
Hades 2 early access. Whoa, why on earth would I say that Hades 2 early access was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me? Allow me to explain. Years ago, I played Hades 1, and when I played it, I really liked it. I didn't think I was going to like it because I didn't play roguelike games at that time. I didn't even really understand what a roguelike game was. So when I first, dabbled with Hades, I was blown away. The gameplay loops, the different builds and things that you could do. It was great. I got addicted to it, just like everyone. I got hooked on it. I really loved it. I ended up playing a full playthrough and beating the entire game. It took quite a while, but we did it. We saw all the secret endings and everything. Really great game, right? So when Hades 2 was announced that it was available, and I had a mini PC. This was before I got my full-fledged gaming PC. But when I had my mini PC and, looking for games to play on there, this was a prime candidate, okay? So I decided I was going to get it, and I purchased it early. It's early access, so you buy it early. And I started playing it, and admittedly, it's great. It plays very similarly to Hades 1, but it's got some different twists and tweaks to the engine that I find very interesting. The plot is interesting. Everything was good. Like, we were having a good time. But within 2 streams of me playing it, something very odd happened, okay? So, just to give you some perspective here, when I played Hades 1, I didn't break any view records, okay? To be honest, it wasn't a game that brought butts to seats, but there was a core audience that enjoyed coming by and watching me play Hades 1, and they supported it and ended up being a very fun playthrough that went for a long time. With Hades 2, after having played it about twice, I noticed a distinct drop-off in viewership. I noticed a distinct disconnect in the chat where people were basically not paying attention to the game, and I noticed a distinct drop-off in support as well. So those are the 3 factors that I need to have good. I need to have a game that people are going to watch and engage with and support, and it wasn't happening. So when I asked my audience...
Support. I'll say Hades 2, not even just being early access, like, it is a good game. Hades 1, fantastic game. Hades 2, good game. Yes, you go down to one storyline, it ends because you just can't go any farther, which is kind of annoying, but it's early access, so I understand. DSP apparently doesn't seem to understand what early access means.
Why? If the first game worked so well, and
Exactly,
everyone enjoyed
Wesley.
it, why on earth, this game, why is it not working, right? And the answer that I received...
Gameplay is interesting, story is good and everything, but no one gave me money, so it's trash.
Baffled me, okay? The answer that I received was thus. The game is good, but it's early access, right? So that means that essentially you can't really finish the game at this point. You're going to come to a point where you can't progress any further. Now, it's pretty far into the game, but it's not done yet. A lot of people don't want to spoil themselves on a game like this until it's fully able to be purchased and played. And therefore, people who were like hardcore fans of this game didn't want to watch me play it. They actually wanted to skip it because they weren't spoiled because they felt like it was too early to be playing or getting information about the game. So in this case, me paying money to play early bit me in the foot. Like, yeah, people were like, oh, well, come back. If you play the real game when it comes out, whatever that may be, we'll come and watch you play it. But we wanted to see you play the real game. What you're playing essentially is an early build. Things might change in the final game. The plot might change. You can't even finish it now. So we don't want to watch you play it. And I was like, wow, well, that's disappointing. Hence why it's the number 7 most disappointing playthrough. It's unfinished. I had to put it on pause. I don't even know if when I play this again, if I'll continue from where I left off, or if I'm going to have to start over entirely because the game might be so different. And a lot of people were saying that once they get to a certain point where they change the build of the game so far that basically you can't even resume your game. You have to start over entirely.
Hey, baby, how you doing?
So honestly, pretty disappointing. I was enjoying the game. I wish I could have kept playing it. But again, I'm not just playing games for me. It's games for an audience. I need to be doing stuff you guys want. And people told me to stop playing, so I did. And yes, that is correct, Haseo. As of today, the game is still in early access. The game still does not have a set final release date, and so it's just kind of in limbo indefinitely, and that's disappointing. Okay.
Limbo.
The number
What
6
a pun.
most disappointing playthrough of 2024 for me
Although he probably doesn't get that was a pun because he forgot that you go to limbo in this game.
was... That is right. That's right, folks. DLCs are eligible because...
Alan Wake 2 final DLC, $24 in tips, 21,000 super chats, no get to memberships, 21 get to kick subs.
This is the second DLC for Alan Wake 2, which was called The Lake House. Okay? This was the final DLC for Alan Wake 2, which only had 2 DLCs. The first one, which I'm trying to remember what the name of it was, I think it was Night Springs, was a series of 3 mini stories, all of which added to the lore of Alan Wake. But the Lake House DLC, the second DLC for Alan Wake, was incredibly disappointing. Why? Because it was more of a DLC for Control than it was for Alan Wake. The plot had nothing to do with Alan or anything going on in the lake. And I think they were really trying to do some kind of a lead-in to the crossover between Control and Alan Wake 2 that's going to happen. But this is pretty disappointing to me. All you do is run around a research facility where basically things have gone wrong. There's this weird painted monsters coming out of the walls, and some of the people have been turned into monsters like they had been in Alan Wake 2. But all you do is run around fighting these generic enemies, which, by the way, are quite tough. So it's not even like it's a cakewalk. It's pretty annoying, some of the ways that they just stack on 1 million enemies in small areas in this. There's a very big scarcity of ammo, so it makes it so that Basically, you can't really fight the enemies that effectively unless you finally find a grenade or something like that. The puzzles are a little annoying. They're not, easy to figure out. In some cases, they're kind of cryptic, and it takes a while to figure out certain ones that I got stuck on. And the ending is so underwhelming. Let me tell you, the ending adds absolutely nothing to the lore of Alan Wake. So if you play the first DLC, Night Springs, you start getting all these answers and things that you've always wanted about Alan Wake and Alan Wake 2, and it's so satisfying. So then the final DLC literally is a go ahead and skip it. I'm not even kidding. In fact, I'm going to say this. I'm serious about this too, all right? It's rare that I would do something like this, but I'm going to say something to all of you, and I want you to take this to heart, okay? If you're wondering, I didn't play that Lake House DLC for Alan Wake 2. Should I eventually get around to it? Should I play it? My answer is very simple. No, do not play it. Lake House is disappointing and literally a waste of time. If you're really that adamant about finding out what it was, watch someone else who played it or read a plot synopsis.
Watch me, read me play it, guys.
It really is like a 3 to 4 hour waste of your time. Just
I've never heard of that,
but
that sounds
DLC
pretty cool.
that is absolutely not
If
have
there's
any
anything
meaning
like
to it whatsoever.
Hades.
You're just doing something. You could whittle like a totem. You could learn how to whittle, and that'll be more useful. You could wipe your ass for like 3 hours. I'm serious. That'll hurt. It'll probably make it very sore. That's more productive. You could pluck your nose hairs. You could give yourself a manicure. Anything you do would be a better use of your time than playing that DLC. It really just doesn't need to exist. It feels like they really wanted a 2 DLC deal, but didn't have an idea for the second one. So they just decided, hey, let's just toss it in and be something about control rather than Alan Wake. And it's stupid. Like, I was looking for definitive answers on the ending of Alan Wake 2, and instead you get no answers whatsoever because it has nothing to do with it. So yeah, it's pretty damn disappointing, and I'm sad that the final piece of Alan Wake 2 content that we're going to get for a very long time ended up being a sizzling out, just, fart in the wind. Really crappy, stinky, and doesn't need to stick around for very long because it's short too. Okay, ladies and gents, this is it. You ready? The top 5 most disappointing game playthroughs of the year. This is it. The worst of the worst, the ones that really upset me for various different reasons. Are we ready? You ready to see me upset? Because I know I'm ready to be upset. So you ready to see me upset? All right, here we go. By the way, we're in the home stretch. Thank you, Guitar Player, who did a $5 super chat. I've always enjoyed your year-end series. Thank you, Guitar Player. I always enjoy doing the year-end series. I'm sorry I didn't shout that out earlier. You had done that in the middle of the countdown, and I got distracted. So we are now technically up to $103 of contributions, which means we are less than $50 away from hitting our goal. Guys, let's hit our goal here tonight on the most disappointing countdown stream. All right? All right. The top 5. We said the top 5 most felted games. Well, again, it's not necessarily always the game. All right? It could be the situation. So let's see. All right, ready? Let's do this. Money. So the number 5 most disappointing playthrough of 2024 was. That is right. You knew it.
Black Myth Wukong. Top 3 game of the year for me, anyways. $1,555 in tips. 549 super chats. 0 get to memberships. 0 get to kick subs. Now, this is a game that had nothing to do with money for why he hates it. It has everything to do with the fact that he got stuck on a boss. He got stuck on a boss, couldn't beat it, and so now he hates the game. Remember, guys, I'm a professional Dark Souls player, guys. I am the best Dark Souls player in the world. What? There's a Dark Souls game I can't beat? Bullshit! If I can't beat it, then that's bullshit, guys. There's no way there's a Dark Souls game out there that I can't beat. Well, he got stuck on a boss. He couldn't beat it. And so, this game becomes on his hated list. So this is one of the few games where it has nothing to do with money. Everything to do with the fact he got stuck on a boss. Vampire Survivors? What's it called again? Death Must Die. Is that on Steam? My Switch is literally a Vampire Survivors player now at this point. Death Must Die. It's only $7?
Take our hourglass, hero.
So it plays like Vampire Survivors, but then gods give you gifts. Fuck it. I'll have the card and buy it right now. If I remember my security code. I agree. Purchase. Wait, don't install right now. Duh, I'm doing a stream. I'll say Vampire Survivor is God Gear Tane. God gear game. God tier game. Holy shit. I swear I can talk. So yeah. If it's like Vampire Survivors, if it's Vampire Survivors mixed with Hades, holy shit. 2 great games. Mix them together. Oh, hell yeah. So yeah, I just bought out to wait till after stream though to download it. So I don't want to be using up all my bandwidth. Well, thank you for telling me about that.
What was going to be on this list, if you watched my playthrough of it earlier this year, a game that initially actually really impressed me. I loved it. I was having a great time with it. And then when I got halfway through, all of a sudden the game came to a screeching halt with annoying gameplay mechanics that definitely were not tested and were not fun. An entire chapter that was boring, and then a big boss finale that was just a chore. And it got to the point where we went from a game that was
The boss. That's the only thing that matters, is the fact that it was a boss that he got stuck on and he couldn't beat it.
had hype and everyone absolutely loved, to a game that I just didn't even
Say
want.
on the Switch, I didn't just get the game. I also got like a bunch of DLCs, like the Contra and stuff. And it's like, all right, I made a game. It's in Vegas Pro 14. It's currently rendering. Well, I can't use my PC for anything. What do I do? Because it's busy rendering stuff. I know. Kick back, relax, pull the Switch out of the dock, play Vampire Survivors for half an hour. Or maybe an hour. Or no, 2 hours later, it's like, oh shit, the video got done rendering hours ago and I just got busy playing Vampire Survivors.
Play anymore. And that's really sad. I want you to understand, like, I like the game a ton. The game I'm talking about, of course, is Black Myth Wukong. Okay? So here's the deal about Black Myth Wukong. First of all, absolutely gorgeous graphics on PC. Okay? Undeniable. The effects, I mean, just look at, while some Wukong here is walking through the snow, take a look at the footsteps. Take a look at how his staff is touching the snow and it's making a trail, right? That's remarkable. Take a look at the graphics. Look at the giant turtle that we're running towards right now and how it moves and it's organic and everything looks awesome. The lighting, everything gorgeous, right? Absolutely gorgeous. When the game starts, this game has a lot of fun combat. It's, light attacks and a heavy attack, and then you have a skill tree, and you can choose how you want to play. You can either charge up charges in your staff to do superpowered attacks, or you can do powered dodges, or you can do parries. There's all these different elements to the gameplay that you can pick through leveling up, okay? The world design. The first world, where you're in this kind of a forest with rivers and streams, and all these enemies are hiding in different areas, amazing. The second level, which is all this sand and plateau and underground caves and stuff like that, it's neat. The third level is snow. So the locations are interesting. The only problem is when you actually try to start exploring the locations. And what you're going to find is that, sadly, unlike, say, FromSoft, okay, FromSoft, they have been doing this for a long time. They've got a lot of experience under their belts, right? So when FromSoft makes a new game and you're entering a dungeon area, you're like, whoa, we're about to experience a handcrafted, artisan, highly produced, highly designed, epic dungeon experience. Every piece of this dungeon was painstakingly...
Hall of the Torment. Guess how much it costs? Anyone? That's right, $6.66. I already have Slay the Spire, don't I? No, maybe we don't. That's a different game I got. I'm looking at Hall of Torment right now. I mean, 66 is not that bad. Quick and casual 30-minute runs, old school pre-rendered art style. Quest-based meta progression, large selection of diverse abilities, traits, item. I won't buy it just yet because I literally just bought a game, so we'll wait to buy that one.
Laid out to have meaning. Every corner might have a monster that can jump out around it and get you. There may be a sniper. There may be a collapsible floor, a cool set piece, a boss that'll fly out of the sky and land in front of you, and now you got to fight it, right? All that stuff can happen in a FromSoft game. In Black Myth Wukong, literally the stages are, as you're looking at right now, just wandering around an open area with no clear idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing. And that's the entirety of the game. Most of these areas are completely empty or have a single item in them that's like a craftable item that's not a big deal. Some of them will have optional mini bosses in them, which is great, until you realize that the vast majority of what's in this game is just optional mini bosses. I wish that was a joke, but this game has so many mini bosses in it that it became a running joke that the game is basically all mini bosses.
Yes, it's literally a boss rush game. Guys, this boss rush game has too many bosses in it. The fuck, DSP? How do you play a boss rush game and then complained that there are too many bosses in the boss rush game. It is just dumbfounding that you can sit there and say that there's too many bosses in a boss rush game. That's literally what it is.
And that's not good. You know what I mean? Like, you want the game to be more than just a boss rush, and it kind of starts to feel like a big boss rush at one point. Because
Like Diclonius, can you build like a city out of all the... Because I know some of the Lego stuff like, oh hey, you get this, and then you get this, you get this, and hey, if you get them all, you can actually build like a mini set or whatever. Yeah, he comes... That's, if you watch his Elden Ring DLC playthrough, there's a reason why he changes his build so often. It's like, all right, well, with this boss, you got to go with this skill set and this weapon. Guys, I think for this boss, I'm going to choose this very specific skill set and boss style and all that. Oh, that's weird. Why would he choose something so specific that he wasn't playing before? Oh, because that's what the guy told him to use. All right, guys, well, coming back today, I think we're going to choose a different weapon and a different style. I'm going to change my stats to do this instead. Well, why did you do that? Oh, the next boss he's fighting against, that's the best build for that boss. Amazing how he always knew exactly what build he needed to fight that very specific boss, isn't it?
because there's so many dang mini bosses. Here's one of them right here. Now, I'm not saying that these mini bosses aren't cool or good fights are well designed. I'm just saying that's like the whole game, you know?
Yes, and
I don't think that when people went into this experience...
Guys, don't get it. In the city building game, they want me to build another fire department to cover this area because there's no fire departments covering it. God, it's so stupid. Why do I keep having to build fire departments to cover blocks of the city that don't already have coverage? DSP, maybe because it's a city building game where you build fire departments and police departments and hospitals and schools and all that to cover your city. Guys, I was playing Minecraft and they want me to craft stuff. I don't get it, guys. This is bullshit. Why does the game keep wanting me to craft stuff in a Minecraft game?
At first, they thought that's all it was going to be. Also, once you get about halfway into the game, you've got an established build that you're going to be using for the rest of the game because of what you've picked in your skill tree. And quite frankly, it's very repetitive at that point. Even if you're adding little minor tweaks to improve this or that piece of the combat engine or whatever, it's not really going to change that much. For me, it was this. Do a bunch of light attacks to charge up a heavy. Do a heavy attack to charge up another heavy. Then do a finisher. Dodge a lot. If you can parry with a certain ability, parry. Do a special move when it charges up. Do a finisher when it charges up. Wash, rinse, repeat. Very basic. Done that kind of gameplay in many, many other games. Not innovative at all. Okay? So I would say the combat, which is the core element of the game, isn't very innovative. And because of that, becomes boring and just becomes the same kind of crap over and over. And that's why you get bored when you're halfway through the game. Okay? In addition to that,
you got stuck at a boss. It's the only reason why you dropped the game because you got stuck.
The story is quite bad. Okay? If you know the story of Journey to the West, you know that it's epic. It's actually one of the more interesting stories ever told. Very unique characters and elements to the story that are, ingrained in Japanese. I said Japanese. Excuse me. That's a big mistake. Chinese culture. Excuse me. I know it's not Japanese. It's Chinese culture. Journey to the West. That does not come through with this game at all. To be clear, it does not come through at all. Instead, the game is you're just kind of doing combat and exploration and boss rush. That's the whole point. Like, I couldn't even tell you what they were trying to say the story was. I think you're supposed to be a reincarnation of Sun Wukong or something like that, but I'm not sure. And I had played over 20 hours into the game, and I had absolutely no clue what was going on in the story. That's not good. Okay? It's Journey to the freaking West. It's an actually great story. There's great characters or whatever. Why is none of this actually coming through and resonating with the game? Instead, it's mash buttons. Mash into your combos. Mash more buttons. Mash into your combos. Dodge and time your dodges because every enemy hits you for 80% damage. It's just like, what? Like, what happened here? To be honest, I'm not sure. It's like no one was actually like playing the game to tell them, hey, by the way, I have no clue what the fuck's going on in the game. It's fine. The game looks good. The combat's, smooth, but I don't know what's happening. Can you explain? You know what I mean? So basically, here's what happened. First few streams of the game was in the first chapter. It felt fresh and new. Amazing. Great amount of people watching, enjoying, supporting, everything great. When we got to chapter 2, a little bit fell off, but I still really liked the game. I was enjoying the exploration and all of that. I thought it was great. When we hit chapter 3, you get to a dungeon where basically it's very similar to the dungeons in previous FromSoft games. You ever play the ones that have those jailers that look at you, and when they do, with like a lantern, your energy bar shrinks?
Oh yeah, for the studio's first major release, it was fucking amazing. And since he didn't pay attention, Wukong kicked out of heaven. Or out of paradise, whatever you want to call it, by the other gods. And so now you will go on a journey to become the new Wukong. Now, Wukong had multiple layers of immortality. He was the original OP. He was the original Mary Sue. Alright, well, I got Eternal Youth, but I can still get shot and killed. I don't know, I got Invulnerability and Eternal Youth, so now I won't grow old and I can't be killed by that. But if something does find a way to kill me, I better reach Nirvana so I can be reincarnated as myself. Alright, well, I got that layer. Well, you know what? I'm going to drink this juice to give me this immortality layer. Like, he was the original OP. And so, yes, you go on a journey to become the new Wukong. At the end, you fight Wukong to take over his... It is a bit of a weird story. But it's a great story. It's a great game. Shut the fuck up, DSP.
Literally the exact same premise. I wish it wasn't, but they copied it blatantly from FromSoft. And so you start losing your health. The game starts to get really slow and boring. You don't know where to go. You don't know what you're doing. It's a grind. There's not a lot of save points along the way. So you end up replaying the same parts over and over and over, and it gets very frustrating. There's a boss that's one of the most boring bosses in any action game I've ever fought. It's just a giant tankish boss. All you can do is beat the crap out of it and do timing dodging. That's it. There's nothing else to it. No elements or nothing. Just be sure to hit him with a million combos and dodge a lot during the right timing, and you win. The problem is the fight takes like 15 minutes. It's that boring and grinding of a fight. It's not fun in any way. Again,
It might take you 15 minutes, DSP, because you're an idiot. Then you got stuck on him.
Ask anyone if this gameplay was fun? I don't get it. It's very bizarre. It got to the point where we went from having high attendance, high engagement, high support streams. By the time I got to the end of Chapter 3, the attendance had dropped
Okay,
to
that's a
only
new
200
pin
viewers,
message. That was great.
which I have more than
parody.
double that right now on stream. Okay. The actual engagement fell off. People who were on the streams weren't paying attention or were complaining about the game. And the support was almost non-existent. In fact, I had a streak of support that was going over the summer. Black Myth Wukong ended my streak. It ended up being a very slow stream and we didn't hit the goal. And people were very disappointed because they were very happy with that streak that reinvigorated support for me, you know? So, it is what it is. Now, I guess there's some juicy redemption here because, ladies and gentlemen, if you're not noticing, Hypnotic Jinx did a 20-member bomb here on the channel. Thank you so much, Hypnotic Jinx, with that 20-member bomb. First of all, let's get him up on the leaderboard there because no one else had gifted any memberships tonight.
Hint, hint.
Is it spelled? It's spelled with an I. Gotcha. I thought so. It was a 20-member bomb. That 20-member bomb is the equivalent of $60 of support. And so, ladies and gentlemen, it is true. Tonight, we have hit our goal for the stream. Thank you so very much, Hypnotic Jinx, for supporting the channel and making it rain here in Seattle tonight on DSP Gaming.
Shut the fuck up. Absolutely fucking worthless. Thankfully, my fan, James Lester Express Link, gifted the 10 memberships I was looking for, so we're already good there, guys. Again, I have no idea why I'm so easily amused by that.
Okay. So, Black Myth Wukong redeems itself tonight because we hit the goal while I was playing it. But it killed my streak during the summer. It killed the momentum that I had on my streams. To be honest, I was getting high attendance and support on every stream. This is the game that killed it. And it's sad because I feel like this game had great initial potential, but then it just kind of ran out of ideas and became very repetitive and boring by Chapter 3. Some people have said that further into the game is better, but if I've already played 20 hours and I'm bored, I'm not going to waste more time to get to the good parts. Most people agree Chapter 4 also is bad. It's not until you get to Chapter 5 and 6 that the game picks up and gets good at the end. Too bad. Give me a game that's good throughout. Give me a game that has good level design like FromSoft. It doesn't have that. Give me combat that's not incredibly repetitive and gets boring after a while. It definitely doesn't have that. It's just not very good. All right? I'm sorry, but it's a game that in parts is great, but overall was boring, and that's why it was one of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year for me. Okay. This is it. The top 4. I wonder how many of you have been guessing all night and wondering what would be the games in my top 4 most disappointing games of the year, right? Or excuse me, most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Retro Danny says, I actually think Black Myth Wukong looks cool and fun. I don't really care of the story. He reminds me of Neo because he's using a bow staff, and I'm getting into the mood of Elden Soulsborne hero games and Souls-like games as well. So he has a hard disagree, and that's fine. Listen, tons of people love Black Myth Wukong, okay? A lot of outlets named it their game of the year. Personally, I got bored. But if you didn't get bored, more power to you. All of us have different kinds of entertainment and tolerance levels, and for me, I got really bored with it, and I didn't want to continue on, okay? Okay. The number 4 most disappointing game playthrough of the year was. That's right, folks. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So let's talk about Rebirth, shall we? So,
Final Fantasy Rebirth. 586,000 tips, 229,000 super chats, no gifted memberships, no gifted kick subs. Now, the reason he dropped this game had nothing to do with the game, had nothing to do with support, I know, surprise, surprise, and had everything to do with the fact that he was about to get to the beach scene. Like, very next scene in the game that he was getting to was the beach scene. Guys, I'm married. I can't be looking at these ladies walking around boobily. Yeah, that's it. You got to the part where you get to hang out with the ladies. The lovely, luscious ladies of Final Fantasy VII on the beach. And obviously, he's married, so he couldn't do that. Looking at Barrett on the beach would have done things to him. But yes, the beach fan service scene, which on PC with mods, you can look those up on your own. I ain't gonna do that for you right now because I don't want to get banned on YouTube.
oh, initially, when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake many years ago, there was a ton of hype. There was a ton of attention. There was a ton of people who wanted to see me play every aspect of it. It was Final Fantasy VII reimagined for a modern audience with all new graphics, all new gameplay mechanics. Essentially, it was kind of like combining Final Fantasy with almost like a game like Kingdom Hearts at the time. And personally, I liked it. Did I love it as much as others? No, but I did like the game. And so when the game ended and it was revealed that it actually wasn't a straight up remake, but instead was a reimagining and continuing of the plot of Final Fantasy VII, I was pissed, but then I kind of liked it because it gave me hope that as I continued to play these games, it would be a new story. It wouldn't be exactly the same as the original. I would actually enjoy it more because it was going to have original aspects to it. And the more I played it, the more I enjoyed that fact. Okay? I loved, Remake over time. I actually grew on me, and I couldn't wait for the sequel, Rebirth. In fact, you may not even be aware of this, but earlier this last year, at the beginning of the year, I was asked, what are the games you're most hyped for? And I said, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I think it's going to be a great game. And so, I started playing the game on PlayStation 5. Keep in mind, PS5 Pro wasn't out yet. And as you can see, the game performed pretty well. I mean, maybe it could have been better if the Pro was out, but it still performed pretty darn well when it came to the graphical department, okay? Some people complained and said, we didn't like that in combat. There's pixelization and resolution changes. Personally, it didn't bother me. I thought that the combat was fine. The story. Well, the story is the story of Final Fantasy VII with some additional things added in, so I like that. The game now had big open world segments, something that was not present in Final Fantasy VII Remake. And these open world segments had side content and enemy hunting
and grinding,
link. But also mini games and side stories and fun things in them. Chocobo traversal, riding a chocobo up walls and through certain areas. It was pretty neat, actually. All right. So, personally, I really enjoyed Final Fantasy VII.
Matthew James.
So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I played it for about 20 hours. And then
it's just
a certain
shit
stream
that people are posting online.
I was streaming the game, and I went over and I'm curious. The chat seems really dead today, and I don't know what's going on. So I looked at the stream attendance. We were under 200 viewers. That is actually one of the worst attendances I've ever received in any video game. Like, making no exaggeration about it. Yeah, I usually would get around 200 viewers, if not more, no matter what game that I'm playing. But sadly, this game was not performing well. Engagement. So I go to the chat and I start talking with people. The entire chat starts talking to me about sports. During Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, people are talking about March Madness basketball. What is going on?
DSP. I get it. You're not an American. You're an alien from outer space, so you don't seem to understand this, but sports are a pretty big deal in America. Sports like football with fantasy football, or March Madness and doing the brackets, and who do you think is going to get an upset this year? Or I don't know if they're going to be able to upset that team. Pretty big deal in America. But again, I get it, DSP. You hate America and all things American, like sports, like that. So I get it. You don't like sports in your video games. When people are supposed to be talking about you. But that's just it, DSP. If I looked at my chat right now and people were talking about their fantasy football leagues and how they did, I won, motherfuckers. I won $80. Na 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 na. Yes, I won my fantasy league. I won $80. Yay! But if anyone else wanted to talk about, oh yeah, I had the first pick, so obviously I drafted Christian McCaffrey, and then that went to shit due to his injuries. Like, ooh, yeah, the guy in the league that drafted him was not happy. He was very, very grumpy, to say the least. Well, I got lucky, man. I was able to get Derrick Henry, David Montgomery, Aaron Jones. Like, I had a pretty stacked fucking team. And then I won. College football is, yes, and the playoffs and all that. So if you wanted to talk about, who do you think OSU is going to be able to win it this year? Or do you think there's going to be an upset somewhere? Do you think Penn State's going to do it? Guys, stop talking about Penn State. This is not a Penn State stream, guys. I don't know if Penn State has what it takes to win it all, but they've gotten a lot farther than everyone thought they would this year.
Could you be any more disconnected from what the game is about? Could you be any more not paying attention? Why are we talking about March Madness? I don't even like basketball. So why would that be a discussion in my chat? And then, of course, yes, the trifecta that goes with it.
Because maybe the people in your chat like March Madness. Maybe they like, oh, hey, my team, Michigan State, they usually do pretty well in the tournament, but they've had a down year. So I decided to root for my old hometown team. Actually made it for once, so it was really cool. Or maybe, yeah, the men's team sucked this year, but the women's team made it, so that's really cool to see. It's the first time the women's team's made it in 6 years. So everyone in town is excited because, yay, our women's team finally did something besides suck at life. Let's see, in 2006 or 7, the Bowling Green women's team made it to the Elite 8. What was it? It's Sweet 16 or Elite 8, but they did a lot better than the men's team ever did.
That the support was abysmal. We didn't even get like $30 that day. Okay, so low attendance, low engagement, low support. And when I asked my audience what happened, essentially the story I got was thus: RPG overload. You played too many RPGs. You played Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. You played Baldur's Gate 3. Now you're playing this. You said you're going to play Dragon's Dogma 2. You said you're going to play this other RPG. You skipped Persona 3, Reboot, Reload, whatever the hell it is. There's more RPGs coming out. RPGs, too many. So to be honest, I don't think it was the game that killed the playthrough. I think it was the timing. I feel like if I hadn't already been playing several other RPGs during the same time frame, people actually would have engaged and showed up and supported this playthrough. But the problem is, sadly, there were too many of the same style of game released within a very short window of time at the beginning of 2024. And what happened was all of these games cannibalized each other in views, in attention, even in sales. If you're not aware, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth underperformed for Square Enix, and they were shocked. They thought this game was going to blow sales numbers up. It was going to be the most purchased Final Fantasy game. They were looking to recover because Final Fantasy 16 the year before had also been a sales flop, and they were hoping this would make up for it. And literally, it fell on its face. It didn't sell well compared to what they were expecting. And so, to them, they were wondering what was going to happen with the series. Now, from what I'm going to understand, eventually it did sell more, and the PC port of this game is coming out soon. I think it's either this month or next month. So there may get more of an audience and more traction once it's not just exclusively on the PlayStation 5 console. But it stands to reason. The game, sadly, was a disappointment, but I don't know why. I mean, take a look. I'm having fun playing it here. Look, we're switching to Barrett now. We're going to run around this cave. We're going to use the gun. The graphics are great. Like, I'm really enjoying myself in this video. Sadly, the audience isn't. I don't know why, but that's just a reality, you know? So a lot of people during the year asked me if I would go back. I said, why would I go back when I was actually playing the game? You weren't there. You didn't engage. You didn't support. And people were begging me on that stream to turn off the game and do anything else. Literally, people were like, Phil, can you turn off Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and do a Q&A instead? We'd rather have that.
No,
I was
they
like,
didn't.
Seriously?
No one ever said that, ever.
I grew up with RPGs. RPGs are near and dear to my heart. So when people aren't liking or engaging with RPGs that I'm playing, it actually hurts me. It makes me sad. And this happened multiple times with RPGs this year. And I'm like, man, is this the year of the end of RPGs? I don't know. Okay, so that's the number 4 most disappointing game playthrough of the year. I never even got past 20 hours, and I never went back. Number 3. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
All because he was too close to the beach scene.
You knew I was going to bring it up multiple times, and I am, because I just want to let you all know. Baldur's Gate 3.
Shut the fuck up, DSP. Game of the year. Game of the year. Baldur's Gate 3, an 11 out of 10, especially if you play it on PC with mods. You play this shit on PC with mods, 11 out of 10, easily, for Baldur's Gate 3. Now, here's the thing. $5,314 in tips. $968 in super chats. NA on the gifted memberships, NA on the gifted kick subs. But this does not include what he made in 2023, because he started in 2023 and went into 2024. But this is just the money he made on this game in 2024. $5,300 in just tips. This game combined made over $6,000 just in 2024. So you're probably wondering, well, why does he hate it? Here's a hint. Women exist in this game. We all know how much he hates women. But even worse, because he didn't pay any fucking attention to the game. At the end, if you beat the game, there's a reunion party. Where, no, hey, this character didn't die, so they'll be there. This character lives, so they'll be there. For some reason, he thought he was getting married to Halcyon, the druid. Oh, yeah. I love... just staring at his icon right now. I love you. You're the greatest vampire in the world. Anyways, before I get lost into his eyes. No, stop looking into his eyes. But he's so gorgeous. I love Asterion. Asterion is the greatest vampire of all time. But no, for some reason, he thought he was getting married to Halcyon. Why? I don't fucking know. It's not a... Halcyon was there because he lived. So Halcyon was at the party with all the other characters. But for some reason, DSP thought he was getting married to Halcyon. I don't know why, but he did. It was the stupidest fucking thing. Well, one of the... I mean, it's DSP. He does a lot of stupid shit. It was one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever seen. Of him. Why am I marrying him? I didn't do anything romantic with him. This is bullshit. Like, why do you think you're getting married to him? I'll say, if I swung that way, give me Halcyon. He's strong. He's spiritual. He's in touch with his feelings. He cares about those around him. Knows how to cook. Like, hell yeah. He found a second mentally soft groupie after the first one was able to escape. Yeah, I was like, I'll seem to be the perfect partner if you swung that way. But for DSP, just a thought. Just even the thought of marrying another man. No. It's not John Rambo.
In my top 3, my top 10, my top 20 best playthroughs of the year.
Wow.
I feel like it was both great and disappointing at the same time, so I want to give you both sides of the coin, all right? On the disappointing side, here's my thought on Baldur's Gate 3, okay? It's a fine game. It's a game that people will enjoy if you want length and bang for your buck and good narrative, okay? Really, it's absolutely a great game. I cannot hate on this game whatsoever. It is very entertaining and a great game overall. However, I just don't feel it's a good streaming game. Why? Because it's too dang long. It took me like 140 hours to beat it, okay? And that's not because I sucked. It's because the game is actually that long. 140 freaking hours to beat Baldur's Gate 3. Now,
only if you play it once. If you're like me, I played it again off stream with more mods, did different choices, different storylines, different characters. But then again, I enjoy video games. I know DSP, surprise, surprise, someone enjoying video games, never, not you. But I like video games. And I liked this video game. So I had zero issues going back into it and playing it again. I had zero issues finding more mods, different mods, better mods, and playing through, making different choices, and seeing new storylines and new characters. It was fantastic. 11 out of 3. Game of the decade, as someone says. It is just so fucking good. And on my first playthrough, I don't know if it was my mods or what, but Karlach glitched. Could not get Karlach to join my group. So I killed her, looted her, whatever. On my second playthrough that I did off stream, again, I like video games so much I actually play them off stream, like Baldur's Gate 3 or Bloodborne. I was able to get to my group. And I said, well, I didn't have you in my group last time, so I'm going to romance you this time. She is an absolute cinnamon roll. She is adorable. She's the sweetest thing in the world. If she were real, she would be my wife. She is just perfect. I mean, except for, you know, she's burning up because she's got the hell engine inside of her, and if you touch her, you catch on fire. But other than that, but there's ways to dampen that, and if you play through the game, you find ways to cure her. Well, not exactly cure, but just make it like, hey, you're not going to die right now. You got a few, extra days out of it. But then, at the end, you go to Avernus with her, but then again, she said she never wants to go back to Avernus. She would rather die than go back to Avernus. But if she doesn't go back to Avernus, she will literally fucking die. Now, do you love her so much that you're willing to be like, you know what? You don't want to go back to Avernus? You'd rather die than go back there? So let's make the most of our time together and be together until your heart literally burns up through your chest. I love you so much that yes, it's gonna hurt to lose you. It's gonna fucking pain me to the core to lose you. But you've already said you'd rather die than go back to Avernus. So you know what? Do you then make the choice of not going back to Avernus with her? And actually, if you play cards, you can also have Will come with you. So it's the 3 of you going to Avernus to slay demons. But it's like, yeah, if you go back to Avernus, she lives. But she already said she'd rather fucking die than go back to Avernus. So do you go with her to Avernus to keep her alive, even though she'd rather die than that? Or do you accept her choices and be like, I love you so much, it's going to hurt me to the core, it's going to make me cry, but you know what? This is what you want. I get it. Avernus is literally hell in this world. You'd rather die than go back to hell. So you know what? Hold my hand one last time. Let's look up at the stars after having some wine together. And I'll just try to ignore your screams as you literally burn to ash next to me. Gosh, she's so fucking good. I love Karlach. 11 out of 10 game, especially with the mods. Fantastic fucking game. He's a piece of shit for not liking it. Well, bigger piece of shit than we already knew. Only DSP could hate a game this fucking good. Only DSP could say that this game was disappointing in any way, shape, or form. Only thing disappointing about it is that it's not longer and that it's not getting more. If they had a DLC to go with it, I would have gotten it. I would have played it day fucking one. They had gonna come out with Baldur's Gate 4 by the same Larian group. I would have been there day fucking one. But Hasbro told Larian to pound sand, so Larian said, alright, deuces, we're out. We're gonna go do something else. And so there'll be no DLC. There'll be no sequel. I want to do a Dirge run, but between playing Vampire Survivors and playing Diablo 2 and then playing Stalker 2 on stream, and then after that I'm going to have other games to play on stream, like, I really need to win a lottery. Not so I can sue the evil rotten detractors, but so I can just sit at home and play video games all day.
You're the kind of streamer who you're only playing one game at a time, and you're hyper-focused on said game, and you're getting strides and giant progress every time you play the game, then maybe Baldur's Gate 3 is for you. But in my case, I'm a variety streamer. I juggle a wide variety of content all at the same time. Correct? And in regards to that, when I was playing Baldur's Gate 3, it started in December of last year, and that playthrough didn't finish until, what was it, late March or early April of the next year. So
remember, he makes his own schedule. He could have focused. He could have made this the only day stream every day until he beat it. He'd been, all right, guys, night stream is going to be this, but the day stream is going to be nothing but Baldur's Gate 3 until I beat it. He could have done that. But he didn't. He refused to do that because I'm a variety streamer. And again, this game made over $5,300 just in tips. Over $6,000 combined. You take everything he made combined, he made over $6,000. But you know what? There's women in it, and he gets gay married to a bear at the end. A literal fucking bear, not just a figurative gay bear. And so he hates it.
So you're talking it spanned 3 to 4 months to do 140 hours of gameplay. During that time, I played fighting games. I played other RPGs. I played story-based games, action games, everything. Because I didn't want to miss out on a million other games just to focus on this game. Okay? Now, listen. Oh, God, look at the scene that I picked. Oh, man. Look at the scene that I picked for my countdown, folks. Anyway, so in regards to Baldur's Gate 3, excuse me. I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted. In regards to Baldur's Gate 3,
really been formed, but still.
Okay, basically, I really like the game, but it actually almost killed my channel. I want you to understand. I played it for so long that it was in my actual rotation of games for so long that people who didn't like it said, well, I'm just not going to watch Phil's content for a while until he's done with this dang game because I don't want to see him play Baldur's Gate 3. I'm not interested in it. So I had people, I'm not even kidding, hundreds of people who were regulars who didn't tune into my content for months. The only reason that things worked out is because there was a small handful of people who really liked Baldur's Gate 3 who kept coming by and actually supporting Baldur's Gate 3. If it weren't for those handful of people, I mean, there was one person who, no lie, was giving hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Oh my God. They were giving hundreds of dollars a stream to support it. If that didn't happen, this playthrough would have completely screwed up the channel and my business. I'm not kidding. And after this playthrough ended, I said, listen, I loved the game. I did. I really like Baldur's Gate 3. I thought it was a great game. But I told everyone, I can't commit to playing games like this anymore. Like, it was just too lengthy. I can't play for 4 months to beat a game. So that's my problem is everyone likes it. 10 people support it. But then my channel dies. My views went down. My engagement went down. It took, I think it was April or May when finally I started playing variety games again. And then all of a sudden, everything went back up. But
mind you, he never stopped playing variety games. He never actually stopped playing variety games. He already said that he was continuing to play action games and story-based games and fighting games. He still played other games. He was still a variety streamer. So how did this kill your channel when you've already said you played other games? You were still being a variety streamer. You can't sit in there and say that you were still being a variety streamer and you played other games and then cry that this game killed your channel and everyone left because they didn't want to watch this game. When you've already said you were playing other games.
It took a tremendous amount of time to get there, okay? So sadly, I just simply cannot commit to playing long games like this ever again. Sorry, maybe I'll make an exception here or there, but this game, it was the litmus test. Can I play a game that's this long and see if it works? And the answer is sadly no. I don't think that a game like this is ever going to work again. Just because of that, all right? 4 months, losing hundreds of viewers who regularly watch my stuff, losing engagement. I'm lucky I had the small handful of people who were supporting the playthrough, and that's why it's disappointing. I wish that if I played Baldur's Gate 3 and did it, I had tons of attendance and support and everyone would have loved it, but it went the other way. I think this actually was the game that was the first portion of RPG overload. I had already been playing Baldur's Gate 3 for months. Then I started playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. Then I started playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Then I started playing Dragon's Dogma. Get it? That's what caused the issue, was that many of the same style of game in a short period of time. So, if you like my Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, thanks for watching, but understand there's a good reason why I cannot play games of that length in the near future. All right, ladies and gents, 2 more to go. This is it, the finale. What about, I did punch the mic by accident. Sorry about that. What did your picks make it so far? Did you think that we'd be where we are? What could the final 2 games in the most disappointing playthroughs of 2024 be?
F and chat for 1 minute, man.
Well, you're about to find out, because ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? The number 2 most
Sonny.
disappointing playthrough 2024
Shout out to Sonny.
is...
Sonny made something amazing on AI. They'll be uploaded for Tuesday. You have to wait to see it.
Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Yes.
Now you're probably wondering, wait a minute. He loves Like a Dragon games. He absolutely fucking loves Like a Dragon games. $1,031 in tips. $363 in super chats. So yes, he got quite a bit of tips, but he played the game for hours and hours and hours. It means he had multiple streams. Now, if you play it 10 streams and you get $1,400 in support, all right, hey, you average $140. But if you play for 20 streams, all of a sudden that's $70 a stream. And guys, I can't live off $70. How am I supposed to live off of $70 a stream? Oh, you played it for 30 times? Well, fuck, guys. Now you're really fucking him. Guys, he's gonna lose his house. You don't want him to lose his house, do you, guys? He's gonna lose the house unless you give him more money. In fact, since I can, go to playlists. Let's see, this is what, Like a Dragon, Infinite Well. We'll hit play on this while I look for the playlist.
Now, to be very clear, and I've made this very clear during this countdown, a lot of these games are fine games that I really enjoy, but the playthroughs disappointed me. Yes, this game is one of my most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Why? Because this was the game, while I was still playing Baldur's Gate 3, that I decided to pick up. This began RPG overload. This began that feeling of resentment towards lengthy RPGs.
Wrong button.
And to be quite frank with you, the graphics were great. The gameplay elements were great. The story was not nearly as good as the last Like a Dragon game. And that's sad. The story was weak, actually. And it's weird because when you have two protagonists and two locations that you're going between, you think that it would be good. The ending actually was quite poor. It actually kind of retconned the whole idea of one of the plots of the game,
and welcome.
which made it way less meaningful overall.
Oh! 64 parts. 64 parts. So 1,400 divided by 64 equals... He averaged $21.86 a stream. That's why. I don't know about you, because over 1,000 in tips, 368 in super chat, so for a combined total of roughly $1,400. $1,400, that's a lot of fucking money. That's a lot of fucking money. But 1,400 divided by 64 equals $21.88. 87.5. We'll round up to 88 cents. And that's why it was a disappointing stream, because he couldn't hit $50. He couldn't, on average, hit $50 during this gameplay stream. Womp womp.
And sadly, it just didn't resonate. Again, less people tuned in and watched this playthrough than the original. A lot less people liked it. And again, I think it's because of RPG overload. So, listen, again, game was fun, game was sound, great mechanics. I liked all the job systems. I liked the 2 locations. All of that was great. But man, I was disappointed by the story, and I was disappointed at the RPG overload that we experienced.
The tax arc season this year is going to be
I'm
fucking
sorry
amazing.
that I couldn't make it a more entertaining playthrough for all of you. I surely tried, but there's only not that much that you can really do in regards to making a game like this work, besides just playing with the elements and having fun and joking and doing some commentary on the story or whatever, and then hanging out with the audience, which is what I did. And it didn't really catch on. Attendance was low. People kept begging me during this playthrough to quit it, by the way. I'm not even kidding you. People were like, oh, if you're already playing Baldur's Gate 3, please quit Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. We don't want to see the rest of it. I'm not kidding. This was 100% from the audience, people begging me to stop playing. So, very sad, okay? Also, someone's asking me, can I explain how the ending kind of retcons the story? No, because that would ruin the story. There's no point in me doing that. I'm not going to spoil the story for everybody.
Game came out last year. It's probably okay to spoil the story, jackass. Or do you just don't remember? Oh, I don't think he remembers. He doesn't remember. Gin brain.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Number 1. What could be the most
What could be number 1, guys? Here's a hint. Persona.
disappointing game playthrough of the year of 2024? Could it be a game that I purchased for full price, ended up sucking, and I really was upset that I spent that much? Could it be a game that was full of bugs, that was incredibly disappointing because it should have been way more polished at launch? Was it a game that, because of its incredible length, ruined things? Was it a game that didn't have the features or good netcode? Was it any of those things? I have an answer for you.
What the fuck? No.
Oh, is there an in there? However, it's metaphor, okay? Metaphor.
Metaphor. 326,000 tips, $129 in super chats, NA on the gifted memberships, NA on the gifted kick subs.
Disappointing playthrough of the year for me. Why? Well, I'm going to tell you why. No signal. That's why. I'm going to tell you why. Let's fast forward to actual gameplay. I think there's a dungeon coming up. Here we go. So here's the deal. Metaphor is a game by the makers of Persona. It has Persona-like graphics, but modernized in full HD. It's got great dungeon crawling. It's got excellent turn-based combat with new elements that are different from Persona, but some similarities. It's got a great story. That's a new world that they created from the ground up. That's original and isn't a copycat of anyone else's. It's actually very interesting. It's kind of like Persona with new gameplay elements set in a fantasy universe. It's great. Take a look at how it performed. Runs really well, right? This is on PC. So, why in the holy hell would this be in my most disappointing game playthroughs of the year? Well, I'm going to tell you why. Ladies and gentlemen, I need to tell you a little story. I love JRPGs. Turn-based ones particularly. They're some of my favorite games.
Absolutely fucking hates them.
In fact, I would argue that JRPGs is probably one of my top 4, maybe top 3 favorite genres of games, okay? I grew up playing them in the 1990s. Games such as Final Fantasy 2 and 3, which now are called 4 and 6 on the SNES, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, the Suikoden series, which I love, and I can't wait that there's a new remake collection coming out, and maybe I'll be able to share those experiences with all of you, among many, many others. I played a lot of JRPGs, Wild Arms, all kinds of stuff growing up. They have a special place in my gaming heart, okay? They do. So when I get to play a JRPG with all of you, and we have a chill, interactive, and fun time, I have a great time. It's a memorable experience. One of my most memorable experiences that I've ever had was playing Dragon Quest XI with all of you. Or The Summer of Judgment. Anyone remember that? These are games that are just awesome social experiences, but also have great gameplay elements, great stories, and I love playing them. The problem is, if you haven't seen the running pattern from this countdown, for some reason, my audience, most of you, don't like JRPGs anymore. We've got a disconnect here. We all like fighting games. We like sandbox-style games, GTA.
Just like your for
we like
shooters,
Ronnie. Right? We like FromSoft games. There's a lot of things we have in common that we really like. But when it comes to JRPGs, we're definitely starting to have a great divide, okay? This was definitely the year of RPG overload. I admit that, okay? Definitely. There were too many long, drawn-out RPGs this year. I played too many of them early in the year. I stopped doing that, and then I didn't play RPGs for a very long time, okay? When Metaphor Rifantasio had a demo out, which was the week before the game actually had a full retail release, I told you guys I was going to play through the demo, and based on performance of those streams, I would determine if I was going to buy the game and do a playthrough or not, because I wanted to do it. Like, I totally was down to do it. But seeing what had happened with JRPGs earlier in the year with RPG overload, I didn't want to buy it and commit to playing it to then have my audience again be disconnected and be sad that I was wasting time playing this way too
You'll
long
find out
game.
what it means to me.
And so, when Metaphor came out, I played through the demo. I played a whopping 12 hours of the demo. Because the demo was that long. The demo's around 13, 14 hours long, to be clear. It's the entire first segment of the game, like the whole first act, okay? So, I actually played it and really liked it. As you can see, look at this gameplay. It's, like I said, it's like Persona, but with a twist, and it's really well executed, and the graphics are great. Like, I was having an absolute great time with this game, all right? But sadly, multiple times that I gave this game a chance, I think I did 4 streams of it, okay? Every single time I played it, low attendance, low engagement, support, and people asking me to stop playing it and play other games.
That's the main part, low support. So across 4 streams, he got roughly $450, so he got a little over $100 a stream. Not good enough, guys. Not good enough.
Games. All right?
I mean, not wrong, Diclonius. He didn't play the full game. I also think that's why he left Stellar Blade off, because he only played it for like an hour and then he dropped it. Because a lot of people thought he was going to add Stellar Blade to his list, but it's like, nah, I don't think so. He only played it for an hour. I think that's why he didn't add Stellar Blade. But yeah, he shouldn't have added this because he didn't play the full game. He played the demo.
I tried hard. I played 3 hours, and then 6 hours, and then 9 hours, and then 12 hours. I kept playing it. Even though people were telling me not to, I kept playing it, trying to give it a chance. But at some point, you got to throw your hands up in the air and be like, listen, I gave it the good old college try, but it's just not working. And that's exactly what happened with Metaphor. Now, the funny part about it was, when I announced to everyone, well, guys, I guess we're not playing Metaphor, people got on my case. And they're like, Phil, why aren't you playing Metaphor? Why? I did. Here's the question about these people who say this stuff. You're mad I'm not playing a game, but where were you when I was playing it?
They were watching, but they weren't supporting. That's the issue. They were watching. They were hitting the thumbs up. They were doing the stuff that they could do for free. Just like everyone here. Everyone here made sure.
As a parent, TSA PreCheck is like.
If everyone here hits the thumbs up, we get up to 20 already. We're up to 20 thumbs up in the stream. Congratulations. And of course, James Lesser Express Lane donated 10 memberships. And you know what? That's great. If people don't want to give money, they don't have to. They don't need to. And now I'm still going to enjoy pointing and laughing at you. I'm still going to enjoy making fun of you.
If I had gotten attention and engagement and support when I played it for 12 hours, then I would have bought the game and played it. But the people who wanted to see me play it didn't show up for the streams. So what do you want me to do? Listen, this is both a business and a hobby. I'm a lifelong gamer. I love video games. It's my passion. It's what I love to make content about, okay? I love games like this. I would have loved to do a full playthrough for all of you. I'm sad that I didn't. But this is my business and my job as well as my hobby. I can't just sit here and play whatever I want, because if I did, in this case, I would have went out of business in 2024. I would have been playing all these RPGs and no one would have shown up. I can't make people engage and like content. All I can do is showcase said content in an entertaining and fun way and hope that it works for you too. This game resonates with me, but it doesn't resonate with the mainstream chunk of my audience. So because of that, sadly, I just don't have the ability to play what I want. I want to play this. I still want to play this. To this day, I want to play Metaphor, but I can't. I have to play what I have time for on streams. I don't have time to play a 100-hour RPG off streams. I purposefully disconnect myself from gaming when I'm off stream so that I don't have overload. Can you imagine if I streamed
But you said that you've watched your wife play video games on your days off. Guys, I can't play games 24/7. That's why I gotta watch my wife play video games. You know what I mean, guys.
Day games that I went offline and I played more games, I'd be burnt out. I'd be so upset that my entire life is just inundated with video games that I probably wouldn't even enjoy them anymore, right? So
you don't enjoy them anymore. And that's, well, excuse me, that's one of the biggest issues you have right now, is that you don't enjoy video games anymore. You used to enjoy video games, you really did. But you've gotten so burnt out on them that you hate them now. Nick, how's it going? That's exactly your issue, DSP, is that you've gotten burnt out on video games. You do hate them. And it comes through in your content. People watch you and they go, wow, this guy really hates fucking video games, doesn't he?
Listen, there's just not much that I can do if people
Only
are
funny
going to say,
WWE
I'm not going
champions.
to show up and watch Metaphor because I don't like JRPGs, despite the fact that I have tried to express to you guys multiple times, these streams are not just about the game. It's a social experience. You can come by and hang out with me and we can have fun.
It's a social experience, but you literally said you dropped the game because people were talking about March Madness. People were talking about sports, not about you. So you dropped the game. I don't know about you, but if people are showing your channel talking about sports, maybe talk about sports with them.
Fun conversation and we can have a chill atmosphere and vibe, even if you don't like the game. We've done that with many games before. A lot of people didn't like Minecraft, but they loved the Minecraft streams. A lot of people don't like Microsoft Flight Simulator, but they enjoy relaxing with me when I do those streams. But for some reason, when it's a JRPG, people won't show up. I've tried again and again, and I'm sorry, I can't take the blame for the fact that I work my butt off trying to make these work and people still won't show up. So it sucks, but here's why this is number one on the list.
Showed up and said, give me money.
Even after a year of RPG burnout and me staying away from RPG.
DSP, if the only work you put towards this is going, give me money, give me money, give me money, give me money. That's not work. That's begging.
I gave this one a shot and it still failed. And a lot of people have said this in the chat recently. I remember it was Sarah earlier that said it. Said, so does this mean that you can't play RPGs anymore? You know, I don't know. I legit don't know. Is that what it means? That my audience is now so detached from RPGs and enjoying them that I just can't play RPGs anymore? Maybe. I don't know what else to say. I wish that it wasn't the case. I wish that I had the freedom to play whatever I wanted. But the truth is, folks, here's the truth. All right, let's be real talk as we end this.
Snort.
The pattern here this year, you didn't notice, is that I'm not free to just play whatever I want. Why? Because I'm not a million sub YouTuber. I don't have 1,000 viewers plus on my streams. I don't have the amount of attention and popularity. I'm not beloved by everyone on the internet. And because of that, I have to pick and choose what I play, the things that you want to see and things that will work for my streams. You get that, right? That's business. And it's funny because some people like to pin, well, it's your fault. It's my fault. Well, I don't know what else to say. I am who I am. Do you want me to change who I am? Would you like me to be fake? Would you like me to be an actor for streams, a character, a cartoon? Should I
You are a cartoon, though, DSP. A very bad one.
dress up with a
Why would he take blame for anything he's done, dude? It was his aunt's fault for not telling me he had gout.
vest and sunglasses and a big fake wig and a stupid mustache and yell like I'm a
Or, put on a hat and a vest and glasses.
G.I. Joe character from the 1980s? Should I dye my hair blue and do dabbing and dancing around and try to get trick shots in Fortnite? I mean, I could do that, but then I wouldn't be me. You understand? I wouldn't be original. I wouldn't have been here for 16 years. I would have been just another Muppet. And that's what I never wanted to be. You understand? I wanted to be myself.
The thing is, DSP, the Muppets are beloved by all. There is no one who hates the Muppets. To say the name Muppets in a negative context makes no sense. People love the Muppets. People have nothing but fond memories of the Muppets. When people ask, oh, what's your favorite Christmas movie? A lot of people say, The Muppets Christmas Carol. Like, a lot of people say that because it is such a good fucking movie. So, oh, these got these Muppets with their blue hair. People love Gonzo. Shut the fuck up.
And when I play games like that, like Metaphor, I feel like a different side of me comes out because I truly have passion for games like that. And you would hope that that comes through. What I'm noticing is that people don't seem to care anymore. Just being honest,
Maybe we got the Wolverine Twitter about
people are
something else that
missing
pissed
some of
them
the best
off.
games and playthroughs that I can do because they just don't care, and there's nothing I can do to make people on the internet like me more when there's such a level of negativity and hatred towards me that's completely unwarranted. If anything this year, have we not seen that all the bullshit strawman arguments have been dispelled? The WWE champions thing, the Phil's scammer and horrible towards his audience thing. All these things were picked apart, microanalyzed, put under the microscope, and it was exposed that none of these things are true, or if some of them have a nugget of truth, it's nothing to the extent where someone should hate on me and not like Darkseid Phil and hate his guts and start a hate campaign against him. These are obsessed, very, very unhinged individuals who are looking to do this kind of stuff to me. My reputation, right? My business, hurting it, saying awful things that aren't true about me on a daily basis. We all know this now.
That aren't true, except for they have a nugget of truth. But they're not true, except for the nugget of truth part. But they're not true. If they're not true, then there's no nugget of truth, DSP. Either it's true or it's not.
So I can't make those people go away. All I can do is do what I can to persevere through it and continue to make content and not give up. And that's what I've done for 16 years. And I'm not going to stop doing that, okay? But definitely in 2024, I saw a pattern that sadly, I can't just play whatever I want. There was a time when I could. My early days as a YouTuber, I could pick any game out of a hat. It could be the worst game, the best game, somewhere in between, a game you've heard of, a game you've never heard of, an indie game, a big AAA game. Didn't matter what it was. Before the negativity hit me, I was able to play whatever I wanted, and I could get an audience for it. And then all the memes against me, this is how you don't play movement, the toxic troll movement, all
Evil
the shit,
AJ.
SNK, all these idiots that do it today, they have killed any kind of chance
Evil
that I
AJ,
could have
shout
a
out.
following that just likes to watch me
Holla,
play
holla for
whatever. It will
31
never happen.
likes.
You understand that? People like me, but they like me in context. They like me when I'm playing a FromSoft game and I'm failing and raging, or I'm overcoming challenge. They like me playing a fighting game where I'm kicking butt, but also kind of talking trash. They like me when I'm playing Call of Duty and I'm getting kill streaks, but then I fuck up and it's hilarious when I die and I make a big mistake. They like me when I'm playing a big action game or an epic story game that's a AAA game because they want to see my take on that. But most people today just don't like me playing RPGs because they don't care about the niche. They don't care about the true passion of Phil. They just don't like me that much. And there's nothing I can do about that. I can't just make the internet like me after a decade of hate. The only way I can do that
16
is
years
to
of
be
hate.
fake and to pretend to be someone I'm not. And I refuse to do that.
Actually, no.
I'm not.
Longer than 16 years. Because he was hated by the FGC community. He was such a piece of shit in the FGC community that the hate for him has been longer than 16 years. It goes back to before the 2005 EVO.
Not going to be someone who I'm not and put on a persona and put on an outfit and put on a voice or an affectation and dress a certain way and get sponsors and partnerships and kiss butt and be the goody two shoes, or on the flip side of that, be the hateful, mean person and always rag on people and be the drama asshole. I'm not going to do any of that. I'm just going to continue.
Except you said that's what you were in the FGC. That you were the heel in the FGC. Although, did you ever ask anyone in the FGC, like, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we had heels and faces in FGC like they do in WWE? How much you want to bet Ja and everyone else would have said, no, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? Heels? Faces? Dude, this is fighting game community. This is not wrestling. The fuck are you talking about? Come on, Justin Wong, wouldn't it be funny if we did, racist caricatures like they did in WWE back in the 80s? How about no? Shut the fuck up.
To be me. If anything, I've proven I can be successful just being me. But sadly, I have to make smart decisions for myself and my family. This is not a joke. This is a business. that needs to be run in a way that I'm putting
it
out
is very
content
much
that
a
people want to
joke.
consume. Because if the idea of a job is that you put in work to create a product or output that people will then consume and purchase for monetary means, and then you can make a living doing it, then I have to make content people want to consume. People, sadly, don't want to consume RPG content. So I can't make it. Now, I'm not saying I'm never going to play an RPG ever again. I'm just saying that, sadly, there's just not much I can do when people don't want to consume that content on this channel. There's plenty of people out there who play RPGs, but they're known for it, right? That's their forte. That's a niche of theirs. They're a specialist at it. So they can play RPGs and they bring in the views and bring in the support, and that's great. But I'm a variety dude.
And actually, Diclonius, there is, I guess you call it wishful thinking, not even a theory, that his cousin Melissa is going to inherit everything. That his family went, you know what? We've given this fucker everything. We give him everything and then some. We are retired and we are still giving him thousands of dollars a year to pay his taxes. You know what? I think we've given him enough. When we die, that's it. If he somehow blows through all the money that he's made, the millions, literally millions of dollars he's made over the past 20 years of his life, if he finds a way to blow through all that money, hey, sucks to be him. Melissa, you get everything. I cannot imagine the rage that would come from him. Can you imagine? Guys, it's so sad. My parents died. I won't be able to stream for a couple days because I gotta go to Connecticut for the funeral. So make sure you give me at least $800 on the stream to make up for the fact I won't be able to stream for the next couple days, guys. Comes back. It's absolute fucking bullshit. They gave everything to Melissa because Melissa hasn't made millions of dollars. They don't understand that Melissa hasn't had the bills I had. I got the WWE Champions bill. I got the Street Fighter Duel bill. I got the Animation Domination Family Guy bill. She doesn't have those bills, guys. She doesn't have the $400 a day in DoorDash to feed a fat wife. So yes, I would love 100% for when his parents die for it to come out that they left everything to Melissa. Because Melissa hasn't made literally millions of dollars. And you know what? I think Melissa really needs the help. I mean, after overcoming a drug-addicted mother and having to move in with us, no, I think it's just, no, our son's made literally millions. He's a successful streamer on YouTube. He doesn't need our house. He doesn't need an inheritance from us. And we'll leave him some, we'll leave him the photo albums and maybe a couple of the family heirlooms, but he just doesn't need the house or anything. He's got his own house. What's he going to do with our house? Melissa could really use the house. She can move in, have the place be hers, and you know what? With the inheritance, she doesn't have to worry about anything for a couple years. So we're going to really help our daughter from another mother and Melissa. Then he comes back from the funeral. Fucking bullshit. If I had the money, I'd sue to try to get the inheritance, but I don't have the money for it, guys. All right, guys, here's the marathon today. It's the be able to sue my cousin for the inheritance marathon, guys. Aw, poor bunny.
People have come to
And
know
yes,
me
it's
because of
all
variety
the
of
troll's
content,
fault.
and they like that. They're not coming by for the 100-hour playthrough. They're coming by for a 3-hour stream of fun multiplayer. They're coming by to see me make progress against a really tough boss or dungeon in a Soulsborne game. You see? That's really where I think my forte is at this point. So, that's the truth of the matter. If you have anything to say, please leave a comment on this video. I want to hear your opinion. But the truth is, I didn't fail RPGs. I love them. I tried to play a lot of them. You
failed RPGs,
not a
not
single
me,
one worked.
me.
Not even the ones that I toughed through, like Baldur's Gate 3, like a Dragon Infinite Well.
Cat can't make it up the stairs anymore, so
there's
she's
not
not
much I
going
can
to
do
join him on
about
any
it.
stream.
The truth is, I'm now being pulled in a lot of directions, right? I'm being told, play these indie games over here you've never played before because now you have a gaming PC. Play these old games you've already played, but now play them with mods because you have a gaming PC. Play AAA games because you have a gaming PC. Play all these things you would never do. And then I'm being asked, can you be involved in this project? Could you do this new type of show? Could you do this and that? I'm being pulled in a million directions. I'm actually in demand. That's a great thing. I'm not complaining in any way, shape, or form. 2025 is stacking up to look like a great year for me. But I need to be smart about what I play and how I spend my time. Right now, the RPG situation ain't looking good. So I would love to see your comments on all of this. Leave a comment on the video after the fact. I promise you I'll give them all a read. I appreciate constructive feedback,
anyone who
but
doesn't
I need to
agree
know
with you,
when literally half the list of the most disappointing playthroughs of the year were games that were RPGs that I was enjoying, but no one was engaging and supporting. That's an issue.
Support.
Some of them were. Dragon's Dogma 2, that literally was a stinker. But a lot of these games this year were games that I wish I could have continued with, but where was the audience? So I can't play games that no one shows up for. You understand that? And it's not like I don't get an audience for anything. I do, just not RPGs right now. So I hope you understand the situation I'm in. Metaphor is my biggest regret because I want to play it this very moment. It's a great game. It looks amazing.
It's your channel. You can do whatever
the fuck you want. I can't invest 100 hours of my time to play it because no one would watch it. Sad. You know, even after I played the demo and I announced I'm not going to play the final game, people were upset. But now one said, hey, Phil, just so you know, if you do decide to play the game, I'm going to show up and I'm going to support big because I still want you to play it. That's what happened with Baldur's Gate 3. That's why I played it. But that didn't happen with Metaphor. It seems like it's a small group of people who want to see it, but then they don't show up. So there's not anything else I could do about it until we reassess. And I think 2025, we're maybe going to have to reassess everything. And it's sad. I don't want to have to, but that's reality. It's not a situation.
Reassess or refinance. I still think he's doing all this. Like, he said he paid a company to clean his house. I'm not joking. He said on a pre-stream, he paid a company to come into his house and clean it. Because in 11 years of living there, he never had a chance to clean it. In 11 years, multiple people living there, none of them had a chance to clean the house. So he had to pay a company to come in and clean his house for him. I'm not joking. He paid a company probably thousands of dollars to come to his house and clean it. Because neither he nor Panda, who was there for like 3 or 4 years, or Cat, who's been there for multiple years, ever found the time to clean it.
Where I have control over it, because if I go ahead and I play the game and no one shows up and no one engages and no one supports and it kills the channel, I go out of business. I can't do that. Understand?
Good.
And for those who do understand, thank you. If you don't understand, come back to me in 10, 15 years when you're an adult and you're actually trying to like run a business or raise a family or, you know, support people. And then maybe you could
What family? You have a fat wife you call mom and a cat. Although I think it's pretty funny he's not the only one who calls his wife mom. Apparently Wings also calls his wife mom.
understand where I'm coming from. I don't take these decisions lightly. I know that Metaphor was one of the best games of 2024. It sucks that I couldn't play it. I still want to play it right now.
But you could.
I can't.
You just refuse to.
All right, folks. By the way, Guitar Player, thank you for a $5 super chat. He says, I agree with your takes. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say. You know, some people want to sit around and say no matter what I do, that it's wrong. Okay, so if I'd played Metaphor and it flopped and I, you know, terrible for the business, terrible for everything, well, that's your fault. My fault. So then I choose to skip it and do other stuff. Well, that's your fault. You skipped one of the best games of the year. That's my fault. Okay, everything's my fault, always, at all times. That's correct.
Yes.
You know, what else can I say? All right, I do my best at what I can do. If it's not my forte, if you think that my JRPG playthroughs are boring, then I probably still shouldn't play them, right? I don't know how to change to make this stuff entertaining because I'm not fake. I wish maybe I wish that I didn't have these morals and values and I could just be a fake person to everyone and then, you know.
Morals and values. My ass.
I'd be in the same situation as everyone took every sponsorship, took every opportunity to kiss butt and
So
lie
yeah,
about everything.
Mommy, I could totally see doing, but mom, no.
And get paid for it and make that bag. But you know me, that's not me. I'm not going to sit here.
Like Carl, I could totally call her mommy. Or, Bazel. I would so call her mommy. Yes, mommy, whatever you want. Please don't hurt me. Or do.
And do that. So now I have so much support behind the scenes that I can play anything I want because the money rolling in during a stream doesn't matter. No, these streams are actually where I make the vast majority of my income. So that's what I got to focus on. See? Okay, guys. Well,
do you see?
I hope that you have enjoyed my countdown of the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of the year. Not most disappointing games, like someone actually just said in Kick because they don't listen, but the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024. Leave a comment on the video. Let me know your thoughts. Do you agree? Disagree? I would love to hear it. Now, I will say this. 2025, I hope, stacks up better than 2024. 2024 was a year of pretty underwhelming disappointments. So I'm hoping that this year we can have epic playthroughs, great games, but also great streams. Everyone liking it, the community enjoying the content together. Not just a little niche here and a little niche there.
If I ever do a Dirge run, I'm going to go straight for Minthara. I can't wait to get some of that drow.
And we disagree on this and that.
I
liked it when I used to be able to play a big AAA game and everyone wanted to see it, and everyone showed up, and everyone had a great time. We haven't had that feeling in a couple of years. Why? Because there haven't been games like that for a couple of years. Hopefully we'll get that back again. You know, maybe GTA 6 will bring back that feeling again. I don't know. But in the meantime, ladies and gents, I appreciate all of you hanging out. I appreciate all of you supporting
the glasses
tonight,
mod from Minthara.
and I will appreciate all of your honest feedback that you could give me. So please give it to me. All right. And I will see you on streams over the course of 2025 right here on DSP Gaming or on the DSP Gaming Real channel over on Kick. Everyone, I hope that you enjoyed the countdown. Thanks a lot. I'll see you next year. Or hopefully a little sooner than that. And you don't just come by once a year for these countdowns. Peace out. Okay, folks. That was good. Like I said, I had a lot to say, especially at the end there. And again, I think you guys expected this. Did you not? Did you not expect that that was going to be the deal with this countdown? I mean, that was the pattern for all of last year. RPG I want to play doesn't work. RPG I want to play doesn't work. But then I play other games, works. So, like I said, actually this channel was having big problems. And then when I decided to actively stop playing the RPGs and play action games, it got a big uptick. It actually got a big increase of viewers and support after that. So it is what it is. All right. All right. So guys, here's the deal. Tomorrow, podcast in the morning, continuation of Stalker 2 on the day stream. And it's actually picked up because now we're in an interesting part of the game where the plot is hugely developing. We got this wish machine or whatever that we're about to interact with. And then tomorrow night, it is the top 20 best playthroughs of 2025. All right. I hope that you'll come by and hang out with me tomorrow for the best. You saw the most disappointing. Now you're going to see the best. All right. I hope to see you tomorrow for that. All right, everyone. But I got to get out of here and I got to upload and I got to relax. I just talked for 2 straight hours. I got to relax my voice now. Okay. Okay. Everyone, thank you so very much.
Saul hoping for a last second Whale Mary for no reason, even though he's already hit the goal.
Please have a good evening. Thank you for the support tonight, everyone, because this was a bunch of people who supported tonight that hit the goal tonight. I appreciate that. So Retro Danny says, by the way, in case you missed it, my opinion on Like It Dragon Infinite Wealth is that he strongly disagrees. He liked the story. It reminded him of Yakuza 7. He loved Ichiban. Yeah, for me, I'm sorry, I just liked 7 better. Like, I thought the plot of 7 was just way more interesting, and that this one kind of fell off at the end, and the end was weak. So because of that, that's why I thought it was disappointing. It's like, dude, a game that's strong, and then all of a sudden the ending is weak after you played that long is pretty sad. You know, I thought it was kind of a crappy ending, honestly.
Snoofest 2, Electric Boogaloo.
Okay. Yes, some games will be on both lists. I can tell you that right now. There's some games that were great games and I love to play through for one reason, but then ended up being disappointing for another. So you're going to see some of the games from tonight's list will also be on tomorrow night's list, and that's fine. This isn't the best and worst. This is the most disappointing and the best, which could happen. You could have something that's great, but it's still disappointing in some way, and that's what I'm going to highlight tomorrow night. Okay? All right, everyone. Have a good evening. See you all tomorrow in the morning. By the way, 1 second.
What are you doing?
That's interesting. So the more letters that you add to the leaderboard, I want to test something. You ready? I'm going to test something because this is new tech we use tonight. The more letters you add to the leaderboard, the skinnier the letters become to make it fit. So if I do this, watch this. You ready? Because now I'm going to reset this for tomorrow's stream. This is very intriguing. We're learning a lot.
Yep, he went for the USB-C, dude. Gotta have the USB-C, dude, so you get all the fancy features like touch to mute that he only uses when he leaves the room, not when he belts directly into the microphone.
Yeah, so with this new leaderboard, when it's empty and there's no contributions, the letters stretch out and look a little weird. But as contributions are added, the letters squish and look better. Now that's interesting. Wow, this tech stuff, every day we're getting something new. I'm learning. This is wild, right? Game Boy, good evening. I'm glad that you stopped by and hung out, Game Boy. Sorry I couldn't talk directly tonight. Wow.
Why couldn't you?
All right. Well, good stuff, everyone. Everyone, I hope that you have a good evening. I'll see you in the morning for the podcast and for Stalker 2, and I hope you'll be back tomorrow night for the top 20 best playthroughs of the year. Everyone, have a good night. Peace out. I will see you all tomorrow. Good night.
But that's not all. Shut the fuck up. Here we have, make sure it's at 1.25 speed. It is the Daily Wrap.
Good evening, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to the Daily Wrap for what was Sunday, January 5th, 2025, a fun streaming day. And as you can see, I did a little bit of redesigning of the studio here. I'm trying to work the backgrounds better so that it pops better. Having the portal gun now to this side means that now the microphone can be here, pick up my voice better, and it's not blocking the background. So pretty good change, right? So today was a great streaming day. Let's talk all about it. First off, we started with a level 1 podcast that recapped my day off. That gave some big updates regarding my year-end series and the upcoming new wrestling commentary show and more. So lots of interesting stuff was discussed on the show. Plus, there was some chill Q&A. Give it a look if you want a more relaxed show. First gameplay stream of the day was more Dark Souls with mods, the remastered mod, as well as the Age of Sunlight mod. So today was a great stream with Dark Souls, and here's why. Tons of progress. We went from having just unlocked the back shortcut to Blighttown, fighting the ginormous undead dragon, taking that back door into Blighttown, going down into the big abyss area full of the poison water swamp, but having that ring that we had discovered last time that lets you walk through poison water without having any kind of hindrance, so we could run like normal. That was perfect. Ended up exploring a little further into various different directions. Didn't go into that tree yet that takes you down into the area where you can get to the Dragon Covenant, only because people were like, yeah, the walk back's going to be really arduous unless you have fast travel, which I didn't have yet. But ended up fighting Quelaag. Took a while to beat her with this particular build that I'm using. Then continuing on and went and fought Ceaseless Discharge. After that, backtracked, went back to Sen's Fortress, and was able to take out the entirety of the fortress, get to Anor Londo, just start the intro. Then I ran out of time. So it was a pretty big, lengthy chunk of content. I did end up skipping both Capra Demon and the Abyss area.
Yes, there's more, always more.
Or is it the Depths area? I think it's the Depths area, right? Didn't go to those areas because I didn't need to get to them. I went to Blighttown the back way. Now, I'm not saying that maybe eventually I would go back and still do them. Maybe I would. I've actually heard that there are distinct changes to Capra Demon that people like in this version of the game that's modded. So maybe we would go back and fight them. I guess we'll see. But overall, great stream. And actually, engagement and support were quite good. We hit the goal today. So that was excellent. And that pumped us up. I think it was to 47. I think we were at 47 at that point. It was either 46 or 47 goals hit by the end of that stream. So that was absolutely excellent. Actually, now that I think about it, we hit 2 goals on that stream. Yeah, we did. Here, you want to see something new and fancy? Ready for this? So I have a new leaderboard that scrolls. And as letters are added, the letters will actually change shape. So basically, what happens is it looks a little better when people contribute. The letters will actually start to shrink and then fit to the screen better and look more like the old letters. Right now, they look stretched out a bit, but it's actually working well. People liked it on the late stream tonight. So we're going to use this scrolling style leaderboard moving forward, okay? But anyway, I wanted to see how many goals we've hit. So I think we started off today at 45, and then we hit 46 and 47 on that Dark Souls stream, meaning we are getting really, really close at this point to hitting all of our goals, which is amazing when you think about it. That means the next marathon is coming very shortly, okay? And we'll talk about that in a second. So then, on the late stream, it was the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024. It shocked people, for sure. People were not expecting me to have playthroughs that I had in there. They didn't expect the reasoning that I had in there. On the flip side of that, there were some things in there that absolutely people expected and knew that it was going to make sense and was going to be in there. So, yeah, it was definitely an interesting stream, to say the least. I had a great time with it. Attendance was good. Support was good. Once again, we hit a goal. And by the way, for the record, it's not just one person, because some people are like, oh, it's just the same person coming back. No Iron Chef Sakai coming by today to support. It was other people. And I was really appreciative of that.
It was other people, guys, I swear. It's all OIC under different names. Jinx is OIC. Iron Chef Sky is OIC. It's all the same fucking person.
Thanks to everyone who came by and supported my streams today. Thank you so much. But we did it. And the countdown was great. So I'm going to upload that tonight. It's going to be 2 parts that are roughly around an hour long. And of course, this daily wrap. So good stuff today. Overall, hitting 3 goals in one day. We end the day at 48 goals hit. So what's going to be tomorrow? Well, tomorrow we're going to have a chill level 1 podcast in the morning, followed by the continuation of Stalker 2. And Stalker 2 is going to be good tomorrow because we're actually continuing on with the quest line where we're going to mess with this wish machine and figure out what exactly it is. We don't know. The Monolithians apparently have been messing with this thing for ages, but no one seems to understand exactly what it is. So we're going to mess with it tomorrow and see what happens and go from there, okay? But then, tomorrow night, the second half of my year-end series, the best 20 playthroughs of 2024. And you're going to be surprised because, ladies and gentlemen, some of the things that were in the most disappointing are actually in the best as well.
Because you're a dumbass.
But remember, it's not the worst and best. It's the most disappointing and best. There could be something that was great, but had something about it that really disappointed me. So it's going to be a great countdown tomorrow night. I hope you won't miss it. Same time, same place as tonight's 6:30 p.m. Pacific time. Keep in mind, on Tuesday, the premiere of my brand new wrestling commentary show. That's going to be broadcast at the same time as the podcast, around 11:15 to 11:30 a.m. Pacific time, over on the DSP Reacts channel or on my Kick channel, DSP Gaming Reel. So that's going to be interesting. It's me and Ashton from Kino Casino talking about wrestling together for the first time ever after having watched Monday Night Raw, which premieres on Netflix tomorrow night. That's going to be exciting too. Okay, everyone, thank you. Have a good night. Great streaming day. Great way to return and start the week strong. See you tomorrow for another full fun day of gameplay of Stalker 2 and the countdown at night. Peace out. See you then.
Yeah, that was a quick one. Yes. You met the goal, and that's all that fucking matters. So now we go on to Level 1 Podcast. Also should be at 1.25. It is not 1.25, bitches. Wait for the intro to be over because the intro's annoying.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the show. I'm DSP, and this is the Level 1 podcast for Monday, the 6th of January, 2025. Hello and welcome, everyone. As we have another lovely day of content scheduled, let me actually adjust a little further. Every day, I'm basically trying.
Him, that microphone has been hilarious. It's his new favorite fidget toy. The RGBs were a good fidget toy for him for a while, but now this is his new favorite fidget toy.
To find the perfect spot for this mic where it'll be not blocking the background, but like in the ideal spot where I can talk and you can hear me better. I swear we're going to perfect this eventually. We got to get there, right? People have been telling me that this mic is designed to be closer to you. I'm like, well, you know, when I'm gaming, that's fine. But when I'm here on the show, how am I going to have the mic in my mouth? You know, it's going to be messing with the set. That's why yesterday we switched the portal gun to the other side. But every day, a little bit more improvement, okay? Every day, a little bit more tweaking and the like, and we'll figure it out.
Yep,
you know, it's a matter of getting to the point where we're perfected and we're in the right spot, right? And we'll get there. So no worries there, but be sure to tell me if, you know, there's any problems, if it sounds like the mic is dropping, etc. We can always tweak it. In fact, one thing that I wanted to do, now that I'm just thinking about it, I did want to loosen one of the filters just slightly because I did notice that it was dropping just a tiny bit last night. So I want to do the noise gate. I want to loosen it a little bit further. Okay, I loosened it a little further. I'm hoping that when I game now today, it won't pick up more noise. We'll have to see if there's an echo or not. But, you know, every day a little bit more tweaking, right? So anyway, welcome to the show, everybody. I hope that you're all in good spirits. I know that recently I've been having some tech issues, right? And I think I finally figured it out. I really do. Like, it was funny because yesterday, once again, here I am. I'm struggling.
Struggling to hit the goal. Yeah,
trying to get everything working right and to get the pop-ups to work and everything. And I'm frustrated. I'm like, why is this not working? Why is that not working?
Yeah, I already saw it on Twitter. Fuck it. Let me go into the Twitters. Save image. And then image 2. This is DSP's WW thing for its Tuesday's podcast. Amazing. Just the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. I'm sure you guys are absolutely fascinated by how amazing this is and wonder how anyone could make something so great.
And you know, after messing with these things over and over, I think I start to understand what's going on. Yeah, look at this. So I think here's what's happened. Okay, I think I finally figured it out. Quite frankly, I have a whole new layout, you know, set up for stuff since this new PC a month ago. And what's been happening is I keep changing my setup every day, like this is a little different, right? So what's ended up happening was, as I tweak one thing, I screw something else up. All right. So, for example, right now, I would click on something to edit it. And as I'm going to click on it to edit it, I accidentally click on something else. My layout here is totally different. Like, my laptop is in a different position further to the right. My keyboard and mouse have been repositioned. And I think what's happening is I literally make one misclick and it would screw up an entire part of my layout. Like yesterday, I couldn't figure out why can't I click on and edit my leaderboard. And then come to find out, I think I had clicked on it and there's a way that you can lock something in OBS so you can't edit it. And I think that's what I did. I think I had accidentally locked it so you can't edit the item anymore. Now, what's funny is, you know, I'm trying to replicate that right now. Like, for example, let me just test something quick. If I go to my gameplay screen, okay. Oh, and by the way, I had this hidden by accident. There we go. And this is where I was having issues because it wasn't allowing me to edit. But now I don't see that. It's so weird. What was happening was I was misclicking stuff with right click. And when I right clicked and misclicked, it was screwing the entire group of stuff up in OBS.
When he did it, dude, but it's not his fault.
Like, I couldn't even get my pop-ups to work right. Yeah, look at this. I couldn't even get my pop-ups to work. They're all screwed up. And it's my fault for misclicking. They were auto resizing and being all messed up. So what I'm going to have to do is some of the things that I screwed up the sizing of, I'm just going to have to re-add and start over. But I think I'm getting to the bottom of what's going on, that these things are screwing up. And I apologize for the tech issues. You may notice something a little different with our leaderboard. All right. So here's what's going on with the leaderboard. I have it now on basically a ticker, a scroll, which is what tons of things do. You know, you see newscasts do it, podcasts do it. So I'm going to do it like that from now on. Now, here's how it's going to work. When people contribute to the show, I will add in their contributions. As that leaderboard gets more populated, it'll actually like change its size. It resizes automatically. So basically, it'll always fit the screen, but it ends up looking better the more information that's on it. So you might say, well, what do you mean? I'll show you. Ready? Because some people already in chat are like, well, that leaderboard, it's weird. I can't put my finger on it. Ready? Watch this. See what I mean? So as I put more information on it, it now will auto size to fit the screen.
Snort.
And so it'll always fit. But the more on it, the skinnier the letters. So if people contribute and we put your names on the leaderboard, which you will always get credit for when you contribute, the leaderboard will change its aspect ratio. Some people are like, oh, it looks like it's right now it's like stretched. Well, it is, but it will actually fix itself as people contribute and we get people up there. You see? So I know it's weird. People are like, what? So there you go. We're gonna try this out today all day. We'll see how it works. I think that it's gonna end up looking good. But the thing is, it's changed. You know, I've had a static leaderboard for what, 7, 8 years, right? Ever since I started doing the leaderboard back in 2017. So some people are like, "Oh, I'm afraid of change. I can't handle change. I don't want to. I don't want to. It's moving. It's driving me nuts." Well, this way it always fits. With the other leaderboard, we were having issues getting it to fit, and the scrolling and the auto sizing makes more sense than having it not fit and look awkward. Okay. So let's try it. Let's see how it goes. Who will be the first contributor today to the show, so we can get you up on the leaderboard and see how it works, right? So anyway, so tech things aside, all right, today's show should be great. We got a lot of topics to talk about today, including some tech stuff coming out of CES. What is it? Isn't it the Consumer Electronics Show, correct? That's what it is, Consumer Electronics Show. A couple things there to cover. I'm sure there'll be more stuff happening over the week as well, because this show usually has a lot of big announcements and things that happen in the tech industry. So we'll be talking about those. Plus today,
for the membership, Matthew James. Added to the leaderboard. Remember. I guess technically that gets us up to 11 out of 10 today. So thank you, James Lester Express Line, for getting us to the goal already. But now we've exceeded the goal. Ta-da! Awesome.
Excuse me, I tickled my throat. I'm going to reveal the logo and new name of the wrestling commentary show that will begin tomorrow with myself and Ashton. Remember, we've been talking about this for a while now, and finally we put it together. Tomorrow morning, in the place of this podcast, I'll be broadcasting this new show on my DSP Reacts channel, as well as on my Kick channel, so you'll be able to watch it live, and of course, after the fact on demand. Tonight is the big premiere of Monday Night Raw on Netflix, and I have Netflix now, so I'm ready to watch it and take notes and talk all about it over the course of tomorrow's new commentary show. All right, so we're going to talk about that this morning, the big announcement. Plus, we will have updates on everything going on, all these playthroughs and the like. In fact, I think what we should do is we should start with this. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Overwhelming support again yesterday. Thank you all so very much. We hit 3 goals yesterday when it comes to support. And that means that we are only 2 goals away from having our next fun celebratory event, which is going to be a marathon of gaming. And we've talked about it over the week. Every day we're like narrowing it down a little more. So what are the options right now? Option number 1 would be a Rage-a-thon, where basically you guys pick maybe like 4 rage-inducing games, and I try them over the course of the day, and we see how it works. You know, sometimes with these games they become playthroughs. Other times it's just a really annoying day, and then we never get back to those games because they piss me off so bad. You know, I remember games like Super Meat Boy and getting over it and stuff like that in the past. Or number 2, a Mega Man marathon, where I'm going to buy that Mega Man Legacy Collection on PC, and I'm going to play through all the classic Mega Man games, trying to challenge myself to see if I can get through the first 6 games in one marathon. That will be a daunting task, because some of those games are quite challenging, but I'll try to do my best. Like, how far can I get in classic Mega Man within a marathon?
The Game Over sign he says he bought, the Pac-Man sign he bought, the flashing Metal Gear Rising thing he said he got from GameStop Rewards, along with the portal gun. He also said GameStop Rewards. Phil Mania was supposed to be a headband, but he confused inches with feet because he's a dumbass. And so he got this giant like towel thing instead of a headband. And then the 2025 thing, I think he said a fan donated it, but no, he bought it. Everything he bought, but it's like the portal gun and the Metal Gear Rising knife light lamp thingamajig. That's from what he claims was GameStop points from years ago. But mind you, the jackass said on his bankruptcy form he has no collectibles. Oh, gee, it looks like a portal gun collectible to me. Looks like a Metal Gear Rising lamp to me. Those are collectibles. Just saying.
Keep in mind, I'll be probably drinking during the marathon, so it's not like I'm going to be on my absolute best game. Or the third option, a marathon of Dino Crisis, a game that you guys have always wanted me to play over the years. You've asked me time and time again to play and replay this game. But I always just get through basically like the intro of it for a marathon, like a Halloween marathon, but we never get past like the first hour. And yeah, it just basically becomes kind of a situation where everyone wants it, but it never happens. And it's disappointing that I've never gotten any further than the intro. But now I have it on PS5 Pro. It has the ability to save whenever you want. So, I mean, this would be an ample day, a perfect day. Let's play through Dino Crisis, see how far I can get during the marathon, and then probably finish it up as a playthrough later on in the month, right? So, those are our three options. We got to think about what we want because there's a chance today we may actually hit 50. Now, FYI, I told you guys I would do the marathon right away. However, being that tomorrow I have the wrestling commentary show, we can't do it tomorrow, all right? But we could do it as early as Wednesday. So if we hit 50 goals, we'll do the marathon on Wednesday, all right? It's cool. And that means there's going to be food, there's going to be booze. I actually opened up last night the pack of 90, they're called 99 fruits shots pack. You guys had told me to get this at the liquor store, so I did. It's 10 different shots of like 99 proof liquor, and they're all different fruit flavors. I've never had this before. It's like 99 bananas, 99 oranges, 99 watermelons. I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder if it's any good. It probably is. Probably crappy, you know. It wasn't expensive, but man, just taking shots of those over the course of the day, maybe for certain milestones of support, you know, get me all juiced up, and then I got to play this freaking marathon, right, or whatever it is that we choose. So we have to figure this out. I'm curious. I think what we're gonna do, I'm gonna do a poll both on Kick and on YouTube this morning to determine which marathon you'd be more interested in seeing when we hit the goal. All right, so let's do it. You don't think it's 99 proof? No, it is. The shots are like 50% alcoholic volume. So that's what, like, it's supposed to be like 100%.
Yeah, they're recovering alcoholic.
Yeah, they're really strong.
More booze. Imagine that.
Oh, by the way, so before I'm going to do the polls in a second. Dick Jones is our first contributor of the day. My bad. Dick Jones just gifted 5 memberships on YouTube. Congrats to those who just got a membership. Thanks to Dick. Thank you so much, Dick. Let's get Dick up on the leaderboard. Thank you so much for getting the momentum going there. That's going to be our first $15 of contributions for today's stream. Thank you so much. And as you can see, the leaderboard already looks a little different now that we got that the first contributor up there. All right. So thank you, Dick. I appreciate that very, very much. And thank you for getting the momentum going. Now let's continue, right? Let's keep that momentum going in the right direction. Good morning, Game Boy. How you doing? How's everyone doing this morning? What's up, Avarice? A lot of people are just showing up and saying hello. Good morning. Good morning. Thank you. Okay. Oh, the polls. Duh, I got distracted. Let's do these polls right now. All right. So let's do them on both sides.
Imagine that.
Poll. So, which marathon should DSP do this week? Option 1, Rage-a-thon. Option 2, Mega Man 1 through 6 challenge run. Option 3, Dino Crisis. Okay. Let's have it run the maximum. And then I'm going to do the same poll over on the YouTube side. Marathon should DSP do this week? Rage-a-thon, Mega Man 1 through 6, challenge run, or Dino Crisis. Here we go. All right, polls are going live on both chats. Please vote, whether you're watching live on YouTube or on Kick. I'd love to hear your opinion. Obviously, if you're watching this on demand, I'd like your opinion too. Please share in the comments. All right, Hypnotic Jinx with a $20 super chat this morning. Says, let's get the marathon going, boys and girls. Thank you, Hypnotic Jinx. That's our first super chat of the day. By the way, are the pop-ups working? Did that pop up when Jinx just contributed? Because I didn't see I was doing the polls. Hopefully it's working. So thank you, Jinx, for a $20 super chat. That gets us up to $35 of support and climbing so far today. A great start. Thank you, Jinx. All right. It did show up? Good. Thank you for telling me. All right. So, good
here's
stuff.
the best way to give me money, guys.
And here's the thing. I'm glad we're doing this today because we have to figure out, for example, let's say that
I don't think he does control it. He was also missing regular Wednesdays for a while, which either could have been doctor's appointments, IRS appointments, bank refinancing appointments. But what if it was dialysis? It'd always be dialysis, guys. Just saying. He's already at $310, so he did hit the goal. So he's going to be doing a marathon on Wednesday. Yay!
Rageathon wins. Okay, and we decide we want to do a Rageathon, which I'm okay with. We got to figure out what games, and I don't know what games at all. You guys would be interested in seeing me play that you think would be rage-inducing. It could be games I already have that you know I play and I rage at, like maybe Street Fighter, or it could be brand new games I never heard of, right? Again, I'm open to that. You know, you guys support me so much. I don't care if I have to buy a few games to do a marathon. I mean, the whole reason we're doing the marathon is because of your overwhelming support. So I'm down for that. You know, now I have that flexibility to do stuff like that, which is really cool. Okay, so please vote. Let's have them roll. They're going to keep rolling for another 3-4 minutes here, and then I'll let you know the results. Okay, so real quick, let's talk about yesterday, okay? Yesterday was great. I had a great return day to streaming yesterday, so thanks to everyone who hung out and supported the streams yesterday. First stream was Dark Souls mods, you know, the remastered mod, which is a graphical mod, plus the Age of Sunlight mod, which is a gameplay mod. I had a ton of fun in Dark Souls yesterday. I had forgotten basically how awesome Dark Souls is in regards to it being an open world where everything is connected. Because I was playing and I was like, so we found the back way to Blighttown. And it was funny because with this mod, Blighttown, as everyone knows, infamously was a very badly performing part of the game. Like, it would run horribly. It would be choppy. And because of that, enemies would be sniping you and poisoning you. And it would just be a nightmare to play Blighttown. And it was really the graphical big hiccup of the game. Well, guess what? It runs beautifully with this version on PC. But with this graphical mod, parts of it are incredibly poorly lit, so you can't see anyway. So it's kind of like, so now the game runs well, but now you're overwhelmed with these graphics that, like, it's hard to see. So it's a different reason why it's challenging in this part. But man, yesterday we had giant progress. We got through all of Blighttown. We fought Quelaag. We actually went further in and we fought Ceaseless Discharge. Then we backtracked and we went back to Sen's Fortress and we beat all of Sen's Fortress. We got to In Orlando. We actually did a bunch of big upgrades to weapons. I wanted to try a different weapon, so I think I'm using the Bardish or Bardiche now, however you say it, because it has giant range, like a big sweeping attack. I like that. So, yeah, tried out some different things.
Dark Souls original, yeah, pretty linear. I mean, yeah, you can be like, all right, I want to go here. I want to go there. But once you go here, you go down this hallway. Once you go there, you go down the hallway. He's playing a modded version of it that I've never heard of before, Age of Sunlight or something. So it might be a little bit different. It might be more open world than linear.
And overall, really great stuff. Although I realized, man, I skipped stuff blatantly. Like, I didn't ever fight Capra Demon. I didn't go to the depths and fight the Gaping Dragon. I'm like, yeah, that's the beauty of Dark Souls 1, is that there's all these different ways to do things. You don't have to do them in one set way. You could beat the game in different order. You could skip entire portions of the game. So now we're in Orlando. Next time when we play, we're probably going to go into the Painted World. I don't see why not, because we have the item to do it, the Peculiar Doll. We already got it. So, yeah, more Dark Souls coming later this week, and I'm excited for that. The playthrough's been doing really well. People are excited for it. Me too. So, more coming, okay?
So the Age of Sunlight might be more
the premiere
world.
of my year-end series, the top 20 most disappointing playthroughs of 2024. And the truth is, a lot of people were shocked.
People exaggerate harder there. It's not that they're hard, it's that you have to get good at the timing. Like in Sekiro. I could not get the timing in for the parrying. I could not beat it, because I could not get the parrying timing right. I just could not beat Sekiro. And Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, although 2 has issues. Bloodborne, whatever. It's more about dodging, getting the timing just right, getting the iframes just right. It can be difficult. It can. But there's a time when I know you fight a boss for the first time, and it just wrecks you. Second time, all right, you learn a little bit of its pattern, so you got a couple minutes farther than you did last time. Third time, you go 10 minutes, then you were so close. A couple more hits. Like, I got too reckless trying to get those last 2 hits in to kill it. Fuck. So then the fourth time you go, you dodge this attack, you dodge that attack, you get this strike in, you parry, you strike again, dodge that attack, strike again. All of a sudden it's like, huh. Why the fuck did I struggle with him so much? I don't get it. That boss was actually really easy. It's amazing how those games play like that. Although, again, Dark Souls 2 had an issue where, although maybe you can mod it out, but they have a targeting issue. Because, like, one of the things, like, Dark Souls 1, 3, Bloodborne, whatever, is like, oh, no, this monster's going for an attack. It's going to jump and slam down with its hammer or whatever. You roll under it, turn back around, slams its hammer down, you stab it in the back. You might even kill it in one hit. You might kill that, smaller, regular enemy in one hit. Because you rolled under it, turned around, stabbed it in the back. Ton of damage, dead. Good job. In Dark Souls 2, that you can't do that. In Dark Souls 2, they jump over you for their attack. You're under. As you're turning around to stab them back, they turn around in midair, land, and hit you with a hammer anyways. Fucking annoying. So I don't think I'd ever play Dark Souls 2 again, just unless they have a way to mod that out. If you can mod the targeting system out, that'd be great. Because like in Dark Souls 1 and Bloodborne and all that, it's so great to, oh no, they're going for this big attack. You're under it, you turn around, you stab them in the back, bam, got it. Oh, that was perfect. Timing and everything, like, oh, I feel like a badass. Dark Souls 2, roll under, turn, and he hits me anyways because he flies around like he's on an airplane, then lands and hits me with a hammer instead of me getting a backstab for a ton of damage. Fucking annoying.
I don't know why. It's almost like people weren't paying attention in 2024 or something. But, you know, the trend last year was basically, I can't really play RPGs these days. Every RPG that I've tried, whether it was a good one or a bad one, because there is a combination of the game not being very good versus the game being great, but still not being able to hold attendance and support, right? And so, yeah, like some of the stuff on there was cool because you got to see some of the games that sadly just weren't that good. But then there was games that I actually really liked, but it was disappointing because I couldn't get people to come back to engage and support with the content. Cases in point, MultiVersus, Marvel Rivals, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Metaphor, just to name a few of the games that I feel were good, but I couldn't get them to click with the audience, right? Now, the thing is, it's not like I couldn't get anything to click with an audience. There's been tons of games that I've played that worked really well. Pretty much any Soulsborne or Souls-like I played in 2024 worked perfectly. Whether it was actually Elden Ring and its DLC, whether it was Another Crab's Treasure, you know, those games worked. I mean, even the Bloodborne run on PS5 Pro did well, right? Fighting games, they still managed to do pretty well. Whether it's me returning to Street Fighter 6 or playing some classics like the Marvel Collection, it does good. Even the month and a half that I did of Tekken 8, you know, people liked. You know, anything that's pretty much action-based or a hot new release, and even this year, some good indie games, right? That they all resonated and they clicked.
Like Balatro.
It just seemed the running pattern was these kind of multiplayer games where, for whatever reason, it's not the genres that you guys are used to. Like MultiVersus is more kind of an arena party style, almost Smash Brothers-like fighting game, while Marvel Rivals plays like Overwatch. And for some reason, people just didn't really want to watch those more than a couple streams. Same thing with these RPGs. You know, RPG Overload was a major thing in 2024. And I'm sorry to say, I can't make people show up, engage, and support with certain kinds of games. I do my best to make them entertaining. You know, when you're doing an RPG and you realize there's going to be a big dungeon you're grinding in, it's going to be kind of repetitive, have some fun, casual conversation, right? Open it up, let's talk. But what ends up happening is some people just get turned off. They don't want to show up to the RPG streams. Oh, that's a JRPG? Yeah, it's going to be boring. And then they just write it off. It's a shame because over the years, as you know, I feel like some of the best playthroughs I've ever done were more social experiences, more so than they were gameplay-centered experiences. You know, Dragon Quest XI, that's a game that basically was two entire different plots. And it worked. It was actually one of my more successful playthroughs, but it was because we had a group of maybe, I'm not even kidding, probably about 50 people who really liked RPGs and kept showing up. And we had some really awesome nights just chatting it up, having a good time, talking about life and other things while enjoying an RPG. It wasn't always about just the game. I just wish that more people would be like that. They would come and hang out. Instead of it always being about the game, it would be more about just hang out with us and have a good time. Maybe it's not even a game you like, but you can still have fun conversation, right? But no lie, there were some games this year that I said, let's just turn off the game and do a Q&A. And the Q&A segment of me just talking with you guys would actually bring in more viewers, engagement, and support than me playing the game. And that's sad.
That's really fucking sad, DSP.
In the past, that wasn't the case. That there were times when I could play whatever I wanted, and people would just show up and hang out. And that's just not the case anymore. It could be many different factors, you know? But the fact is, people do like me and my content, but they don't show up for certain things. And I can't change that. All I can do is try to convince people to give it a shot. But if they won't, if they're kind of prejudiced against it, which I really, be honest, I think they are. I think that there are people who like JRPGs. They're just not my viewers anymore. Those people have moved on and gone to other communities and stuff that focus solely on that, which I'm not going to do that. I'm a variety creator. I think, honestly, it was Baldur's Gate 3 that tipped the scales there. Because Baldur's Gate 3 was a 140-hour playthrough.
He fucking
it took
hates
3 to 4 months to beat.
so much.
I think some people just lost their patience. They didn't want to stick around because they weren't interested in RPGs, and I played it for so long, they were like, screw this. And then every other RPG that I played after kind of became the brunt of that anger that Phil spent 3 to 4 months playing this instead of other games, and we're upset because we wanted to see him play other games. You know, and that's what I said. I really feel like Baldur's Gate 3 is probably going to be the last insanely long RPG I ever play. Like, it just doesn't fit my style of content. If I was the kind of...
Honestly, he acts like every single person watching has been watching for the past 16 years. Guys, I need new people to watch. Well then, how about, oh, I don't know, you act like you want new people. Instead of always acting like people have been watching for 16 years, and I don't get it. Someone brand new showed up and asked me why I'm not playing this. Well, you fucking moron. Don't you understand? For the past 16 years, I've been trying to play games like that, and they don't fucking work. Why would you dare ask me that? You're banned. Well, gee, someone brand new shows up and asks why you're not playing a game. Maybe instead of being toxic and screaming at them and banning them, explain, you know what? No, I've tried playing this, I've tried playing that, the majority of my audiences don't seem to like it. I don't know why, because I love those games, they just don't like them.
A person who would play the same game.
Yeah, people
for 3 to 4
hated
weeks in
him
a row
because
and
he
not
was
change
fucking
games,
that game up.
then we could play a Baldur's Gate 3. But that's just not me. You know, I have an audience that likes the fact that I play variety, right? So anyway, in regards to this, I urge you, watch the countdown from last night. I would love to have some discussion around it. Of course, I just love how you get people who, they're so toxic and negative, right? Instead of treating this as an opportunity for us to have like a constructive conversation. Instead they come, well, it's all your fault because you're a piece of shit and you suck and your content sucks. Okay, so you're saying nothing. You're an idiot. If you don't like me, then you're never going to like me. It doesn't matter if I'm playing a fighting game, if I'm playing a Soulsborne game, if I'm playing a JRPG. If you don't like me, you don't like me, right? Like, so your opinion is invalid because it's not who I'm looking to try to listen to help and improve. Telling me I suck doesn't help the content, all right? Telling me how to improve would help the content. But that's the funny part. Everyone wants to say, it's your fault. Okay, so what did I do wrong when I played JRPGs? How can I be better? No one has the answer. So then you don't actually have a valid opinion.
Because you banned them for telling you why you suck.
Your valid opinion is, okay, I didn't like it, and here's why, and here's what you can improve. That's constructive criticism. That's a valid opinion, not just, you suck. And of course, the other thing is, people who are upset because they want, oh, Rare Tricks, you gifted this up. I'll check in a second. Thank you for telling me. Again, for some reason, the pop-ups on Kick aren't very good, so I keep missing them. Please always tell me when you contribute, and I swear I'll shout that out in a second. The other thing is, you know, in regards to, you know, these playthroughs that fail, or not necessarily fail, but people won't engage with them. So then I said, in 2024, by far, this was the year that I took control of my content. And I said, listen, if people aren't going to show up, they're not going to engage, and they're not going to support a certain playthrough, I'm going to move on. We have many, many options of things to do. It's not like I have a lack of options or content. In fact, I have an overabundance of things to do. So if we try something and it doesn't work, we're not committed to having to do it. We'll go to something else. So now, of course, these people turned it into another negative meme. Oh, Phil only plays games for money and then he wage quits, right?
You do.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I ask you a question? Can you name me a single business, successful business on planet Earth that they try something, whether they're creating a product or they're doing a service or whatever it is that they produce, the customers don't like it,
as it
but
should,
just
Matthew,
on principle, they decide to keep doing it anyway. Does that sound like smart business? Does that sound like something an intelligent business would do to stay afloat? Let's just keep doing the thing that no one wants and is failing. No, right? Like, could you think of any business that would do that? No. But because I'm doing it, it's not good, right? I listen to the feedback of my audience. If they say, listen, we don't want to see Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, move on and do other stuff. Okay.
But they do.
So I stop playing. He quit. He's a quitter. He only plays for money.
Beach scene.
I'm running a business. This is not Phil is a millionaire because I won the lotto or I have rich parents or something. You know what I mean? And streaming is my hobby. No, that's not the case. It's my job. It's what I do to support my family. It's what I do to maintain a living, to pay for the mortgage on this house, to keep this set going, to keep the, you know what I mean? I need to be successful. It just doesn't make sense. When you criticize me like that, it doesn't make any sense at all. It's called moving the goalpost, right? So previously, if I played a game and it wasn't working, but I stuck to it, for example, Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth, that absolutely happened. People were saying, we don't like it, do other stuff. And I said, well, listen, I like it. I'm going to keep playing it. I played it to the end. I got nothing but complaints from mainstream viewers the entire playthrough. They're like, move on, move on, move on. No, I'm going to stick to my guns and beat it. So I beat it. I get told, I've done the wrong thing. You really screwed up. You should have been doing other stuff. You should have dropped the game. So then when the next game comes along and the same thing happens and I get the same feedback, okay, I'll listen to you. I'm going to drop the playthrough. You're doing the wrong thing, Phil. You should have stuck with it. Wait, what? Yeah, you wage quit that game. What's wrong with you? Huh? See? So it doesn't matter what I do at all. I'm always in the wrong. Okay? That's why when I get dumb feedback like that, I just don't listen anymore. Because there is a difference between, again, constructive.
You've always been in the wrong, you will always be in the wrong.
I want to help you. Here's how to improve versus you're just always in the wrong no matter what. I've totally stopped paying attention to the latter, and I'm very appreciative of the former. The reason that I'm still here today is because I'm getting positive, constructive criticism from you guys. So thank you to those of you who are trying to help, who are sharing your thoughts and actually giving me some constructive stuff. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate that. Now, in regards to this moving forward, we're going to have to take a look at various different games and see what works and what doesn't. You know, I think one thing that I've really enjoyed doing in the last couple of months is testing the waters with indie games and stuff like that, and just throwing them into the schedule every once in a while. Balatro, that's a game that I would have never played, but because I gave it a shot, it worked for a couple of streams. I don't have to play it all the time, but interject it every once in a while for variety, right? The coin game, same thing. And now Killer Frequency, where I played it last week, had a good time with it. We enjoyed the stream. I'll just throw it in every once in a while.
He only liked it because he got $150. Without the $150, he wouldn't have liked it. But because he got the $150, he's going to keep playing it. Oh, board meeting first thing in the morning, dude.
Don't have to do it all the time, but it's good for variety. I like that. I like that flexibility. And I'm glad that I'm doing stuff like that now. And I think that seeing that you guys have suggested, you know, these kind of games, hey, try them every once in a while. This has been a great new thing for the schedule and for the gameplay we're doing. And I really like that. And I want to keep doing that. If there's other indie games and things that I'm missing out on that you guys think would be great for me to try, please continue to suggest them. Please continue to remind me of them. I would like to try those out and throw them into the schedule.
Remind me that games exist, guys. Don't forget, you have to remind me that games exist.
So, thank you for your honesty, for those who actually care. For all of the white noise of the idiots who just say everything I do is wrong and it's all my fault. Yeah, I'm not paying attention to you. You're just a bunch of fucking whiny bitches that no one cares about, and nothing you say is ever going to help me. So I'm just going to ignore the nonsense. Okay. So anyway, enjoy the most disappointing playthroughs of 2024 countdown from last night. I hope you'll enjoy it. It's 2 parts, 2 hours. Took 2 hours to get through. Okay. So it was great. Yesterday was great.
I know I enjoyed watching you be a little bitch.
We are on
pace
to do the marathon as early as Wednesday. If we can hit 2 more goals between today and tomorrow, we're definitely doing this marathon on Wednesday. Now, preliminary results are in. People seem to want a Rageathon. Okay. Now, I'm down for that. But if you guys want a Rageathon, I need to know exactly how this is going to work. What games would you like to see in this Rageathon? Should it be games that I've already played, like Street Fighter, where you know I always rage when I play Street Fighter? Call of Duty, you know I rage when I play Call of Duty. Or do you want to see brand new games? And if so, what games?
How do I play Mortal Shell?
I wonder. Which would you like?
Play right? Mortal Shell, Jackass.
So how do I do this? Do I put up a poll? We could put up, or not a poll, a thread. Do you want to post up a thread on DSP Gaming where people could start nominating stuff?
Mortal Shell. Mortal Shell. Oh, Stellar Blade, yes! How could I forget about Stellar Blade? You're right, 100% Stellar
Marvel
Blade.
2? I don't think Marvel 2 has really caused me too much rage. In fact, I dominate when I play Marvel 2. I usually spank everybody, right? Hotline Miami, I've already played that. I already played all Hotline Miami, 1 and 2, right? I think I beat both games. Donkey Kong 64. When a waitress says,
are you going to tip me at least $50? I mean, you need to tip me at least $50 or I'm not going to be able to pay my bills.
How did I play it last time? Does anyone remember? I actually don't remember how I played it. Fortnite? That's a possibility. I haven't played Fortnite in ages. I don't even know what it's like anymore. Rayman, that's a tough platformer. Fall Guys? I don't know if that would cause me rage. This is X Shooter says, what is this? People are just noticing this. We're 6 days into the month, and people are just noticing my portal gun. It's a portal gun replica. It's miniature, though. It's not life-size. I mean, it's very small.
Remember, he doesn't have any...
See? It doesn't work either. It was supposed to work. You put batteries in it, and I put batteries in it, and it doesn't even turn on anymore. I think it used to light up orange and blue if you held the button down, but now it doesn't even work. But, yeah, it's over a decade old. And I never really used it for anything, but there you go. Portal gun replica. I wonder how many people even remember the portal gun. Because Portal 2 is so old. It's over a decade old, right? So no one really talks about Portal anymore.
Portal's amazing. Shut the fuck up. I got it in VR. It's so fucking cool in VR. It is so fucking good in VR.
It's just a shame that Valve forgets about all their games, right?
Valve may have forgotten the game, but the G-Man doesn't. The guy who does the voice of the G-Man posted on his Twitter for the first time in years that something is coming in 2025. What is it? Please, let it be the blue box. The blue box, Counter-Strike 3, Half-Life 3, Portal 3. You do something like that, oh, you better believe day fucking 1, I'm gonna be there. You better believe day fucking 1, everybody's gonna be there. You're gonna tell me you come out with the blue box after I come out with the orange box that has no Half-Life 3, Portal 3, Counter-Strike 3, whatever, just whatever random bullshit you want to put in there? Oh, that's gonna sell. You're gonna sell for $100? Fuck it. It looks like I'm paying $100 for it. So hopefully the G-Man is not just fucking with us, and Valve is actually gonna come out with something like the blue box, or even if it's just Half-Life 3. No Portal 3, no Counter-Strike 3, just Half-Life 3 only. You know what? That's all I fucking need. Love to have a conclusion to what happened in the series. Please, we are begging you. Think about how much fucking money you can make. Obviously, I'd have to play Half-Life Alyx first. Because apparently that does tie into the series. And I do got it now that I got the Vive Pro 2. I'm not getting around to playing it yet. What did I do yesterday? Oh, yesterday I was checking out The Visitor because that's one of my favorite horror games. And I used to work with him. He retired. And it's like, you know, have you ever done VR before? Actually, he loves the Microsoft Flight Simulator games. He's like, I heard they got it on them Xboxes. We used to play it back on the PCs in the late 90s and early 2000s. Always so much fun to play. Like, well, have you played the newest ones? Nah, I mean, you need one of them Xbox consoles, don't you? Like, dude, let me take it to GameStop. We'll get you a cheap used one. Then you get Game Pass, so you can get it for, $10 a month, whatever else. So yeah, I have to set up the Xbox. Anyways, on Wednesday, I get out of work, I pick him up, go to my house, have him check out VR, and then I got a work thing to go to at 6:30. So I was like, all right, well, drop him back off at his house, then go to my work thing at 6:30. It's like, this will be a good day. I get to introduce someone new to VR. Introducing someone to VR is always so much fucking fun. Got the Vive. I had the original, the OG, pre-ordered on February 29th, 2016, the OG VR headset. But during Christmas time, they had the Vive Pro 2 on sale for 33% off. It was $845 after taxes. Something that is normally over $1,000 before taxes. And they had it for $845 after taxes. So yeah, I got it. And I love it. It's what I played Arizona Sunshine 2 on. It's why I got Arizona Sunshine 2. Like, I wanted to wait to get Arizona Sunshine 2 until I had the Vive Pro 2. Like, I wanted to wait to play Half-Life Alyx until I had the Vive Pro 2 because I wanted to be on the best system I could possibly get. And now I do, and so now I will. Yeah, I gotta probably make sure he doesn't have heart issues. He's not old, like, he's not, oh, I'd love to go, but Matlock's on, and I don't want to miss Matlock. He's not that old, thankfully. But I don't want to be accidentally killing someone I used to work with by having him play a horror game in VR. Can't wait. I'll say I did the 12-month payment plan, so it's whatever, a month. Not that big a deal for me, thankfully. And unlike DSP, 0% interest, hell yeah. And I actually had really good credit score. So, hey, may as well use my credit.
It's just sad that at one point Valve was such a huge game developer and now they don't make games anymore. It really is.
They might be.
So I don't know. Like, what do we do? Do you guys think I should post up a thread on DSP Gaming for you guys to start nominating games? Because if we end up doing this like Wednesday, we need to get nominations in right away, Oh, I know the classic Mega Man games are age-inducing. That's for sure.
My mom's 70, she plays games, but they're all on her phone. She's a bigger gamer or the Switch, which I got her a Switch. I still like that, like I was showing her, like, me playing, Nintendo Switch Sports. Like, oh, that looks like a lot of fun. It reminds me of the Wii that your aunt used to have. We'd play at during, like, Easter and stuff. It's like, yeah, it's the upgraded version of it, pretty much. Oh, well, that's really fancy. Like, would you like to play? Oh, I'd like to try it, I guess. So I was going to, bring it with me, go to her house after work, set it up on her TV. And it's like, or stop at the Allied at the corner of Lasky and Jackman, get a used Switch. So I'm at the Allied. I call her like, hey, Mom, instead of me sending my own Switch, whatever, how about I just buy you one of your own? Well, and there's a NASCAR game. I know how much you love NASCAR. on PC, she used to have the steering wheel, the pedals. She used to have like her own little cockpit thing set up for NASCAR game on PC. Like, oh, I mean, I don't know. And, oh, I know you like all these old games, so I'll get you the Game Pass thingamajig on Switch so you can play Tetris and Kirby and Mario. Like, I know you used to like playing all those. I don't know. Oh, get it? Okay, sure, I got it. I hung up on her and I got it and I drove to her house, set everything up for her. Got an account made. I was so easily amused by that. It's like, if you're working at the ad, like, are you going, what the fuck is this guy doing? Like, I'm pretty sure his mom says she didn't know she wanted him to buy that. And he just goes, oh, sure, get it? Okay, sure, whatever you want, Mom, I'll get it for you. Acting like she's told me to get it.
Crash? Yeah, but again, I've already played Crash Bandicoot. That's the thing, I understand.
Ooh, that's
people
not
like, oh, we like when
melodious,
Phil
Perry.
rages. That's great, but what could you think of?
Oh, I guess
that
in
would
the
make me
summer,
rage
going
at
to
this
a pool
point?
would be nice.
I've kind of played everything, like, I've kind of been there, done that with most of these games, so I don't really know what would be rage-inducing at this point.
Stellar Blade, you already bought it.
I know, that's actually quite true. Avarice says, troubleshooting tech issues is rage-inducing. I think the tech issues I've had in the last month have induced more rage than any game recently. Seriously. These tech issues I just want to get over them. I just want to get past them and be like, have a consistent setup that just works, no problems, ease of use, moving forward. But every day is something new. I'm shocked the leaderboard hasn't exploded so far. Like that the letters didn't like pop all over the screen, fuck up, and crash the stream or something. Call of Duty Hardcore? We could do that. We could do hardcore multiplayer. Okay, I just want to say something too. I want everyone to understand. For example, if we do this Rage-a-thon, which it seems like that's what people voted for, that's what they want. Understand, this is not the end of it. Like people are, oh, now we're not going to get Dino Crisis. Now we're not going to get Mega Man. Guys, this running goals, right, is how we're doing things from now on. So we just hit 50. That's the goal. When we hit 100, it's a viewer's choice marathon. Then it resets. And then we do 50 again, we do another marathon. You see? So this is going to be running all year. We're probably going to do many marathons that are exciting and themed because of you and your support. So
exciting,
you don't have to worry.
guys.
You just don't have to worry at all, okay? I can't wait. I can't wait for future marathons. I can't wait for fun stuff. I don't know. What do you think? Should we do a thread right now where people start suggesting games, or I don't know? What do you want to do? Yes, that's what I just said. I said at 100 we're going to do viewer's choice. I was not listening. Oh, what's Tetris Effect? I've heard about people talking about Tetris Effect, but I don't know what that is. I've never played it.
Tetris game, oh, he'd hate that.
XCOM, See, here's the thing. That's the other thing about Rage-a-thons. You have to pick a game that I can get into within like a half an hour. It can't be, oh, Rage-a-thon. This game has a 45-minute intro. I'm never going to get to the game. There's no point, right? Well, Drew Corporation says maybe you should wait for the weekend for the marathon. Number one, Saturdays are my day off. Okay, that's number one. Number two, people don't want to wait around for the reward, especially if, for example, let's say today we hit one goal. Let's say tomorrow we hit one goal. If I wait till the weekend for the marathon, why would people want to keep going with the goals? They'd be like, well, you didn't give us our last reward, right? I do have to kind of give you guys the rewards really quickly, within a few days, within reason too. Obviously, if there's
a weekend would be a few days,
special event right away, But in this case, I think we want to do stuff timely, right? Or else, well, let's say, for example, we hit the goal, but I'm not going to do the marathon till Sunday. Okay, so now we have 3 more streaming days. People are going to be like, well, you didn't give us our reward. They're going to be upset. Jump King? Did I play Jump King before? I swear I did. I'm pretty sure we played Jump King before. You see what I mean? See, the idea of the Rage-a-thon on paper, it sounds good. Let's get games that will make Phil be raging all day. And he'll be drinking too, right? So he'll be performing poorly in the games and then he'll be raging. But then when you start to think about the viability of it, well, how viable would the Rage-a-thon be? Well, I don't know, right? Like, what would actually make the Rage-a-thon be better? Well, you need rage-inducing games. How do we determine those? Crash Team Racing, I already played that. Jump King, I already played that. You want to see something original and different and fun that I've never done.
Hey,
That's gonna
Liz,
cause
how's it
rage. I've already
going?
played a lot of these games. Here's the funny part, because if you guys haven't noticed this morning, and this has also been going around, it's all detractor shit. If these people think I'm dumb or something. So here's the new thing. Well, Phil, you're a bunch of whales, and these whales come by every day and they support you. So you should just let them dictate everything you do, because then obviously you'll stay in business, right? And here's the funny part about that. If you have an issue with people who like my content and come by and support it, all right? Number one, I know you're jealous. It's just the truth. You're a jealous motherfucker who wishes that you had someone who
You're
likes
jealous,
your content,
guys, that
who
people
would actually
like
come
me
support you.
now.
That's the only reason you have an issue with someone coming by and being a big supporter.
Sandwich Shop
of my content. That's
Simulator,
number one.
yes.
Okay. Number two, then if that's the case, then why don't you contribute too? Think about this, right? If the issue is that there's a bunch of people who come by every day and they support, but it's only a small group of people, well, then don't you think that if others supported, then it would negate that? Instead of sitting around and whining and complaining and saying, oh, I'm so upset that just a small group of people support Phil, then if you came by every day and you said, well, I'd like you to do something different than what you're doing, and here's $5, to show you that there's effort towards that we would actually support other things than just the things that your whales come by to support, right? Then maybe it would change that. But instead, people just sit around whining. Like, these people on the internet are unbelievable.
Shut the fuck up,
These are the
DSP.
most miserable people. They can't be happy for anyone. They can't enjoy anything. Instead, it's just how everything around them is wrong and unfair and, oh, deride it for this, bring it down for this, tear it down for this. Nothing has a point. There's no point. Even if I have 5,000 people today who give me $1, or if one person gave me $5,000, it doesn't matter.
Yes, it
You
does.
understand that? It doesn't matter.
100% matters. We saw during your last thing that we watched of the most disappointing games, 100% matters. Marvel Rivals, if someone showed up and gave you all the money that you wanted for it, you'd still be playing it. But because people didn't give you money for it, nope, you dropped it. Money is the 100% deciding factor in everything you do, DSP. But it's my business. I need to worry about the money, guys. Yes, but you should also, not let 2 or 3 people control everything about your stream. You should maybe allow others to help you out. And again, you try to build a fan base off a super popular game. Might just help, just saying. But no, that would make too much sense. Dumbass.
It doesn't matter how we get there. It's that you get there. And then what content you put out in the meantime, is it fun? Is it entertaining? Is it positive? Right? That's what matters. As long as I'm working and putting out good content and I got people coming by and supporting me, I don't care how we get there. Now, if you have an issue with the way that we got there, then change it. You change it, not me. I can't change it. I can't make people come to my stream and contribute. As crazy as this sounds, all right? Because some people actually think that I am some kind of like a crazy mind-washing cult leader. I don't brainwash people to contribute to me. That's never happened, okay?
You just prey on
Never.
the dented, we
People
know.
come and contribute because they like the content, because they like me. That's why they're here to support.
No, they don't.
If it's 5 people today who majorly contribute and I hit my goals, or if it's 50 people today who contribute and I hit my goals, I still hit my goals. I can't make a certain person show up and contribute or not contribute. So the fact that anyone tries to hold that against me as a fact of like, oh, you're failing or you're doing well, none of that makes any sense. You're a moron. And no one should have issue with that either. Who cares? Who's contributing, who's not contributing? How does this have anything to do with me or anyone's power? It doesn't. Like, and why is it your business?
Not your business that people give me money. Shut the fuck up, just give
Anyone
me
who's a
money.
successful streamer, does everyone go and look at all of their finances to see who specifically contributed what and how many? No, only me.
Not just you. Wings, Boogie, they get those issues as well because they do the same thing you do. Guys, I'm going to lose the trailer. Guys, I need stomach reduction surgery. Guys, I spent all the money you gave me on stupid shit like Magic the Gathering cards and hookers. Although I have to admit, spending all your money on hookers, probably better use of the money than DSP and his gin and gotcha.
Because again, hyper-focused, over-obsessed people, no lives, no jobs, no anything going for them.
The only detractor I know of that doesn't work are the ones that are retired, like duty streams. I do not know of a single detractor that's unemployed. Like, legit, I don't know of a single detractor that's not currently employed or retired because they had a job and they, I don't know, crypto or stock, or they ran a business and then they got bought out by Google, whatever. I do not know of a single detractor who doesn't fucking work or is retired because they did work and now they don't need to work anymore because they made their money. You, motherfucker. You haven't had a job in, what, over 14 years? You haven't worked a job in over 14 years, DSP. I would shut the fuck up about that.
For them, just sitting around on the internet being toxic all day. Okay? It's fucked up. And I have to deal with that every day. So it's the funny part. Like, if you have an issue, well, man, the same 5 people come and support Phil every day. Then why aren't you? If you like the content, why don't you support content you want to see? Say, hey, Phil, I would love and I would support this other game you're not playing right now. Please consider it, and then contribute. And then maybe...
But they might only contribute $10 in a super chat. Maybe 15 if they're feeling generous. They can't show up and drop $150 a day every single fucking day. They just literally aren't able to do that. And since they can't drop $150 a day every single day, it's worthless for them to support you.
Other people would say, wait, that's true. I want that too. And then we could do other stuff, right? But I mean, again, it's called business. I am not a big time dude. I don't get hundreds of thousands of views a day. I don't get 1,000 viewers on stream a day. I don't have the ability to just do whatever I want and the flexibility to do whatever I want. I have to play what people want so people will support. That's called business. I'm a small business owner. Do you get it? I'm not a ginormous million sub YouTuber who went viral. I'm a small time dude, and I'm happy with that. But that's very different.
No,
and I'm
not.
tired of these morons who think that they know everything who know nothing, or because if they knew anything, they'd be successful YouTubers. And they're not. So instead, they just sit there and they're miserable that someone would come by and support me, right? So anyway.
But I don't need to make $100,000 or $120,000 or $150,000 a year off of YouTube. You know why? Because I have a job that already pays the bills. One of the reasons why I bought myself something stupid for Christmas, like the Vive Pro headset, is because my job pays all my bills. And I had money left over, and I saved up. And I did the 12-month payment plans, the same as cash, 0% interest. So that way I would have more money. I'd have to sit down here and cry and beg.
Back on topic now.
You'll go for $150, you know it, buddy.
I would love to know what we should do for this Rageathon if that's what we're doing. All right, totally. I'm down for that. All right, I'm being told that I need to do shout-outs, so let me take a look. I was trying to stay on topic, but I'm being told that I need to do
very
shout-outs.
true, Dallas. The escort that says she is no longer an escort because of Boogie is fucking hilarious.
So, let's take a look at Kick, because apparently I missed stuff on Kick, and I just want to confirm what I missed and didn't miss. Let's see here. Yeah, yesterday on Kick sucked. Yesterday, no contributions on Kick. Wow, 0. I had 0 contributions on Kick yesterday. Sheesh.
Womp womp.
Okay, Rare Tricks did get the subscription this morning. Thank you, Rare Tricks. That's what I missed. 1 gifted sub from Rare Tricks. Okay, let's get that up on the leaderboard, and thank you, Rare Tricks. Again, my apologies, because Kick does, for some reason, Kick isn't really working well with the pop-ups and stuff. It used to be more prominent when someone contributed, and now it's not. So now I guess I just have to periodically go check manually to see if anything came in. It used to be way more prominent when people contributed over there. Now it's kind of like it's hard to even see when people are gifting and stuff, unless there's like a ton. Like if someone drops a bomb of 10, then it's easy to see because the whole screen floods. But when someone gifts like 1, it's like gone in like seconds, and I don't even get to see it. So thank you so much, Rare Tricks. And my apologies that I didn't shout it out right away. I didn't see it. We got a couple of tips that have come in. Maybe
you should put on your glasses, DSP.
Jinx is saying that there's no mods on YouTube. Yeah, it is what it is. Some days we have mods, some days we don't. I'm well aware that there's morons in there saying dumb shit. But
maybe you should pay them instead of making them do everything for free.
If you see someone specific who's being a jerk, let me know. Tag me and give me their name, and I'll take a look. But I'm just trying to, I'm just trying to pay attention to the show and not pay attention to the idiots in chat. Okay. So
yeah,
some
that's
shout-outs.
a definite hint towards Kick to give him more money,
First tip of the day is $5.02. Let me go ahead. Here we go. Thank you for the $5 tip. Let's read what it says first. Man, what the fuck was this past year? I know your Game of the Year countdown is today, and I don't typically tip, but I wanted to offer my 2 cents and $5. Did we get a single game in 2024 that was genuinely new and good? There was a gazillion sequels. There was a metaphor, and I guess, but that is just kind of like medieval Persona. The Indiana Jones game and Marvel Rival games are both cool, but they're basically licensed titles. Black Myth Wukong and Stellar Blade were good, but not that good. Is the best example actually Balatro? Really, a card game? Wait, I've got it. Maybe the best game of the year was a Hermit Crab. What the hell happened to the industry? From Disgruntled Grammar. Disgruntled Grammar. I mean, yeah, to be honest, like I've talked about, I do feel that last year was incredibly underwhelming for games. I just, I feel like
it wasn't as good as 2023 in my opinion, but it was still a great fucking year for games. You just had to base what you like on games off of playing the game, not how much money you made off of them. Like, I never played NCAA 25 on stream. Still fucking love it. Number 1 of the year. Fucking love it. I did play Sparking Zero on stream. Still fucking loved it, even though I didn't make thousands of dollars, guys. But I didn't need to. I love Dragon Ball. It's a great fucking game.
the industry let us down when it came to all the big releases that we were hyped for. Most of them weren't very good. Or if they were just underwhelming. Games that were question marks, like Star Wars Outlaws and stuff, just weren't very good. And then we did have some solid entries. We had some shocking entries. See, the thing is, I don't really want to mention it because tonight is my top.
And while I haven't played Path of Exile 2, you know, Path of Exile 2, I'm not, the only person who's ever said anything negative about it was him. And he only said anything negative about it because it didn't make him all the money that he wanted. If a whale had dedicated $150 a stream, every stream he played it, he'd still be playing it right now. He would have dropped other games, been, alright guys, well this is the only game that people are supporting, so this is the only game I'm allowed to play, guys. It's all about the money. Contributing. Best ways to tip. Best way to give money. The best way to help them reach those goals.
10 best playthroughs, or excuse me, top 20 best playthroughs countdown. So I kind of don't want to spoil what I'm going to say are the best things of the year. Definitely Another Crab's Treasure, which is what he was referencing, or she was referencing there, is definitely one of the games that I thought was one of the best of the year. But it was just a bizarre year. Where
Another Crab's Treasure is a Dark Souls game. Or Dark Souls style game.
Most of the good games were RPGs, but it's hard to recognize a good game when there's another 17 of the same genre that came out in the same year. It's just oversaturation. So you couldn't really enjoy the best games because they were too similar. So then what's left? Underperforming game, disappointing game, woke game, joke game. Like, yeah, it was just a weird year. I really hope 2025 is better. Listen, I don't mind hanging out with you guys and playing indie games and having a fun time. I really don't. Like Balatro, Coin Game, Killer Frequency, smaller style games such as Another Crab's Treasure. I'm down for playing those games with all of you and having a
As
good
long as
time.
you go $150
But man, would
for
I
it.
like to have a year where we actually have some big games that are good, AAA games that don't suck? That would be nice, because that's all I used to play. I used to only play AAA games, and it used to be great. And now it's like the industry just doesn't support it anymore. The games that come out are freaking just really disappointing. Okay, I received a $2 tip. This I completely understand. I can't contribute publicly because
Lunar
the trackers
Attraction?
spam my old
Nice.
YouTube channel, and so I had to delete it. Yeah, and I'm sorry to say, this is the problem with being mass harassed and stuff like that. Like, it's funny because people say to me,
Detractors,
well, Phil, the reason that that you're not a big YouTuber is because you don't just play whatever you want. Well, I can't play whatever I want because then I don't get support, right? I have to play what people want. Oh, well then, you should just become mainstream popular and then you can play whatever you want. What? What are you even talking about? How could I ever become mainstream popular? There's literally a group of people who are so unhinged, who are so antisocial, they are sociopaths, that if someone just happens to find me and
How many friends do you have, DSP? Claiming we're antisocial, how many friends do you have? That's right, fucking none.
my content, a newcomer, and they come to the channel and say, hey, I want to hang out for a few days, and they do, these people then stalk them. They go to their social media. They go to their YouTube page. They go to everything. They leave nasty comments. They fucking do everything they can to harass them. Does that have anything to do with me? No. That has to do with a bunch of obsessed, crazy people. And so you should just become more popular. How would I do that exactly? When anyone who's new even shows up and shows a tiny piece of positivity, they get harassed by crazy people. So how could I do anything to fix that situation exactly? You have to understand, it doesn't matter how much I change for the better. It doesn't matter, how much, I listen to feedback.
But you don't change for the better. You say, alright guys, I guess I'll stop snorting at the microphone. Then you immediately lean at the microphone and you snort.
It's never good enough for crazy people. You get it? Like, look at me now compared to a few years ago. a few years ago where my setup sucked. I was constantly complaining that I was broke and all this kind of shit. Now, everything's different. Okay? But it's still not good enough. I'm still a bad person. I'm still doing the wrong thing.
You're still a bad person.
E-begging. I'm still rage quitting. The bar will never stop being moved. All right? So, this is pretty messed up that there's people who just want to come by and discover me. Oh, this is good stuff. Let's hang out. And then it gets ruined by these mentally ill people. But that's the point I'm making. What it is with these people is they've created a vicious cycle. They realize that if they sit around and create toxicity around me, then the content gets made.
Toxicity.
They make money on it. Then I can't become a bigger content creator because anyone who comes by to hang out with me and enjoy my stuff gets harassed by people on the internet because there's a ton of content out there that says I'm a bad person. Even though it's all slanderous and defamatory and false, doesn't matter because it's a vicious cycle. As long as they keep making me look like a horrible person, they make money, they get popularity, and then more people believe it, and then more people harass my viewers and fans, and the cycle continues. Pretty fucked up.
So messed up, guys.
Let's continue.
Oh yeah, he's still. This is all about Derek.
Yes, this gun-tooled Gramer. Thank you for the tip. They did another $1 tip.
Yeah, it's 100% about Derek and how he had to chase Derek out of his community, even though Derek did nothing wrong. He did everything correct, guys. He was so helpful in making me tier list and all the thumbnails.
As a follow-up, because I hadn't shouted out tips, and so they were like, "Did my tip go through?" It did go through. My apologies. I was trying to play catch up here with contributions today. So thank you, Disgruntled Gramer. But no, yeah, I don't know what's going on with the industry right now with games and everything. You know, I'm really hoping that in 2025, yes, I'm okay with playing indie games that are great, but please give us some big games that are good too. Not that every major AAA studio falters and fails and makes crappy games now. I just don't get it. Okay. Yeah, and I see now people are talking about it in chat, you know, relative newcomers, people who the last few months have been very supportive and they've all been harassed. It's like, so what did I do to deserve that? What did they do to deserve that? We didn't do anything. We sit here.
Literally, we did nothing wrong. We did everything correct.
Having a good time and not bothering anyone, right? Keemstar said it himself. You know, talking about review tech and how crazy obsessed he is with me and stuff, right? And he said it his best. He's like, listen, you don't have to love DSP or whatever, but he doesn't bother anyone. So why would you ever care? Why would you harass him? Why would you make fun of him? No one, you know, he doesn't do nothing. He just sits around and makes his content for his audience. So why would you even bother with the guy? Why would you be obsessed with him? He's right. Keemstar is right. There's no reason for anyone to care except those who like my content. That's it. If you don't like me and my content, I'm not harming anyone. I'm not going out of my way to hurt people. You know, I'm not recruiting armies of children and corrupting them. So what is your problem with me? Yeah, listen, Copeem says, imagine tracking someone down at their place of business and yelling at them because earlier in the day they bought a ham sandwich somewhere. Who cares? You're right. You're absolutely right.
Well, that's not what you did, DSP. That's not what you did.
Actually, this would probably be a real life example. Let's say for some reason you're very anti-Christian. This is hypothetical. Let's say you're very anti-Christian. So you sit outside of the local Chick-fil-A because you know that Chick-fil-A is owned by Christians, okay? You watch someone buy a chicken sandwich. You watch them eat the chicken sandwich and enjoy it. And then you follow them home. And outside of their house, you start to protest and say, down with this person, they ate the Christian chicken sandwich. Or you go to their place of work and you start harass. Did you know that someone inside that building ate a Christian chicken sandwich? Like, what? What are you talking about? That's how these people act. Someone came to Phil's stream, tossed him $5 because they like his content, and then they went about their merry way in the rest of their life. And then you left the stream and followed them to their social media, to their personal accounts, to their
YouTube page where they had lists of little girls. Multiple playlists of little girls. DSP, you can sit there and cry about it all you want, but Derek was a PDF. Derek was a PDF. And he was in your chat and you protected him for years. But guys, no one should know that he's a PDF unless you go to his public YouTube page. Yes, his public YouTube page where he had multiple playlists of little girls. Maybe, just maybe, he should have done something about it earlier when you were first notified that he was a PDF. And people would keep giving you shit for it. But no, you went about it the worst fucking way possible because that's what you do. You do everything the worst fucking way possible. No matter what it is, you're going to find the worst fucking way of doing it.
Their real life content to their real life stuff.
As it
you
should
harass
be,
them because
Matthew,
they donated $5 to
be.
Phil. What? But I'm the one who's crazy. I'm the one who's in the wrong because I make content, because I stream, because I enjoy
Because
my
you
life, because I
protected
like
Derek?
games, because I hang out with people. I'm the problem? No. Sorry, you've exposed yourselves. You're the fucking problem. You're the weirdos, not me.
You can bitch all
See,
you
I
want,
don't
DSP.
know.
but-
Lorraine says, do you think it would end if you worked a random regular job, or does it end on the internet? Who knows? But again, these people are crazy stalkerish. Crazy stalkerish. You've seen some of the things that they've said and done. They've tried to intervene with simple things like, oh, I'm ordering food for an event, and they would try to mess with the store that I've announced that I'm going to order food from. You know, they literally try to intervene with real life stuff. You know, they've harassed people around me that literally have no association with me just because they're
like Derek. And with the food thing, that was just trolling. Like, the person didn't actually work at the cookie company. They just said they did to fuck with you. And it worked. So yeah, in the future, other people started doing it too. Because they know the trolling works on you because you're a fucking moron. Who's so paranoid of evil AJ sitting outside the window, all someone has to do is say, I work at that cookie factory company. Well, guys, I can't order any cookies from that factory because the trolls might spit in my food. Dumbass.
they're in proximity to me in real life. So just think about that. You know, maybe if I were to quit and shut down everything completely, 100%, and say, I will not stream ever again, and I went out and I tried to have a real job offline, I bet people would still stalk. I mean, right. With Wings of Redemption, he tried to do, what was it, a DoorDash job, and they got him fired from DoorDash. You know, he didn't do nothing wrong. They just did what they could to hurt. Because again, these people are unhinged. And this is what I mean. When you support these YouTubers who are doing toxic content, you don't understand that they are grooming an entire generation of people to be awful
They're
people.
grooming.
I'm going to repeat what I just said, okay? Because I think this is
The
something important that
PDF
people need
in
to
his
start
chat.
calling
Oh,
out.
that's fine.
This
He
is
doesn't care
very,
about
very
that.
important that
But
everyone
the people who
understands this, okay?
say that Derek
If
was
you
bad,
support
they're
toxic YouTubers who all they do is
Oh, shut
stalk
the
and
fuck up,
harass
DSP.
people, you are supporting people who are grooming a generation of people to be antisocial sociopaths. And you are telling everyone that's okay.
we
If you
have more
watch that
friends
content
than
and you support that
you
toxic
do.
content, that all they do is hate on someone, they slander someone, they crap on someone constantly. You are telling a whole generation of people it is okay to behave like that. And it's not. What's going to end up happening, we're going to have an entire generation of people who are just sitting on the internet all day, antisocial, who are trying to ruin other people's lives. That's not good. That's not even acceptable. That's a societal problem that we're going to have to now tackle because we have an entire generation growing up where all their social interactions are on the internet. They only have friendships. They only have these relationships with people on the internet. They don't even have anything in real life that's real. That's fucked up. You have to have that real life connection, that real life stuff, a real life of your own, friends and family and a job and meaningful stuff. You can't just sit on the internet crapping on people all day. And there's people that this is it. So
Pretty sure you
now
can.
you've allowed people to monetize the hate. You've allowed people to make livings off of it. Guess what? You're fucking up society. YouTube is majorly to blame for this because they don't care.
YouTube
They
is
have no morals or
destroying
values as long as
society,
the money rolls in.
guys.
They'll monetize anything.
YouTube is
That's messed
destroying
up. That should
society.
not be allowed to continue. I feel like laws should be in place against it. Why are you allowed to monetize actual lies?
He wants laws passed, making it illegal for people to point out that Derek has multiple playlists of little girls on his YouTube channel. Good to know, DSP. Good to fucking know.
How does that make sense? I don't get it. Because, offline, this shit doesn't fly. But online, everything goes. I don't get it.
He wants to make it illegal to point out that Derek's a PDF. Love it.
I need to win the lotto. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. First of all, I've already said this. If I ever, or somehow, by some random chance, became actually, affluent, all right, I would still make content. I want to make this clear.
No, you wouldn't.
I would still make content. I would still, put out streams. I would still play games. It would definitely be less. It definitely would be at a smaller scale. But I would still do it because I love it. I actually have passion for this. It's not just
Because you
paycheck,
blow
because I
through all
actually
your
enjoy
money in
myself,
about 6
okay?
months and have to come
And
back.
I love it. I love hanging out with you guys. I love the interactions we have. I do. That's what I'm really here for. I'm not here to, print money. That's, if that were the case, I would be doing 20 other things that are more profitable than this. Because how many opportunities? I just had the opportunity months ago to get into drama content, and I didn't. I could have done that, and I could have been way more profitable. But I don't care about that, right? I stuck to my guns.
Yes, you do.
But anyway, yeah, like if I ever were to become affluent, you know, maybe I would have to start something in regards to showing everyone that you can't just say and do whatever the fuck you want. You can't create an entire toxic community of sociopathic people.
But then you would open yourself up for discovery. And opening yourself up for discovery would ruin you, DSP. So please, go ahead. Try and sue Duty Streams for making fun of you. See how well that works. See how long you go with... But they can't ask for that. Actually, part of discovery is... But I can't show him that, because he'll prove everything he said about me is true. Well, wait, you can't... Wait, so you're saying that everything he said about you is true? Yes! Then how come you're suing him for libel? Because it makes me look bad. Just because the truth makes you look bad doesn't mean... But he made me look bad! When he pointed out I said and did this, it made me look bad, so I want to sue him for that. But you said it was libels, which means it was a lie. Well, it's not a lie, but I can't let him know that.
And tell them it's okay to go harass
Duty has
people.
receipts.
You can't make a video outright lying about what someone said and then try to mobilize people against them. That's illegal. It always has been. But no one takes action for it, which is ridiculous.
Then call the cops. Call the FBI.
Nothing. Nothing would make me quit content creation for good. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Okay? It's this simple. I will quit when I feel like it. When I'm well and good. When I'm ready and I make the decision. Okay? It's not going to be this person says I'm done or this, it's me. I'm the one who controls my destiny. All right? I'll be here streaming and making content for you guys every day until I feel so fit that I don't want to do it anymore. Okay? I'm in control. Nobody else.
You're not in control of anything.
It would have been a long time ago when I would have stepped down.
WWE champion has more control over your life.
I'm not going anywhere. It's all good, Look Crafty and Arcade. Good to see you. If I got a fixed monthly wage from YouTube, what would I play? Like, to be honest with you guys, I would always have a chill RPG in the rotation. Always. Always. I would always want to have a relaxing game that's an RPG style game where we can hang out and have fun, all right, while we're also having social interactions with a game. Like, it's not just about the
social
game.
interactions.
The thing is, like,
people
I can't do that, right?
Friends,
like, that's what I would like to have more flexibility of, to play maybe a chill game all the time, right? Hypnotic Jinx, thanks for a $20 super chat. He says, I donate, but I'm not trying to dictate what you do. I enjoy your take on any game that you play, and we all have a good time together watching. So stop saying that whales tell Phil what to do. They don't. They don't tell me what to do at all. In fact, it's funny.
You just drop games that they don't wear out on.
By the way, Ashton is in chat. I'm about to make the announcement. Now that he's here, now's a good time to make the announcement about tomorrow's wrestling show. So I'm going to show you guys something really cool in just a sec here. No, in regards to this, it's funny. Do you ever see someone who's a big contributor of mine coming by and demanding that I play or do something? Have you ever seen that? I don't recall.
King Tut. Only reason you played Street Fighter V, even though you fucking hated the game, was because of King Tut. King Tut showed him and said, hey, play Street Fighter V and I'll give you more money. And then you did. There was a whole month there where you were only playing Street Fighter V because King Tut gave you money for it. Dumbass.
I mean, maybe years and years and years ago, when you had... Did I just screw that up? No, I did it right. When you had, guys like that Tutankhamun guy and shit like that, right? And they were like, you could play Street Fighter V and shit. But now it's been so long. The people who come by and hang out and support in big ways enjoy the content. And they come by and support anything. Like, we had people coming by supporting Killer Frequency, but also fighting games like Street Fighter 6, but also Stalker 2, Indiana Jones. Does any of that sound like a common game? They're all different. They're not coming by and demanding that I play this game or this game or this game. Here's the pattern. When I play certain games like these JRPGs, that's when no one shows up and does the big support. You notice that? That's the real pattern here, right? That's, if anything, I just feel like they're not mainstream enough. Is there an audience for JRPGs? Yes. It's not my audience. It's just too small of a slice of the pie that cares about JRPGs, and that sucks because I love them. It's one of the games I would love to play more and more. Thank you, Jinx, for the super chat. Okay, let's do this, guys. Now that Ashton's here, right now, it gets me back on track. So, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, in place of this podcast, we got something special going on. Tomorrow, for the first time in over a decade, I will be doing wrestling commentary, okay? Over a decade ago, for several years, I had a wrestling show, okay? It was called Smart Guys, and it was a show where I did with my friend and co-host John Rambo, and every week we would watch pro wrestling, and we would comment on it. whether it was WWE or at that time, their major competitor was Impact Wrestling.
Holla holla for the dollar. Lestat. What is up, detractors? I cannot stand grown adults who think nothing is their own fault. I hate that. Big up, James. Well, of course, holla holla for the dollar. Get that on the leaderboard. For Lestat. Holla holla. Awesome. How you doing, man? How's everybody doing? They've been going on for a while now, haven't we? How long has it been streaming? Been streaming for almost 5 hours. Sheesh.
Slash TNA
Time
slash
flies
whatever the
when
hell
making
it
fun of
is
DSP,
today. I
right?
have no idea. And then every once in a while we would talk a little bit about something else. I mean, hell, during the run of that show, we actually attended WrestleMania and talked about it live on the show, which was really cool. It was, you know, wrestling's been a part of my life for a long time. And what happened was two key factors happened that got me out of pro wrestling. Okay, factor number one, I moved across the country. And when I did, I had a falling out with Rambo. And we actually had plans to continue with the show, but it never happened. And so I always kind of threw the idea out, hey, you think I should do another pro wrestling show with someone? You know, any idea? And at the time, now this was 10 years ago, people were like, if it ain't with Rambo, then just never do it because it wouldn't be appropriate, okay? But it's been 10 years. 10 years have passed. Things are very different. I'm a different person. The world is a very different person now, all right? The world is a very different person now, of course.
The world is a different person,
place now, excuse
guys.
me. And so, times are changing. Now, the other
See,
thing,
I'm curious
the other
too. Like, how are they going to do it on
I stayed a fan of pro wrestling over the
WWE
last
on
decade.
Netflix? Like,
The first 5
could be
years,
interesting.
I was heavily into it. I was watching Raw and SmackDown, and for a while there, WWE Network had all the WWE content. So I was watching NXT. I was watching things like the Mae Young Classic and what was the other one? The Cruiserweight Classic, stuff like that. I was watching all the content on there. I was watching, to some extent, some of Impact and TNA, okay? And I was getting into it. And then, you know, there was a big hype that AEW was going to be coming out and all of that to be a major competitor with WWE. So all this was happening. And I stayed watching wrestling, pro wrestling, all the way through early 2020. So even though I wasn't doing the wrestling commentary show anymore, I still watched pro wrestling for about 5-6 years. And then I stopped. All right? And the reason that I stopped is pretty simple, okay? In 2020, COVID hit. And when COVID hit, pro wrestling changed. No more arena shows, no more big hype. And for me, you know, I remember I was sitting there watching WrestleMania, the first WrestleMania in 2020 with no audience. It was in the Thunderdome, which was just a virtual dome, you know, no cheering and nothing, right? And I'm watching it and I'm like, you know, this kind of definitely feels very different. You know, it kind of exposed pro wrestling for what it really was. It was really the crowd reacting to what you were seeing in the ring or in the promos. That really was half of the product. Without it, it just didn't really stand up. And a lot of people say that was the dark ages of wrestling. I have to kind of agree. Not necessarily that it was their fault, but if anything, it shows that it.
I think they're doing commercials because when they did the football game on Netflix on Christmas, they had commercials. So I'm pretty sure they'll still do commercials on Netflix, which is gonna be weird because like, hey, you paid for Netflix, you got commercial-free Netflix. Here's commercials. Fuck you. Also, what are you saying? Like, oh well, without the crowd, it wasn't as good. It's like, I mean, it'd be like going to a concert and no one at the concert being cheering, whatever. Like, I guess that would be weird. I guess I can kind of see, like, oh, hey, you know, without the crowd there, it's kind of fucking boring. But at the same time, I can listen to music. I can turn on music on whatever device I have. And even though there's not a crowd listening with me and cheering and bumping and grinding and getting to the pit and fighting each other and all that, still a ton of fun. I don't know. I don't get his, well, there's no crowd there, so I hate WWE now. You said before it was because of the trolls. The trolls ruined WWE for you. So now suddenly it's not the trolls' fault? I wonder.
It is that real social part of wrestling, that the fan reactions immediately that makes it hype. Just like a sport. Imagine how a sporting event in an empty arena. You think anyone would care about a major NBA game if no one was there to cheer or watch? So when that happened, I tuned out. I just didn't care anymore. And the other thing was that it had become such an investment of time for me to watch Raw and SmackDown, which at that point, I think Raw was like a 3-hour show. SmackDown was a 2-hour show. NXT was like a 2-hour show. So you're watching like 8 hours of just WWE a week. Then a pay-per-view event would happen. Now I got to watch another 3+ hours. But now I got to keep up with the other federations. It was too much. And especially because I wasn't doing content on it anymore. You know, at least when I was doing the wrestling commentary show a decade ago,
Yeah, Rambo in their response to DSP being a little bitch. Rambo said it was weird how when Phil would get drunk and text him at 3 o'clock in the morning, he'd all be like, I won't start watching wrestling again until I know we're going to be doing the show. And I was like, what do you mean you're not going to watch wrestling unless we're going to do the Smart Guy show? I thought you liked wrestling. No, I don't like it because you like it. If you don't watch it, then I'm not going to be watching it. Then you're not an actual fan. You're only watching it because you wanted to date me, and that's kind of weird, DSP.
I could justify watching a lot of wrestling because I was getting a product out of it. Now it's like, why am I even doing this? I have other things I want to do with my life besides just watch pro wrestling all day. So
Yeah,
I dropped
WWE
it and I stopped
champions all
watching
day.
pro wrestling. And I swear to God, I have not seen a single match of wrestling since WrestleMania, whatever that WrestleMania was. I think it was 2020. Okay. So
Bullshit.
yeah, I haven't seen a single match.
Holy
I've seen
bullshit.
highlights on social media and stuff like that.
He's talked about the wrestlers and WWE champions and how he watches them and stuff and how he knows their moves and shit. You would not know that if you stopped watching. Just saying.
But I haven't seen a single pro wrestling match in almost 5 years. So now, tonight, I'm going to watch Monday Night Raw on Netflix as it debuts. I'm going to take notes. And I'm going to, tomorrow, on a new show, share those thoughts with you. And it's going to be great because we're going to have Ashton, who also is a longtime fan of pro wrestling, who has not been disconnected from pro wrestling like I have for 5 years, who's going to be my co-host. We're going to, basically, we're going to, I feel, feed off of each other pretty well because it's two completely different takes. Someone who's just getting back into it versus someone who has been with it all along. And I'm going to be jumping back in and not understanding half the crap, I'm sure, because I've been gone for so long, while he's been there and he's probably going to be able to fill in the blanks for me of the things I'm not getting or understanding. That's why I think the show is going to be fascinating, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, January 7th of 2025, the official relaunch. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Smart Guys, the Revival.
Would be
It's
great
going to be
if,
hype.
if
Going to be
wrestling fans
exciting.
went after him.
And it's going to be interesting. I think a lot of eyes will be on it because I haven't talked about pro wrestling in a very long time. So, everyone, I hope you will join me tomorrow, the same time as this show. All right. Probably we start broadcasting around 11:30ish a.m. Pacific time on DSP Reacts, which is youtube.com/@DSP Reacts, or on my Kick channel, DSP Gaming Real. And I hope that you guys will join me and we're going to have a good time with it. Now, it's only going to cover Monday Night Raw, but dependent on how well it goes, dependent on how, how people like the show, this will then determine what kind of content, how we cover it in the future. Will we actually cover more or less wrestling?
All that matters
will
is
it
the
be more
money.
federations, less
If
federations.
they do
will it
this
just
and they
be
get
Monday Night Raw? Will
$200+
it also
dollars,
include
he'll be
SmackDown?
happy and he'll
Will
do
it
it
be
again.
Pay-per-views. I just found out, I literally just found out that I have AEW on HBO Max. Well, it's just Max now, right? AEW just
Exactly.
got added. I didn't even know that. So now
He's
that I
gonna
know
bust
that,
all
maybe
this
I can watch
shit that he shouldn't know if
AEW
he
and comment
hasn't
on
watched
that.
2020.
All right? But just to forewarn you, we can't show
Now, for me, yeah, I follow on Twitters, and I watch the pay-per-views. I'll watch the Royal Rumble, ladder, Money in the Bank matches. Like, I had Peacock specifically for that, to watch the pay-per-views and stuff. And also, for the longest time, I went back to, 1997. It was, Stone Cold Steve Austin had just lost the title or whatever. Like, he had a title match and he lost it. Bret Hart had it. Monday Night Raw, you had the rookie, Rocky Maivia, coming out. He was making a splash just like that rookie, Tiger Woods. And Goldust was the Intercontinental Champion, or he had just lost it to Triple H, or, I'm sorry, Hunter Hearst Helmsley. And this weird Amazon woman keeps showing up. It's China. Like, I started back then, I was watching videos like, this shit's also old. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna remember I'm gonna remember big moments. I am gonna remember that, but I'm gonna remember that during this Monday Night fight, that while Bret Hart has this guy in a sharpshooter, Stone Cold comes out, hits him with a chair, guy gets up, pins Bret Hart for the championship. Now Bret Hart's lost the championship, but now he needs to get it back, and he also has to get back at Stone Cold because Stone Cold cost him the championship. Like, this was fucking it was just amazing to watch. Like, this is going back where Jerry the King Lawler calling ECW during a Monday Night game, or Monday Night Raw. It's Monday Night Raw, And he's calling ECW live going, we're going to be at Madison Square Garden next week. We're going to be at a bingo hall. It's like, oh my god, like, you could tell, like, he hated ECW. Did he actually hate him, or was it just part of the show? I don't know, but if he didn't actually hate him, he was so fucking good at showing, like, he hated them. If he didn't actually hate him, like, he was such a good actor at that. And calling them live. And making fun of them, like, yeah, we're going to be at Madison Square Garden, you're going to be in a bingo hall next week. Like, oh my god, like, this is fantastic. I mean, I'm going through the paper reviews, and it's like, this is a throwback to the past. Like, this is so cool being able to see this shit. Like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, he actually did hate them. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, I don't know how to explain just being able to go back to the past and watching, Rocky Maivia, the Rookie, and Goldust is still, like, an actual wrestler and an actual threat, not a gimmick. Hunter Hearst Helmsley is starting out, and he's trying to get the Intercontinental Championship, and China's this random Amazon woman who keeps showing up attacking. It's like, this is fantastic. Like, it's throwing me back, or maybe not my child, not because I wasn't a child then, but throwing back to my past and the younger days, and nostalgia is so fucking good.
Any footage. YouTube is so strict about wrestling. If you show any WWE footage whatsoever, you get copyright smacked. And we're doing the show so you can watch it. We don't want to do the show and have it be hidden forever. We want people to be able to watch the goddamn show. All right? So we can't show you any footage. We can't even show a screen grab of the goddamn stuff because YouTube is such a stickler for content when it comes to copyright and WWE. So tomorrow will be a good litmus test, I feel, for if this kind of content can work in 2025. All right? Will we be reading contributions during the show? Yes. Yes, we will. I'll be accepting contributions on YouTube. I'll be accepting contributions on Kick. And ladies and gentlemen, it's a 50-50 split. It's a fair, even, Steven deal. All right? So that's how we're going to do it. It's going to be fair.
That's why someone by a monster.
So I feel people that like Ash from his show will be coming over. People who like me from my content will be coming over. It really is a true collaboration effort to see if we can actually get a really cool show going.
And get 150 bucks.
It's time. It's been a decade, man. It's been a freaking decade. It is time to bring this content back and see how it goes. All right? I'm excited for it because I haven't done it in so long. It's something so cool and different, Thankfully, I feel like it'll be more interesting because I've been away than if I had watched it all along, to be honest, because I was so burnt out on pro wrestling when I stopped watching. And now I'm actually very interested to get back into it. Okay? So tomorrow, Smart Guys, The Revival, Episode 1. I hope you will all join me for the fun. By the way...
Yeah, we're not fuck with Brock Lesnar.
There's probably going to be some technical difficulties because because it's my first time I'm doing something like this. I'm trying a virtual camera setup in Discord so that Ash can see me on camera, but you guys can see me on camera, but it's more high quality. There's probably going to be some tech issues. But the good news is hopefully it goes well and you guys like it and then we can do it regularly. And if it works out, it does. If it doesn't, no skin off our backs. At least we tried something new. But I'm feeling positive about it. I am. Like, I'm excited to watch Monday Night Raw tonight. Okay? I am. Correct. To explain, we're going to have to explain this on the show. So what is a smark? A smark is a smart mark, okay? And Falcul just defined it. He says, a mark is a designated target audience. Basically, a smark is a fan of wrestling who gets the gimmicks and is interested in it in a different sense than a mark. We understand pro wrestling. We understand how the industry works. So we get why certain things are done a certain way when we watch pro wrestling. We're not just blindly watching. We're smart marks. Yes, we are the target audience, but we intelligently understand what we're watching. We're not just watching and not getting it. That's the difference, see?
You're an idiot.
Very good. Okay, so that's tomorrow. I hope you guys are excited. All right, spread the word. Oh, so I should say this. If you are not yet, subscribe to DSP Reacts. Follow or subscribe over, well, not subscribe, but I think it's following over on the Kick channel, DSP Gaming Reel. You want to be able to talk, right? You want to talk and chat? If you want to talk and chat, you have to be doing that for 24 hours. So get on there, as soon as possible so that you can be able to interact with the show, all right? And yes, it's on the React channel. It doesn't make sense to do it on a gaming channel. I have a React channel. I might as well have it over there and see how it goes, okay? All right.
Guys, I got to do something with that
That'll be
channel.
exciting tomorrow. I'm very happy that I'm trying something new and different. And obviously, thank you to Ashton for doing
I'll say, back in the day, wrestlers wouldn't fly on the same plane. Like, if there was a rivalry going on between these two wrestlers, they would not fly on the same plane. Because they had to keep it the Kafabi and all that. But then, no one fucking cares anymore, I guess. Like, people know that it's fake. They don't even try to, let people think that it's real anymore. But yeah, back in the day, they wouldn't ride on the same fucking plane.
Doing it. You know, I think originally it was kind of his idea. He came up with it, and then we talked
So
about
real
it
to
for
me,
months
damn it,
behind the
if
scenes
only it
to
were.
make it happen. And it's just something cool to do, something that makes sense, right? Something interesting. Okay. All right. Well, I was gonna do some tech news today, but nah. I think we talked enough. I think what we should do is just a little bit of Q&A to end the show. Perry, thank you so much to Perry the
Q&A,
White.
but not
He did
tech
5
stuff.
memberships
What the fuck?
when I did that big announcement. So let's get Perry up on the leaderboard. I believe those are the first memberships. No, Dick Jones did 5 earlier, so Perry just did 5 as well. Thank you, Perry. That's another 15 of support. That means we are up to 83. We are more than halfway to hitting another goal
I love
on the
any of the
screen.
wrestling stories, even
And if
from
we do, we're at
more modern
49, and we're
times.
only 1 away from the marathon. Okay.
Like Big Show talking about how Stone Cold helped him become a giant. It was a dark show, so it wasn't gonna be aired. And it's like, no, you do not kick out of the stunner. Stone Cold hits you with a stunner, you do not kick out. During their dark show match, Stone Cold tells him, hey, I'm gonna hit you with a stunner. I want you to kick out at 2. What? Don't kick out. Dude, just do it. You're a giant. Hits him with a stunner. 1, 2, kicks out. Alright, he's stumbling, and Stone Cold goes, alright, we're gonna do it one more time. He hit, bam! Kicks out at 2. And it's like, oh no, the crowd is just going nuts. Hits him on the 3rd stunner, pins, and is alright, stay down this time. 1, 2, 3, alright, win. And it's like, he's like, you're a giant. You don't go down unless you want to go down. Finisher doesn't finish you unless you want it to finish you. You are a giant. Be that giant. And it's like, he's like, that's what allowed me to become the giant, the Big Show, to be that beast. And it's like, how come you don't react to drop kicks? It's normally when someone gets drop kicked, they hit them in the chest, they fall backwards, whatever. When someone does a drop kick on me, they're hitting me in the gut. That fucking hurts. So I just don't respond to drop kicks anymore. Someone hits me with a drop kick, they fall down, I just look at them like, what the fuck was that for? They learned, don't do drop kicks on him. He doesn't respond, he doesn't react, he doesn't sell it at all. Or Mark Henry talking about the time he got sent to Canada for a couple weeks because he threatened to kill Shawn Michaels. He was hurt, he was on crutches, someone stole his crutches, he thought it was Shawn Michaels in the clique, so he threatened to kill them. Turns out it wasn't them, it was someone else. But he threatened to kill them. And it's like, oh, okay, well, you're going to get sent to Canada for a couple weeks to keep you away from Shawn Michaels in the clique. The Sable story is just fucking insane.
Very nice. Thank you, guys. Okay. We're making Smart Guys 2.0 a Kick exclusive stream. Avoid copyright. No. For example, I know for a fact, I think it was like a year or 2 ago, Casino did, during like a Halloween event, they watched Scooby-Doo. And basically what happened was they were allowed to do it, but then they were contacted by Kick behind the scenes, and they were like, don't ever do that again, and we have to delete your video on demand immediately.
Stacey Keebler.
Kick is more lenient, but let me tell you, I'm serious.
Stacey Keebler was a best.
is very litigious.
I love Lita. Lita's probably my favorite.
They just want to pull down everyone's content. They're assholes.
Stacey
I don't know
Keebler.
why, but they even over a decade ago, I went to WrestleMania.
Let's see, there's Raw Phil.
All I did was I filmed
Dark
a
Day
few
Mirrors
dark
the same
matches
person.
that weren't even in the ring from WrestleMania, but were
King
filmed somewhere
Jabba will do it
else.
sometimes.
And then
I'll
I
do it
filmed the
sometimes.
intros of wrestlers coming into the ring. They took all that content down and gave me copyright strike. Wow, you just don't allow anything. They don't allow any footage at all. They just don't want anyone filming and putting their content up. So good Lord, if you try to show any of their stuff and comment over it, it's like, forget it. I don't know how these channels do, because I've seen channels on YouTube that do a few things. I don't know how they pull it off. I'm not messing with it. Really, it's just too much of a liability to have my channel get hit with copyright strikes because the people are being assholes.
And Trish Stratus with the Stratus faction. Sarah Chan instead of playing the game. Sarah Chan instead of playing the game. You could be playing the game right now, guys, but no.
Okay. Well, anyway, guys, we got about 15 minutes left to hang out before I start with Stalker 2. If anyone has any topics they'd like to discuss, please tag me in the chat. Thank you for the early support. Really awesome and appreciated. More than halfway to the goal before we started the game is awesome. So thanks for that.
Ooh woo.
JDTV says, I respectfully disagree
I don't
regarding
know
the
if
wrestling
he's
change. I believe one of the
restreams,
biggest
but he'll
changes
do
after the
videos
passing of
every
Chris
now and then.
Benoit. I mean, wrestling had a lot of different changing eras, like the Attitude Era when that ended. And you're right. Then during that era, basically right after that, they started with the whole idea that they wanted to go PG. There's been a lot of different sweeping changes in the pro wrestling arena. So
Sean Rinklin,
I know I heard
Ivory,
this, that apparently
Jasmine.
Hulk
God.
Hogan is going to be on Monday Night Raw tonight, shilling his new beer, that he has a line of beer. And he's going to be trying to promote it. Wow.
Guys, $350. I'll take a shot of his beer, guys. Yeah, when what? Attitude Era, Invasion, WCW and ECW, then the Ruthless
I have
Aggression.
seen that. Yes, I've seen. I didn't watch it live, but I saw it's all over the internet. When Jeff Hardy was incredibly high and he was in TNA and he had the title match against Sting, and so Sting just held him down and pinned him within 3 seconds, and that was the end of the match because it was so embarrassing. He was so high.
When you take those kind of falls.
Did I care more about the in-ring work or storylines when I watched?
Aggression was
Both.
first.
Like I like both. I like that part of the industry that there was athleticism.
Say, but
that was
Jeff
at
Hardy
play,
is
and if
so
these
much
athletes
pain
work
all the
hard and
time.
choreographed an
Yeah, he
amazing
takes
match, you
drugs
respect
to
the
be out
work,
of pain.
right? But then on top of that, you could have people who were actually good actors and had charisma and personas and change between characters. It was kind of like both. It's both athleticism but theater at the same time. And if it comes together to be a perfect product, it truly is something unique.
Or this was just theater kids on
Justification says, did I know
steroids.
wrestling was fake when I was younger? Or did I always know it was scripted? No, I told you guys the story is that I started watching pro wrestling. It was my godfather who had it on as like a paper.
The Godfather in wrestling is hilarious if you watch his interviews. You watch his interviews, he talks about, like, yeah, he was a bouncer for strip clubs and whatever. And when he was the Godfather, when they go to, all right, we need a host for the Ho Train, he'd go to strip clubs and be like, hey, who wants to be on Monday Night Raw tonight? All right, no, 3 or 4 ladies would volunteer. All right, cool, they get to be on Raw tonight. Like, he would go to strip clubs and get strippers for the Ho Train. And then when they did the Good Father things, like, I hated the Good Father. I fucking hated it. So, you know what? Fuck this noise. I'll just go back to being a bouncer for strip clubs. And that's what he did. And every now and then, like, hey, where are you at? I'm in this town. Well, we're about to do a show in that town. You want to show up for a night or two? You know, for show up on Raw, then show up on the Dark Show on Tuesday. Yeah, sure, whatever, get paid. Bring a couple ladies with me from the club. Like, his interviews are great.
View at his house when we were going over there, like for Thanksgiving or something. I think I saw Survivor Series at his house or something like that. It was one of the pay-per-views was on, maybe SummerSlam, when I was at my godfather's house because he was a big fan of pro wrestling. So
I say I'll be watching it tonight.
when I was a kid, I had no idea that it was fake. I thought that it was real. You know, it wasn't until much later, probably the 90s, when I realized that pro wrestling was fake. Yeah, I've never seen any of the Dark Side of the Ring documentaries. I've heard of them, but I've never seen a single one. Your contender dad is on Kick is saying that Ashton and I should one day watch and react to one of those documentaries together, that it would be good content. Maybe? I don't know. I've never seen it. Sergio, 34 months as a supporter. He says, Happy New Year, man. Good to see you, Sergio. Thanks for the ongoing support, man.
Or the Undertaker on his podcast, and I'm like, no, the biggest pops from entrances. And he's like, all right, mine's disqualified, but Stone Cold Steve Austin, the glass breaking has got to be number 1. The second you hear that glass break, the crowd will always go nuts. There's never a case with that glass shattering, the crowd does not go nuts. Kane with the pyrotechnics, got to give him a shout out. Like he said, like his entrance, obviously the gong. Hear the gong, oh shit, things about to pick up. But I just love him going, yeah, no, Stone Cold Steve Austin, the glass shattering, it's on. And then Kane, the pyrotechnics, were his two, like, those entrances always got the biggest pops.
Dude, I like The Godfather. I mean, The Godfather was Papa Shango. I knew him as Papa Shango before his other characters. Remember, he was in the Nation of Domination. I forgot what his name was when he was part of that group too. But you know, that the Attitude Era, having these cartoonish characters, and that's what I mean. The Godfather was like this really cartoonish character that people liked because he was so larger than life. Hypnotic Jinx, we could always talk. If you email me, we could talk about that. You know,
Email
if you
me,
were willing to help out
guys.
when you were here, just shoot me an email, darksideful@hotmail.com. We could talk about it. Ugh.
Guys,
Kama
it's
Mustafa, that's right.
almost
It was
1 o'clock
Kama
his
Mustafa.
time.
Wasn't he like the fighting machine or something
Almost
like
1
that?
o'clock is time, guys. It's time to go to bed.
What's my favorite retro wrestling game? I mean, the only retro wrestling game I ever played was like Wrestling
Raw's
Atari.
War.
Seriously, I had
On
that.
PlayStation
And I
1.
never played anything on NES.
Over
I never played
Circle for
anything
the
on
Stunner.
Super Nintendo. I never played anything on N64.
It's amazing how I can still remember that. How I can still remember Over Circle. Why can I remember that? I don't know. But I can 100% remember for Raw's War on the PlayStation 1, Over Circle for the Stunner. The Stone Cold Stunner was a different combination. But the regular stunner was over circle. Why I know that, I have no idea. But I don't know what is about that game. Over circle. Stunner.
Probably PS2 era, the early SmackDown game, like Here Comes the Pain and stuff like that. Those are the ones that I played. So probably those. Watching 4 hours of wrestling to do a review show is huge dedication. You're telling me Monday Night Raw is 4 hours long? Well, then I'm going to be fast forwarding a lot. I'm not watching 4 hours. You know I'm going to skip the commercials. I'm not going to watch the commercials and shit.
Don't think you can skip those.
There's no way I'm watching 4 hours of wrestling tonight. Absolutely not. Is it seriously 4 hours? That's insane. They've never done a 4-hour show before. How long is it? Also, I wonder how they're going to do it because it's live, right? So when it's live, you probably have to watch their live broadcast. But once it ends, then it probably becomes an on-demand video. But how will that work? Like, there's probably ad breaks in there. Will they force the ad breaks? Like, there's plenty of on-demand services that force ad breaks anyway. I wonder how they're going to do it. By the way, I paid for the ad-free service. I paid for the more expensive Netflix that's completely ad-free.
Of course you did.
So maybe I won't have to watch the ads. I don't know. Oh, there's absolutely no way I'm watching 3.5 hours. I'm skimming through that shit. You know, I'm going to watch all the important stuff, all the big stuff. 3.5 hours is nuts. They're out of their fucking minds. You think any normal person is going to sit there for 4 hours watching?
You're not a normal
They're
person, DSP,
idiots.
so yes.
That's really stupid.
Who's ball? Yeah, he's not gonna watch it, guys, but he's gonna do a show about it. Like, what? You're gonna do a show about something you don't watch. But guys, 4 hours is too long.
Netflix always had
It's
ads.
gonna eat
Didn't
into my
Netflix-
WWE
well, wait a minute, let me
Champions
think about
time.
this. Netflix had... No. Right. Didn't they change it? Didn't they change it and say that Netflix now has a ad-supported service that's discounted, and then they have the fully ad-free? I don't even know. I got the highest tier. I got the highest tier because I wanted to be ad-free. I was not going to watch ads and shit, you know, during normal content. But in this case, I think they're going to force it. I think they're going to force you to watch ads because it's a broadcast that had ads in it. So you're probably going to have to watch the ads no matter what.
Womp womp.
What happened to the Dante's Inferno playthrough on DSP Throwback? It's complete. What you see there is the entirety of the playthrough. I never finished the game. That was the final part. There is the last part of the playthrough.
You never finished the game?
I never finished it because
dumbass.
YouTube wouldn't allow it back in the day. YouTube kept taking those videos and taking them off my channel, saying they violated the community rules because either ultra violence or nudity. So I was not allowed to finish the playthrough.
Uh-huh. Sounds like bullshit to me.
Yeah, I got the highest tier Netflix, whatever it is. So I don't know. I think it supports up to 4K video and shit. But like, I have no idea what resolution Netflix actually would play on my phone. I have no clue. That's it. Actually, oh wait a minute.
Wait, on your phone? What? Wait. Are you watching on... Why are you watching it on your phone? Is that why you're not going to watch the whole thing? Because you can't stand to be on your phone not playing WWE Champions for that long? Why are you watching it on your phone? That doesn't make any sense. I am so confused. Why is he watching this on his phone? Why would you not watch it on your TV? What? Only DSP. Only DSP could watch it on his phone. What the fuck?
How do they film Monday Night Raw now? I mean, this has been years since I watched. Did they actually film it in 4K? Or is it just like still 1080p fucking fuzzball quality? Is it 60 frames? Is it 30 frames? I have no clue. I haven't seen the product in 5 years. I don't even know what they do anymore.
Bullshit. Bully bullshit.
The ring is covered in ads now. 6 ads all over the mat, not including LED screens. Oh my God. This is going to be wild. This is going to be the best commentary show ever tomorrow. You understand this? I've literally not watched wrestling in 5 years. All these changes it's going to be like a flood of like information. It's going to like destroy my brain. Oh my Lord. The way they work ads on Peacock, they'll go coming up next for premium and stuff like that. So you get an ad or a video package. I have no idea how this is going to work. We're all going to find out tonight, I guess. Joshua says he still watches my DSP Street Fighter channel. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. You know, for the year and a half that I did it, it's sad that Machinima killed it. You guys know that story. So back in the day, a decade ago, I had multiple channels because I was making so much
fault,
content.
guys, not his
fault. I didn't want to flood
fault.
one channel with so much. So I had DSP Gaming, which was for like regular narrative-based playthroughs or multiplayer streams. But then I had a whole fighting game channel called DSP Street Fighter, where I played games like Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, Tekken Tag Tournament 2, and a bunch of others that came out too. After a year, Machinima, who was my partner network on YouTube at the time, said, so because of falling, dwindling revenues and stuff, we have to cut what we're going to pay you. So on DSP Gaming, you get more views, so we're going to pay you more for a view. But then on DSP Street Fighter, you get less views, so we're going to pay you less. And I said, why in God's green earth, in my right mind, would I upload one more video to that channel if you're going to pay me less per view? I'm just going to upload all my content on DSP Gaming then, and you're going to pay me more for it.
It's all about the
And
money.
I swear to God, the contracts person was like, yeah, I have no idea
Oh, he's
why
going
we
to
would ever
hate
done
Pat
this.
McAfee. Pat McAfee's an actual fan,
And
so
that's
he's
why
going to hate
Machinima went out of
that.
business, folks, because they were a bunch of fucking idiots. I don't know what else to say. They were that stupid.
Pat McAfee's an actual fan, he's going to fucking hate that.
Yeah, I've heard that WWE has Prime as a sponsor, which is absolutely disgusting. So I can't wait to make fun of that.
How would you know? How much Prime have you drank?
I can't wait. I'm telling you, to watch this product tonight, being 5 years removed, this is going to be a wild thing. And then tomorrow to do the commentary with Ash is going to be like, it's going to be a dumpathon, I think. I don't know. I guess we'll see. Maybe there'll be something good. We'll find out. Maybe I'll be blown away. Who knows? I have no idea. I don't know what to expect.
No, he could be playing the
why
game
would
right now.
Why would I skip it? If someone says, are you going to skip the Logan Paul matches? Why would I specifically skip the Logan Paul matches?
Because you hate Logan Paul.
And why do you say matches? Does he have more than one match? Do they actually have Logan Paul wrestling more than one match on the premiere episode of Raw?
Well, how would we know? It hasn't aired yet, jackass. Would be funny if they did, though.
No, stop. Stop right now. Someone's like, wait till you see the Prime hydration station. Just stop. No. I wanna see this for the first time, and I want to actively react to it for the first time. So please stop spoiling.
It's gonna be such a shit show.
How long is the show
As far as
gonna
Pat
run?
McAfee's back,
I would say
that's what I
probably 2
understand.
hours. We'll probably talk for 2 hours because it's going to be such a thing to get caught up on this stuff. I doubt I'm covering every single match. You know, we'll see. We'll see how the show takes us. You know how it goes. It also depends on how it goes. If we're doing the show and the show's doing well, and we got a lot of viewers and supports coming in, we'll go as long as it takes. You know, tomorrow I'm only doing Indiana
It's
Jones.
all about
it's
the
not a
money.
big deal to delay it a day if we delay it. You know, if we just do the wrestling show, it's fine. I'm not limiting the run of the show to any length. We'll see how it goes. Okay.
And 10 guys, give me more money. It goes on forever.
I also got to figure out how to do the audio for the show because I was debating if I should wear headphones or if I
show's
should just
gonna
have
crash
Ash's
and
voice come through my
burn.
speakers. I hope it wouldn't make an echo. If I wear headphones, there'll be no echo, but then I got to wear headphones for the whole dang thing. So I'm debating what to do. I got to think about it. I might just do headphones. I'm going to have to charge them tonight. All right. I think it's time to end the show. And thank you guys for chilling with me here today. Thanks for the early support for those who supported. We're already halfway to our goal for the day, which is excellent.
And 10 guys.
All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow There is no level 1 podcast. Instead, we got this new, the Smart Guys, the Revival, over on DSP Reacts and on DSP Gaming Reel on Kick. I hope you will join me for the show if you're interested in pro wrestling. If you're not, I get it, all right? If you're not into it, you're probably not going to care, and that's okay. But thank you for listening. Thanks for hanging out with me, and thanks for watching. Tonight, I can't wait for the top 10 best playthroughs of 2024 countdown right here on DSP Gaming. And then we shall reconvene, shall we, on Wednesday. Wednesday, we will be back here on the Level 1 podcast to talk about how everything went and get back into line. You know, I'm sure there'll be more stories from CES at that.
Well, with that, guys, looks like he's done, which means I'm going to be done, so I can get a shower and all that before the Raw comes on. Oh, he's going to fucking hate it. Especially if he's... Why is he going to be watching it on his phone? That makes no sense. I just don't get why he's going to be watching it on his phone. Why would you not watch it on a TV? So fucking weird. And guys, there's going to be a special AI video tomorrow. Shout out Sonny. He made it and sent it to me on Discord. I thought it was pretty funny, so I had to share with you guys. And with that, I don't get why he's watching it on his fucking phone. What the fuck is wrong with you? I mean, alright, we know there's a lot wrong with DSP, but buy your phone. So yeah, guys, thank you for hanging out for me this fucking long. Holy shit. It's been 5.5 fucking hours. Damn. Yeah. Thank you all for watching. And as always, like, subscribe, comment down below. Have one hell of a day. Yada, yada. Now, what I'm wondering is if I'm going to have time to cover... Because let's see. When I get out of work tomorrow, my friend usually likes to go out for dinner. I'll be later. So I might be able to get home, stream or restream his best games. We'll have to wait and see what happens tomorrow. So yeah, see you guys. Yeah, it'll probably be 3 hours like normal, but we'll have to wait and see.